Well, it seems when North Carolina comes to Texas, all they play are Texans. We got Doug Howard. We got the man, the myth, the legend. He actually visited Texas a little bit ago, right before Worlds, maybe about a week or two before Worlds, and he taught me a couple drifts, and he's got such a tricky play style. He reminds me of Shadow, a North Carolinian player himself. He's got such a unique play style. He's very, I don't know, kind of reminiscent of Phil Arnold, you know, maybe kind of
a bit of a showman is what we're looking at, but he has put a lot of emphasis in teaching us about a better defense.
And as a point of reference, think about the fact he played a couple boxcar tournaments. He was with Upchurch, and they had a grand old time.
All right, and for those who don't remember Sarah from some of our women's championship last night, she is, really we call her the mother of air hockey here in North Carolina. She's been playing the game not too long, but she's got 2 tables in her house, and she just crushed a really solid right wall. This is a close game, folks. She knows how to play with speed, with accuracy. She's going to lunge into the table, collect her bruises, and hopefully today collect some wins. We've got a nice catch here. Maybe thinking about a little bit of an off speed. Like we were talking about, Doug really goes for the aggressive defense. All right, and we're moving on to the next game. Sarah is pulling the hair back. As we know, that is the mark of a woman who is going to express some determination. Hair goes up, focus goes up. We saw it by many of our competitors in the women's championship last night, and we see it here. It is the mark of a woman athlete, and I love to see what she's going to do next. Right out the gate, defending. That is both a joke and accurate. And you see she plays with a low top. I've asked her about this before. Got a bit of a forehand swing on that. I've asked her about this low top mallet, and she just wants to spare the bruises and get a little more control. You do see such a variety of mallets out on this feature table. We're always curious how you make such a decision, because it can make or break your gameplay. All right, now puck is back on the table. Possession of Sarah Mann. All right. Doug is going to take the shot. He lines it up perfectly. He pauses. It goes in. And he gets 2 in a row here. We do see some people in the crowd out here supporting. As someone who's played Sarah quite recently, she is ferocious, methodical, and calculated. And we see the swing she just took. All right, puck is off the table. You got to be careful. When you hit it too hard and there's even the slightest bit of air underneath, it's going to go flying. So now Sarah is going to get possession back. We see a very nice catch, a little bit of a leg kick. We have seen the puck go, and it stays on the table. Puck is in play, folks. That was a very impressive exchange and catch to keep the puck in motion. All right, y'all. We are tied up at 4-4. That power behind that was absolutely staggering. I know for a fact Sarah's up in the gym working on those triceps, because what else do you consider fashion. But she's up in the gym. Triceps are your air hockey muscles. Triceps and shoulders, y'all. If you need a workout, let me know. I've got several plans. Just chilling in my iPhone, you know? Former college athlete. What else am I going to do with my time? And snakes it in. That was a very interesting... It looked like it'd be a straight, but it really curved right at the end, almost like what you'd see in bowling. More than you see in air hockey, but it did the trick and went right in. Doug is now ahead against Sarah. And a self-score. 5-2. Sorry. It is 5-4. All right, game point 5. It's been such a fast exchange, it's very hard to keep up with our score here. We are moving, us the commentators, to a better view because we are a little concerned, and by we I mean I, that we have misspoke more than once in this game. But hopefully you've been able to keep track at home, watching what is a very close, very fast match. It is game point for Miss Sarah Mann. She just needs one to take this game home. All right. Absolute.
But it's all about getting the fake out so they don't see it coming. All right, and it is 1-1 when Sarah scores her first point. I'm sorry. It is now 2-1. Bit of a fancy dribble again. We saw that a little bit earlier in the game. He was able to score straight with it, and here he goes again. It seems to be a winning strategy. And if not winning, at least it's getting points. And that's the risk you play on here, folks. You don't want to be too consistent, but if a shot is working, take it over and over until it's not. Because there he goes again, the shot I was just talking about, and it goes in. Sarah kind of slowing it down a little bit. That might be what she needs here. We've got the fancy dribble. Is he going to go for the straight? Let's decide. He absolutely did, but it wasn't enough. It was just a little off-centered, and he was not able to score this time. It is now 5-1. An interesting turn of events. Seems like Sarah's defense has not been able to keep up with these. Oh, wow. I don't know if y'all are able to see that, but that bobbled in and right out. Again, shot the straight from the fancy dribble, but not this time. Now Sarah is down by 4 points. We've seen bigger comebacks than that. We've seen people score 6 in a row after being down 5-1. We saw that yesterday in the doubles. But it is now game point 1. Sarah resetting, and there she gets it. Game point 2. And that's the score it'll be. All right, y'all, they're walking it out, catching their breath, talking to our pals in the stands. They're both high spirits. We see smiles on both competitors. They love this game. They've been friends before. This is just incredible to watch. The sportsmanship, the camaraderie, just the joy of air hockey, which is what it's all about.
That's right, Shelley. It looks like we fixed some of our audio issues. I want to thank everybody for their patience during this time. You know, it's when all of your players on your stream team, when all the people on your stream team are actively playing air hockey in this tournament, it's hard to get it's hard to do both. I can tell you that much.
Absolutely, Tim. And I personally think I probably should. Multitasking is not my strong suit, and I'm just having too much fun over here on the commentators table watching true masters. Learning more from this, and I think even in my own games.
So catch me up. I think we just won. I just think you just witnessed the end of Game 3. We're now entering Game 4 of Doug Howard versus Sarah Mann.
All right, puck off the table, flying right into Doug Harmon's arms. We saw a bit of a cradle happen to the puck.
Sarah coming out swinging. She does not want to get shut out this game. It's 1-all. Ooh.
Make that 2-1.
That is a Sarah Mann specialty. That's like a little, I call it a fly swatter. She goes up and she kind of takes the forehand off the wall. A little bank shot.
She's got the forearms, the triceps, and the shoulders. She knows what to hit at the gym, like I mentioned before. And that fly swatter is a direct result of having that wrist strength and speed.
I mean, if you've looked at an air hockey player's triceps and then looked at their non-dominant hand tricep, sometimes you think you gotta be an ambidextrous air hockey player.
All right, we are at 3-2 now.
Ooh.
3-all now.
3-all.
Every time I say the score, someone's got to change it, but that's what we love to see here on the commentators table. All right, Sarah's bringing it out. We can see both players heavily breathing. Sarah yells nice at her opponent because it was quite the shot. Like I said, there's just so much camaraderie and sportsmanship in this game in particular. Not friends forever, but fast friends. Mutually sharing such a love of air hockey and growing the game. And they're just very community-oriented people. And we love having them on our side. Another point there by Sarah. All right, we are tied up at 5-5. Again, you hear Sarah yell nice as she is scored on. Picking up some speed. Bit of a tempo shift from some of the precise dribbling that we saw earlier from Doug Harmon. Just a little on the table, have to give it to him. But we are definitely moving at a faster pace. In and out the goal. Oh, you know that's difficult. And we've got not just Carolinians, but Texans as well in the stands, rooting for both of our athletes. Fantastic block by Sarah Mann. Like I said, folks, shoot it over and over. You never know if it's going to stick. There you go. Game point 5.
Match point, game point.
All right, 6-6. We have a game, folks. This is what we've been waiting for. It is neck and neck, 1 point to decide who's going to win it here. Absolutely in point. Instant replay. All right, breather time. You know we've got just a smidgen of time in between, but our players here today are ready to just get it over with. Let's get it done. There's a lot more air hockey to be played. We do have to get the table to reset itself or it will turn off in the middle, and no one likes that. And speaking of this table, there has been a habit and a problem of pucks getting stuck in the goal. We've had to revisit the rule book many times. Sarah's going to take it with the first point here. Very solid defense on both sides. All right. A little bit of flick of the wrist there. Controlling the pace, controlling possession. Sarah Mann scores the first point. The second point.
2-1.
And now it is 2-1.
2-2.
2-2. We're all tied up here early on in the game.
3-2.
And with a fantastic straight serve, it is 3-2 Sarah.
4-2.
4-2 Sarah. Let's see what Doug's going to pull out of his hat, and there it is. Keeping the lead very
4-4.
keeping the lead very small.
5-4.
It is now 5-4. We've got a change in the lead here. What is Sarah going to do to answer? I'd like to see. I know she's thinking about it, and we know Doug has just caught and regained possession. He's going to do a fancy dribble. Is he going to shoot another straight? We'll find out. We know it's worked for him before. I think he has learned he can't be quite as predictable, as Sarah has a very strong defense at the moment. And a solid block, regain of possession. It's a very loud sound when you get a wall catch, but it's very effective.
Match point 4.
All right, we are tied up 5-5.
Match point 5.
Just kidding, it is game point 5, Sarah Mann.
7.
Has lost the game. Doug Howard is going to take it 7-5. He has won 4 games to 1. Let's see if we can catch him for an interview, folks. That was a very fun game to watch. Want to do your interview? Perfect. All right. So the camera is there. You'll just stand here and face me. Okay. And after we get done with the green flag, we'll go over the match. Just a little. We'll hold each other. Now we're waiting for the thumbs up. All right, folks. We're here with our winner, Doug Harmon. We just watched you. Howard. Haha, close enough. I can't read other people's handwriting. I apologize, but absolutely. Doug is our winner against our very own Carolinian Sarah Mann. There were some very close moments where we were neck and neck. What do you attribute to being able to pull out and get 4-1 games against someone like Sarah?
She has a really nice forehand, and she's a smart player. So, and that's with a lot of North Carolina players. They have really good offenses. The part where I was able to pick apart on her was her straight defense. And so she was turtling, and I recognized that. And so I just started going cut straight, cross straight, cut straight, cross straight. And then so I was able to take advantage of that and come out with the win.
Absolutely. We did notice, commentate, and record a number of straights that seemed to just go right past. She really didn't have an answer for that, especially early on. So kudos, that was incredible. And you know Sarah personally. I know you came to see us in Carolina. What was it like playing someone with so much camaraderie? And there was absolutely a taste of friendship that we were able to watch.
You really got to set aside. It's hard. It's easier said than done. You got to set aside the opponent and remember that you're only playing a puck because the puck is the only thing that's telling the truth. And you just and you're not playing a person. And that puck's your enemy that you're trying to prevent from getting in your hole. And then when it's on your side, now it's your friend. So it's a fickle beast.
Absolutely, and I think that's my favorite advice we've heard from anyone today. You're not playing a person, you're playing a puck. Keep your eyes on the prize, which you definitely were able to do. You cinched the victory, so we're moving forward. Why don't you give us just a taste of what you're hoping to get out of the championship here today?
Well, I actually plan on being a dark horse, taking out some major players and people underestimating me. So especially my San Antonio crew. You know, I got Colin Cummings and Vince Sauceda and Marcus Quintanilla. We're like super tight, and so I'm in. At least last I checked, I was in Vince's bracket, but it may have changed since there's been a little bit of a scramble of people having to withdraw the tournament because of injury and stuff like that. So I don't know what the standings are right now, but for the most part, I'm looking to do some major upsetting, and I didn't come here to take second. I came here to take first, and that's my intent. And so I'm just gonna play lights out from here on out.
Absolutely. I think Ricky Bobby said it best. If you ain't first, you last. I love the energy you're bringing in here. Dark horse, underdog. That is what air hockey is all about. We are a collection of underdogs out here all vying for first, no matter where you're coming from, where you're starting. Well, thank you, Doug, for chatting with me. I plan on having you in my circle again, and we are looking forward to everything to come.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Absolutely. lull. We have nothing going on in our feature table as we make a transition out of the main bracket. What we'll do is use this time to thank our wonderful sponsors. They are the reason we are able to be here. They are the reason that we have grown air hockey to the massive state that it is. We want to shout out first the United States Air Hockey Association. Thank you so much for your unwavering support in promoting this sport and making the tournament possible. Recreation Sports by our very own Phil Arnold. Their dedication to creating a fun and competitive experience for air hockey enthusiasts has been crucial to growing to the way we are now, which you see, it is fun, it is competitive, it is cutting edge. The Centerline, the YouTube channel, which is going to generate exceptional air hockey content and promote our beloved sport. Their videos are engaging, insightful analysis. The passion for air hockey is unmatched. They've been instrumental in growing the awareness and popularity of this fantastic game from anywhere on the internet to any place in the country. Be sure to subscribe to the Centerline for their top-notch air hockey content and join the community in celebrating this exhilarating sport. And if you've been watching our main table, you can see that there is a wrap on there supporting Max Resto. We have it on all 16 of our air hockey tables, both sides. And if you notice, they are impeccably put on. They have created a sense of uniformity. They are a shout out to our biggest sponsor. But right now we're going to shout out the people who were able to do that wrapping for us. That is GFX Wraps. We want to give them a thanks specifically for the eye-catching graphics and posters that add excitement and vibrancy to this tournament. Extreme Air Hockey also, passion, commitment, pushing the bounds of air hockey, innovation, that's what we're here for. It's the 50th anniversary of the World Air Hockey Competition, and it's going to take cutting edge to get here, and we want to make it 100. So we've got to keep pushing the envelope, pushing forward. And that's what we want to thank Extreme Air Hockey for. The Wild Arcade by Will Upchurch is a podcast that we watched him play earlier, so you know he knows what he's talking about. And we've got ACAD Plus Incorporated, a leader in facility management, for their contributions in enhancing the tournament experience. As you can see, this is turning into a well-oiled machine. There has been a lot of thought and effort put in. It has taken professionals to get us here. So thank you so much, ACAD Plus Incorporated. And last but not least, we're going to have our headline sponsor, Max Resto, that we see wrapped on every single table here. And they are the headline sponsor of this prestigious tournament. Their generous support and commitment to air hockey have elevated this event to new heights. We couldn't be more thrilled to have them on board. You all give them a check out. You can see maxresto.com. Their website is listed. Use them for roofing, restoration, and building, whatever it may be. They're a wonderful company. They support our wonderful sport. And we transition to Timothy Young here.
Thanks, Jody. You know, like Jody said, we can't really do it without our sponsors. We wouldn't be able to be here. We wouldn't be able to succeed in that way. So it's absolutely crucial to give them the shout out that we do. As we begin waiting for the next game on our match table, our feature table. Jody, you've been seeing some incredible air hockey performances, mostly by yours truly. But what are you looking forward to see the rest of this weekend?
You know, I think we want to see the extremes, right? We want to see people who play so fast we can't call it, and we want to see such methodical precision. It's just straight into the goal every time, not even a need for a volley or a rally. I think those are always the most exciting, but you know what we really want, Tim, on this feature table that we want in every game we play air hockey? The 7-6.
Jody, why don't you tell me about what the mythology of a 7-6 is? We will hear it a lot. You know, it seems to be like that heightened moment that everyone really gets excited about. But from your perspective, what does a 7-6 mean to you?
A 7-6 means everyone laid it out on the table. No one played their worst game. This was max effort when you get to the 7-6, and it really comes down to, it turns into a game of 1 point. The first 12 don't matter anymore. It is only 1 point that's going to decide the winner, and sometimes it's going to decide the winner of an entire match, like we saw in our own, Tim, where a 7-6 ultimately decided our other 4 7-6s. So 1 point game was really all it came down to.
Yeah, and it's a gnarly way to win. It's also a gnarly way to lose because you look back and when you lose a 7-6, it's different than losing a 7-5. Because if you're staring awake at night and looking at the ceiling and you're looking over your game, you're thinking about it, and you go, if I just did, it's a big woulda, shoulda, coulda moment for a lot of people. But nonetheless, it's kind of it stays true to our heart as the kind of soul of air hockey.
And it's a big push for a lot of people as well. Once you've lost a 7-6, you have to come back with a vengeance, especially if you're playing the same opponent, because you will not be 7-6 twice in a row. Some say it's possibly even worse than a 7-1, maybe even worse than a shutout, because at least you know you didn't have a chance. But out there on the 7-6, it's anyone's game.
Yeah. And it's funny, when we talk about getting shut out, I can't remember the name of this tennis player. One day I will look it up, but the story goes that at one point, he was in a match. It was a series, I'm guessing it was a series of sets like they do in tennis, and he got beat, I think, 12 times in a row on a tennis game. And then during the 13th game, he won one game, and he was notably quoted right after. He says, "Let that be a lesson to all of you. Nobody beats me 13 times in a row." And I think that just is the energy that is, taking your lumps, but, moving forward and making sure it doesn't happen again, right?
You just can't dwell on things like that, Tim. Like a 7-6 means a lot when you win. It means even more when you lose, but you can't hang your hat on it. You have to keep playing. There's always another game. And here when we're playing 4 out of 7 games, the likelihood is you're about to walk into another one. So you got to dwell for maybe a minute, let it go, and start over.
Now, we talk about the dwelling on it, and we see a lot of coping mechanisms out here on the air hockey tables. What is the way that, what are some, from your background, working in the therapeutic, the psychological field of how people can cool off or kind of able to kind of get a handle on their emotions? What are some notable ways that you really calm yourself down that isn't like the typical, just count to 10 and don't worry about it?
Absolutely, Tim. I think that's the fastest way we see people lose, when they give in to their own frustration, when we catch them yelling at the table, yelling at the opponent, throwing mallets, when it's their own mistakes who have brought them to where they are.
My favorite is when they yell their own name and they're like, "Come on, Tim." You'll see that a couple times here. But sorry, please continue.
The separation between our absolute top players and those of us, myself included, who get so frustrated on the table is the mental. We talked about the mental yesterday in doubles because that has to be shifted different. But now when the game is all on yourself, you have to be able to center. We see a lot of people, they'll walk off, head down, earphones in, much like you'll see in the NFL, the NBA, the WNBA. This is a tried and true method. You have to take a walk. Some people, they get a coach in, they get a teammate, they hear what they need to hear. Some of it's guidance, some of it's silence, but it's all about getting back to the core. You have to get that heart rate down. You have to get your sights in line. And coming from my background, I think we do see, like you said, Tim, such a variety of perspectives. My personal favorite, however, will always be Take a Walk. We saw Avery yesterday take a walk, keep it up, and look where it brought him.
I'm calling that the 7-minute march, that time in between, shortly after. I think it was, is that when he 7-0'd Colin?
It was. It absolutely was. So like we said, it doesn't matter if you're winning or losing. It is about recentering, finding yourself, because you can't fake on your last point. It's only the next.
Well, that is some great advice from Miss Jackson. We're still waiting to see who's going to be up on table number 1, but when we come back, you're going to see some more top-notch, high-quality grade, pure gluten-free air hockey in front of us. But the air hockey's gluten-free.
Air hockey is gluten-free, dairy-free,
Certified.
soy-free, caffeine-free, even when it should have a little dose of energy thrown in.
But it does contain 100% hype. Hype.
That's what we're hoping for. We've seen the crowd gather around some of our major matches, and it gets hype in here. It doesn't matter what level you're playing at. If you get the crowd's attention, we're going to root for you.
Yeah.
Both sides, all sides. All right, Jody Jackson's been called for something. I don't know what. Not really enthused about it, if I'm being honest. I love being here talking to you all. This is really the name of my game, to be the supporter, the voice of Air Hockey 50th anniversary Air Hockey World Championship here in Houston, Texas.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jody. When we come back, more on Table 1. Thanks, Jody.
How are you? Good. This should be entertaining. Be fun.
Like yesterday. Hello again. Hey, good luck, bro. Yeah, man. We got a similar game. Played yesterday. Wanna warm me up? Care if I hit a little bit?
Set it up every time. Make sure you set it up every time. Gather the puck, set it up, and then put on top of it.
Yes,
Alright? So just do what you do, you know what to do. This is a smart shot.
Don't be a bitch.
One possession at a time. And don't do it. Yeah, that's right. Alright?
Do you need to warm up at all? A little bit. 30 seconds. Jennifer, do you want to help him out? Yeah, okay. You're good.
Oh, one. One. 2. Two. 3, 2. 3, 3. 3, 4. 3, 5. 4, 5. 5, 5. 5, 6.
You see already an intense matchup. 6-6, Steve and Peyton. Steve needs to really think about this shot. He's been, fun fact about Steve, he owns a gym in North Carolina where he actually goes ahead and restores old arcade games to their former glory, including air hockey tables. He has about 2 or 3 in his gym at any point in time. So you know that he's getting lots of time when he's lifting some weights, when he's out there getting gains. You know he's getting the air hockey muscles trained too. He needs to shake off this loss here. 7-6 is never a good way to lose, but it's probably the best way to lose in comparison. It's far from over. We're in a set, so it's going to be best 4 out of 7. Peyton Shelley is going to take this first game.
One more. Possession's on my right. Both players to the ready. Game counts 1-0. Ready? In play. Lost the mallet. Ready? In play. Zero. Charge. Possession on my right. Ready? Scores 1-1 in play. 1-2. One, 3. Timeout called. 10. Four, 3, 2, 1. Both players come to the ready. Ready, sir. In play.
1-4. 2-4. 3-4. 3-5.
All right. Point number 5 of this second game. He's got 6. That did him dirty the game before. I'm now joined again by our one and only Jody Jackson on the commentator table. We're currently watching Steve Olson, a North Carolina resident, take on Peyton Shelley. You actually would recognize both of these players, Jody. Steve, obviously, because North Carolina staple of the air hockey community. And you also recognize Peyton. We went up against him in our doubles.
double. A fierce competitor then, and it looks like he's a fierce competitor now.
Steve is
Here's
no
what
slouch.
we know about Steve.
Nice.
Absolutely for best newcomer, and he is a competitive man. He owns a gym. He's got that athletic fighting spirit, and we may be at a 6-5, but I have no doubt he's going to be giving it his all. We're not counting him down.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, so Steve has 6, and so our scores are switched. Now we're back at 6 all. Oh,
and
there
like
it
we
is.
said, Steve is been waiting for it. It's what we want.
Let's watch this replay here. It's the transition into the drift off the left. What a shot. So now Steve and Peyton each have 1 game of their own.
1 apiece.
Well, Tim, I feel for these players. They have just been banging it out since yesterday at 11 a.m. I know they're tired. I can't wait to ask him how on earth they've both got so much energy. I know it's got to be part passion, but I'm trying to cheat here and wake myself up because I know we're tired too.
Absolutely. I mean, like Steve himself only got into Texas around 11 o'clock yesterday. He barely made it to doubles, but here he is competing in singles. I've talked to Steve a couple times, and him and I have both. I mean, we're not really competing for it, but we would love to both be considered the best best newcomer. That's something that Steve has been training for. Something he wants to be really recognized as somebody who's taking his first Worlds and is ready to really blast off up this bracket. The only thing standing in that way is Peyton Shelley and every other player that dares get on that air hockey table across from him. You can see in the audience, Steve's girlfriend is watching his game, giving him support. I want to take a look at
1-0.
Nice shot, Steve. Peyton's going to try to answer here. You can see that there's a bit of difference in mallets used, both completely USAA legal. Steve with a nice left wall over there, blocking the under attempt from Shelley.
3-0.
Oh man, oh man. Once the moment I find myself in a nice groove here on the commentary table with all you nice folks, I get called for my next match. So I'll be leaving you here with our wonderful switcher. There's no commentary, but we'll gladly keep score. But don't worry, Jody Jackson is back. She will be taking over for me as we continue going into this next game. As I try to watch Steve versus Peyton.
All right, like Tim said, it is now his turn to get on the table. I just came off it. He's been on a streak. Speaking of a streak, Steve Olson is now game point 0. Are we going to be seeing a shutout?
10.
We've got a 10-second timeout here.
3, 2, 1. Both players come to the ready. In play.
Puck is in play, folks.
Seven-0.
All right. We've got a skunk of 7-0. Not something we see here very often, but like I said, Steve is here gunning for best newcomer. He can't slack on any game he plays. But Peyton is taking a second to refocus. We've seen him absolutely annihilate when he's playing his best. We'll see what it takes to get him there if he can overcome the mental anguish that is in fact being 7-0'd. But like we spoke with Sarah Weissman yesterday, she knew when she 7-0'd her opponent in the finals women's championship, it was a big mistake because it brought her opponent back with a vengeance.
Major difference. He set up the puck more in that whole entire game than he did previous two. Oh yeah, kill the puck, kill the table, kill the table. Yeah. That's right. All right. More players come to the ready. Game count is 2-1. You ready, sir?
All right, game 3, we are 1-1.
Oh, one.
All right, first point to Steve. I mean, if you just look at the concentration on his face as he self-scores, you know that had to hurt. That hurt the ego, but it guarantees no one's getting skunked here today. It is now 2-1 Peyton. All right, we see Peyton kind of reach further and lunge on the table. Something you see a fair number of our players do. Always interesting when someone has the height to make that work. We are 3-2 Peyton. Still very early on in the game, a little bit of feeling each other out maybe. They both are so quick to adapt.
4-2.
All right, it is just your commentator here today who does not know how to work the leaderboard, and everyone has left, so we are looking based off the ref's hands. We're at 5-4. That's right, folks, it reads 0-0, but we are actually at 5-4, Peyton being the 5. All right, it is game point 4. Very different than what we just saw for the 7-0 from Steve just the game before. Peyton, like we said, is back with a vengeance. Nothing quite bruises nor motivates like being so brutally defeated. But like we said, this is 4 out of 7 games for a reason. We are now at game point 5 after an accidental self-score. Some very strong defense there from Peyton. Like I said, this is game point 5. Only 1 point separating Peyton from victory, but we've seen Steve close bigger gaps before. He really only needs 2. And now he needs but 1. It is 6-6 like we said. This is what we've been hoping to get on our featured table. This is what we love to see. It is close. Who's gonna take it? We'll find out. All right, and Peyton's gonna take that retribution for that 7-0 he just suffered in the game before.
That makes it 2 apiece. 3-7-6s, yes.
All right, we are here 2-2 4 out of 7, a lot of air hockey left to be played. You can see both of our athletes here are profusely sweating, wiping their faces with their shirts and their towels. These are already pretty athletic guys. And they're here to lay it all out on the line. We are about to be back in action. Just got to kill the table really fast.
Set up their shots. Now is the major difference between that game and the previous. Is that you let the puck dictate the drift instead of you dictating to the puck what the drift should be.
All right, we see Steve Olson getting coached by his girlfriend, Jennifer Conley, who had an extremely strong showing last night at the Women's Championship. I know I played her 3 times this weekend alone, and she is a force to be reckoned with, much like Peyton here.
1-1.
It is now 1-1. All right, y'all, the feeling each other out period is over. 2-1 Steve. All right, we're gonna make it 2-2. Steve with possession. Really favoring some right wall action. You can see he went for the under. All right, it is going to be 3-2 Peyton. 3-3 all. Just the sheer power. You can see the table shake when Steve Olson hits it. He says, I go to the gym, what? To be fit? No, to be a better air hockey player. Maybe he said that, maybe he didn't, but I'm willing to bet he thinks it. And as he gets another point, he is in the lead at 4-3. Just a reminder, folks, we are 2-2 in games, 4 out of 7. Steve playing a bit back here. Actually, I would say both of our players are, and we have a very unfortunate self-score, putting Steve 5-3.
5-4.
All right, we got a straight for a 5-4. All right, it is game point 4. Oh, and it's gonna be a self-score on that one. We're at game point 5. Not a sizable lead here when we're so close to the end. You've got some lunging. It looks like some charging is on the mind. It is gonna be 6-6. That's what we asked for, and it's gonna be another 7-6 for Steve Olson.
Game count is 3 games to 2.
We've got 3 games to 2. Steve Olson in the lead. Again, we see what we were talking about earlier, getting the pacing around, talking to your coaches, whatever it takes to get centered. You see the exhaustion setting in over here. But we play through the pain here at the 2023 Air Hockey World Championships in Houston, Texas. As the tattoo on my ribcage says, there's no rest for the wicked, and there's no rest when there's air hockey to be won. You can be tired on the flight home, or for our Houston folks, right around the corner. Slight drive, maybe you should jog. I don't know. Either way, no rest for the wicked, no rest for air hockey. Tired means nothing when you've got a championship on the line. And they are taking their places, a little buff of the puck here and the mallet. Got to kill the table, get the restart. And all around us, even more air hockey is being played. Every single table is currently occupied.
Both players come to the ready. In play.
All right, point 1 for Peyton.
1-1.
1 point for Steve. All right, 2-1.
3-1. 3-2.
All right, folks, it is 3-2, 3 being Peyton.
4-2.
All right, it's going to be 4-2. All right, it's going to be 4-3. We've got an excellent ref out there today helping us out. We have got a volley back and forth. Steve just needs to win this game, and he will be the victor of this match. Peyton only trailing by 1. I don't know if he's going to let that happen. Going for the
4-4.
right wall, and it gets there. We are 4-4. And puck goes flying off the table. This is why we have a guard on our cameras, folks. Possession is going to go to Steve as soon as we can locate it in the mess that is the championship arena.
Players come to the ready.
All right, puck is in play for all. All right, puck off the table once again. Hit by Peyton, retained possession by
Players ready.
Steve
In play.
for all. Good block there by Peyton. Really took that head on, and the puck is off the table once again. It will be buffed. You know, sometimes that is the answer if you see a puck flying this frequently. Now, there are some players who are hitting it that aggressively. It's going to happen every single time, but hopefully a little buff will help us out here. Good save there. Puck goes off the table. At this point, folks, we should get a net to protect us all because the velocity coming off of that puck into the crowd is very frightening. All right, 5-4. All right, game point 4. Peyton just needs 1, keep it alive, and we'll go all the way to game 7. And a self-score we will.
Game 7, folks. Greatest words in any sport.
All right, you
Game
can see it
7.
there on the screen accurately for the first time in a while since I was handed the pad to keep track of things. It's going to be 3 games to 3 games. We are going into game 7. You see Dane over here coming to talk to Steve a little bit of coaching, which is what everyone wants in something so close, so tight. All right. And we're getting word every single member of our stream team other than myself are out there on the tables laying it out. So if you think we're just pretty faces, you might be right. But actually, we are here for the air hockey with the same competitive spirit we expect from all of our athletes, the love of the game. We made it all the way to Houston, Texas, the 50th annual World Championship. No small feat, and a lot of us are here for the first time, and a lot of us have been here every step of the way.
Game count 3 apiece. At 6, it's match point. Ready.
All right, now puck in play. Peyton with possession. You can see we do have a great forearm out of Peyton here. Now we see that a lot when people start to get tired, grabbing the edge or the side more so than directly next to the goal. We see a self-score by Steve. It's going to be 2-0. It's going to be 3-0. A timeout has been called. You know, that's the advice we've heard from every master player. Never let 3 interrupted points without taking a breather because something needs to reset. Puck in play. All right, all around us you hear the tick, 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 tick of pucks, and you just heard that one go right into the goal. Peyton now 4-0. We might see a shutout in the other direction, folks. Anything is possible. And I changed my mind. It will be 4-1, no shutout here on this game. Like I said, we are on game 7. It's been a very close and competitive series of games. A matchup that is very... We are at 4-2. A matchup that is very fun to watch. In and out the goal. We know how much we hate that, and he's going to take it, get it to be 4-3. Self-score, 4-all. We're seeing a lot of unforced errors right now. Like I was talking about, I think there was some level of fatigue that's been affecting some of our players out here today. It's hard to know what your next step should be if you are feeling that level of fatigue, but like I said, all you can do is power through. You might want to try and play a little smarter, but we are at 5-4. Peyton. Let's give a shout out to our wonderful ref, keeping his hands up so our scores can be as accurate. Game point 4. Can Steve come back from it? I think it's possible, but anything is here on the main stage. We've seen it all, and we hope to see even more. All right, possession, Peyton. In and out the goal. We had a bit of a wobble there.
Okay, I didn't know if
There's a call that the puck touched the arm of Peyton Shelley. He swears he didn't do it, so we are going to resume possession with Steve. And Steve's going to get himself up to 5. We are once again in a very familiar position where Peyton is 6-5. Game point 5 against Steve Olson. Here's when it really counts. There can be no errors. All right, and he is going to cinch it. Game 7, 7-5. Peyton takes the win against Steve Olson. All right, thanks for hanging with me, folks, for that invigorating game. I know, like I said, the rest of the stream team is out there on the table, laying it all on the line, which is what we are here to do. I am happy to be the one in your ear, in your speakers. I love to talk about air hockey as much as I love to play it. This has been an absolute blast. And of course, we've got so many sponsors to thank, like Max Resto, the North Carolina Air Hockey Players Association, the GFX Raps. We've got Centerline YouTube channel, which is where I hope you might be watching from, because that is where we're streaming. So let us know in the comments, in the chat, how you are doing out there, how you have felt about the game so far. What are you looking forward to? Like Tim asked me earlier, I'm just looking for good, clean air hockey. I want to see victors. I want to see duking it out here on the table. Make it interesting. We're dying to watch. Give me the 7-6. That's what we're here for. All right, you can hear that it has died down. A number of our competitors have already left, or they're taking a much-needed break. There is no open bar here, folks. If you keep track of us in North Carolina, we play exclusively in bars. So it is a funny scene to watch everyone with nothing in their hands. And I have to admit that I also wish I had something in my hands. But this is a level up for everyone, whether you're from Houston, Carolina, Colorado, Idaho, across the world. We are making this a professional sport. And last time I checked, Michael Phelps is not allowed to down a beer on the sidelines, though he probably should be able to. I highly doubt it would affect his game. Alrighty, folks, we are going to be moving into our next game very shortly. we've got a little bit of a warm-up on the table here. Something a little unorthodox. We're actually going to interview our referee here because that was a tough match. You've had to make some very challenging calls. What were you thinking? How were you able to stay focused? And how do you ultimately feel about the calls you made?
I feel pretty good about the calls. I did thought at one point that the puck did hit him on the back of the hand when it was coming out. It would have been his possession anyways, but he was like, no, it never actually hit, never popped up, never came high enough to actually think that. The thing about air hockey, there's some really hard rules to call. Up the line is one of the hardest rules to call. But the puck's traveling so fast, it's really hard to see. And a lot of times, what's great about air hockey is like golf and air hockey, you only two sports and you call fouls on yourself. And so there's a sense of that honor that's there. And so I took his word. He's like, yeah, no, it's his. It did not hit me in the hand. So he, I made the call one way, and he countered it. I'm totally fine with that. I'm not going to argue with the employee, with a player giving up the puck.
Absolutely, we were glad to get your insight on that. That is something we have seen before yesterday, where there was a disagreement with the ref's call, and there was an understanding of sportsmanship where they're just going to hand it over, and that's what we really want to see ultimately. We don't want people just arguing with the refs all the time. So we know this was a fair play. Thank you so much for reffing. It was great to hear your comments and your insight. I know you have a lot of it, a lot of experience. So once again, I'll take the mic and just say thank you, best of luck, and we'll be seeing you again soon.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. And you heard it here, folks. That was our first ref interview, because that was a difficult call to make. From where I was standing, it absolutely looked like it hit his hand. But I'm only looking through the camera. There's only so many things we can see. Next time we'll be a little more aggressive on the instant replay. But on camera, if we pulled it, I think it would have been a touch. But like our ref said, it is an honor among players and athletes, comparable only really to golf. I'm not sure we can give that one to tennis, but we've got some warming up to watch. We may be taking just a short break from me in your speakers as I hunt down who our next table is going to be. Just kidding. The news is in. Up next, we're going to have William Weissman versus our very own Carolinian, Paul Creely. Now, if Tim were here, he could really attest to Paul. I myself have played him, got a couple victories and a ton of losses. He's a very strong player, and we've all seen what the Weissman dynasty is, in fact, capable of.
playing now?
Nah, just
Oh, okay.
trying to say one.
One, zero. One all. Two, one. Three, one. 4-1. 5-1. Timeout called. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, score is 5-1. Ready? Play.
already the score is 5-1. It seems like we just had our face-off. Weissman truly playing like a Weissman. Now, as someone who's played Paul many times, usually he doesn't come out swinging on the first game. And we know Paul likes to play with a lot of speed. We haven't seen him up here on the feature table before, so we'd like to make a grand introduction. This is Paul Creely, who unfortunately just lost 7-1, but this is 4 out of 7. You never know what's coming next. Now, Paul Creely came in to Worlds from last year with the ranking of 65. I know several North Carolinians challenged him for said rank, including my dear friend, Valerie Abbott. If you're listening, this is a shout out, who was able to defeat Paul. But here today, he's a year stronger, faster, better. Paul is an exceptional athlete as a person. He's a soccer player, a marathoner, a triathlete. If there's a sport he can do, he's out there on it. And he treats air hockey just like the rest of them, with the same focus, drive, intensity, and intention. He is also known as Pineapple. If you're able to see on his button-down shirt, it is his face and several pineapples, a custom shirt that he owns dozens of. All right, puck in play. We're in the second game. First went to Weissman. Creely with possession. We almost have a self-score, but safely diverted by William Weissman. All right, first point has been scored, and it's going to go to Weissman. And the second will as well. A right wall really coming with quite some force. Paul is going to answer that and put us at 2-1 to being Weissman. All right, at the straight, really with focus and concentration, we are at 3-1. Paul is speeding it up. That's how he plays. He is fast and on his toes every second of every game, and that's going to get him there. He's at 3-2 now. And we are at 4-2 Weissman. Now, we've seen a lot of games out here today, and some of them absolutely having games of defense, but this is a very offensive game so far. We are slinging that puck. Now it's going to be 4-2 Weissman. We are going for speed and power. You can see the Band-Aids on Weissman's fingers. That is there to try and absorb the shock. And there's no shock that Paul is able to get that in. Now we are at 4-3. The gap in the lead has been lessened. It's been closed. It is only 1 point anyone's game here. And Paul is going to tie it up at 4-4. Or sorry, that'll be 5-4. The tie has been broken. It's 5-all. Speaking of the tie. Again, folks, we are at 5-all. Game point 5. Weissman, can Paul come back? All he needs is 2 points, but sometimes that can be just too much when we're already on game point. And it was. This is going to be a 7-5. see Paul getting a drink of water, we see him with our very own Carolinian bucket hat boys, giving him a pep talk, focusing him, getting him in the right mindset. And folks, I believe Timothy Young is still over there playing, and I think this may be game 7. It's been very close trying to watch it from very far away. Playing with our very own Andrew Flanagan's wife, who is a powerhouse, and again, women's tournament played against her. I could do nothing against that offense. You can tell that she practices on the daily, and that's the only way to get better.
That's why I walked away. I didn't want to watch that.
It's close.
You know what the game is? This is competitive. I'm glad it's competitive.
There's certain
Either way, I didn't want anybody to get their ass beat. Vicky and I always get on.
1-0.
And we're back live, folks.
2-0.
This is a 2-0 for Paul, a shift and improvement from what we saw earlier. Back with a vengeance. But it's going to be answered. It is 2-1 Weissman. Paul Creely, William Weissman up here on the main stage with us. Fantastic young men, both young as people, young to the game comparatively to some of our 30-plus year players. We're at a tie 2-2. That was an incredible straight by Paul Creely. And quickly answered by right wall. Great save by Paul. Like I said, he is on his toes every second of this game. He is flexing those calf muscles. You know, he may have earned them from running, but I like to think it's in fact just his air hockey prowess. A lot of thoughtful shots going on now. Weissman taking it 4-3. Calm, cool, and collected on both sides. And unfortunately, we have an unforced error, a self-score to bring us to 4-4. But Weissman's not going to let that keep him down for long. He is back up 5-4, an immediate score off his serve. And a response. 6-4. Weissman Creely. And no timeout has been called. This is unexpected. This would be the prime time you would expect from any of our players, really. But perhaps they are too engrossed in the game. And that's going to be 7 for William Weissman to Paul Creely. Both players up with their teams, talking it out, getting the advice they need. Both in high spirits. No one is defeated, but no one has it cinched yet. This can go to 7 very quickly. You also see intense focus from our ref here. Both young men really taking advantage of this break to get some input, some insight. I think we're about to be rejoined by Timothy Young. How are you doing? You're looking sweaty. I can see you've been putting in some effort.
So like the world to know that our very own Andrew Flanagan has a wife who's also playing the tournament, and she just took 4 games to 1. I could not get past it. Very impressive, very nice, and it went, yeah, good game overall. Right now we're looking at Paul Creely versus William Weissman. Looks like William's got 3 games to Paul's none. Paul's going to have to figure this out. Pineapple Paul.
All right, they have slowed it down significantly. When they first started, they came out nothing but gas, no brakes. But you know what? We have to play a little smarter here. Paul's got to refocus, recenter. He has got to get.
Ooh, a great strong arm under left-handed William Weissman. Good shot by Paul. Pineapple, as some folks call him.
Pineapple, as he refers to himself in his player bio, is what I was telling our crowd. And I told them, zoom in if you can. Look at the shirt. It is his face.
Great under. Paul has to really adapt to the fact he's playing against a left-handed player and know that the fastest shot that Williams going to really pull out here is going to be off that left side. Nice. Paul Creely's going to fire back to the right wall of his own. Every time I see the word pineapple written down, I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like it's actually spelled pineapple, and I'm just like thinking I've been spelling it wrong this whole time. Yeah, pineapple.
It's pineapple. It's hard not to read it that way. But you know what? It is to signature. I'm telling him, go out, get the copyright. I will help file the paperwork. Because pineapple is one and only Paul Creely.
Yeah, I hope he knows a good copyright attorney.
I hope he knows any attorney, as you all should at any point in your life.
Yeah, get a lawyer. That's the advice we're going to come out of Houston Air Hockey. Ooh, great straight down the middle from Pineapple. Weissman's going to try to answer. Ooh,
and
William
he does.
Weissman's going to go to match points. Paul has to get 4 unanswered points by himself in order to stay alive. Oh, just a little bit. See, Weissman's really pairing his shots. That's great.
Taking it 4-0. A little unexpected, but just a testament to the Weissman dynasty. They know what they're doing. They are breeding. All right, let me go catch this young Weissman here.
Jody Jackson's getting
We've got a new face to bring into our victor circle. Hey, William, you're going to stand right here and face me. The camera is right there. All right, we're just going to... We've got the heads up. I'm standing here today with the youngest winner we have had on the feature table so far. You all know he's from the Dynasty, but let's let him introduce himself.
Hello. My name is William Weissman.
All right, and I assume you've been playing since neonatal, since birth.
Around 10, I started kind of getting into it, but like 12 was when I really started like trying to get better and like trying to improve.
And tell us, how old are you now?
Now I'm 14.
Absolutely. We've got 2 years of essentially pro-level play out of Mr. William Weissman here today. Now, you went 4-0, your first time on the feature table. How did that feel?
Pretty good, not gonna lie. But I don't want to get too overconfident, but I am still very happy that I won, and I'm proud of myself.
Absolutely, you should be proud of yourself. We were watching every second of it. It was an incredible feat. We're very proud of you. Hope you are proud of yourself. But like you said, got to keep a level head. So what are we looking forward to next? What should we be watching out for, and what's going to get you in my winner's circle next?
Honestly, I'm just really trying to develop all my shots, and I'm really hoping to get, I don't have a clear design goal for this tournament, but overall I want to be in a place where I feel like I've won a lot of matches that I'm happy with and I'm proud with, and overall just try to get better, honestly.
Absolutely get better. Hopefully there's a dash of fun in there. But thank you, William. You have been absolutely great. I really hope I get to see you here in my circle again. I have a lot of faith. You're young and hungry. We love to see it. But you can thank everyone on the stream, and I will let you go. Best of luck.
Oh, thank you, Jody. It seems my mic was muted as I was trying to talk to you, but I'll repeat my question. As you asked William Weissman about his goals for the game and for the tournament overall, you've asked a lot of players this. What do you think is the benefit of having these players manifest a goal, something achievable?
Absolutely, Tim. And like you said, the idea is manifestation. I think we have seen everyone name their goal in a very realistic way. And you're not just hearing every single person say they're shooting for gold. They're shooting for best. They're shooting for new knowledge. They're shooting for the range that they know they can succeed in. And I think when you hear stuff like that, when you hear, oh, I want to be top 40, that's because they know next year they want to be even better and be top 20 and claw your way to the top. We have heard one individual really want to be the dark horse and come from underneath all the way to the top, which is possible. But you know what? Putting your goals, putting your attention, making the whole world essentially hear them, puts that weight, puts that pressure, puts that reverence that hopefully will get them there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jody. When we come back, we got more air hockey combat, more air hockey matches, more air hockey duking it out coming up. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on YouTube at the Center Line, or you're watching this on YouTube at Air Hockey United, on Facebook at Air Hockey 360, on also Twitch, North Carolina Air Hockey Players Association. We would love to hear from you. Tell us where you're playing from. Tell us all about what you're looking forward to when you watch this match. This is your first time looking at air hockey. So
all right, folks, I'm out to my own game. We'll see how this one goes.
Thanks, Jody. Good luck. All right, I've just been given the match card for our next game. It's going to be Sam Self versus Nathan Meyer. We're going to get those folks up on this table in just a moment. right, everybody. Timothy Young here. Just wanted to check in, coming straight from the commentary table. Just letting you know about our next matchup. We got Sam Self versus Nathan Meyer. Nathan on my left, Sam on my right. Looks like they're both going to hit their warm-ups, be underway. You see, it looks like Sam is getting some early wind-up, some warm-ups for himself. Trying to find the gas in the tank he needs to take on Nathan Meyer. Peter Kai, he's come up on screen. This is the reason all of this stream is happening. I don't know if I would be able to do this by myself. Peter, you know, we are about to watch some warm-ups of some great air hockey, and you're playing in this match. Every single person who's responsible for making this broadcast happen is an active player. What do you think that says about the devotion a lot of air hockey players have to the game?
You know, I put a lot of heart and soul into this stream. I'm very glad Accrocco green-lighted me to come on board and work with you and a lot of other people. And yeah, it's very exciting. I've got Andrew over there. I'm teaching Andrew the iPad, and also you the iPad.
Yeah, Andrew Flanagan, one of our best switchers on the game other than yourself. I mean, you guys are absolutely killing it, making sure that everybody understands what's happening at home. Because as a commentator, I can't do anything if you can't see what's happening, right? Absolutely. So, Peter, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll see you on the other side of the table. Appreciate you, buddy. All right, we're going to go right back into the action. I believe Nathan Meyer and Sam Self are warmed up, reffed by our recent winner, William Weissman. Just excited to see what's going to be going down on this table. Now, I don't know much about Sam Self, but I do know that Nathan Meyer, I know that he hails from the area of Iowa. When he wrote down what his goals were for this tournament, that he's looking for, he's looking for to finish top 32 in the tournament. In his free time when he's not playing air hockey, he's a nuclear chemist. So let's see if any of that kind of right brain, I know it's a defunct aspect, right brain, left brain, but you know, that kind of heavy STEM part of your brain. Let's see if that has any effect on your air hockey skills. All right, looks like they're going to face off. Nathan on my left, Sam on my right. Sam is going to start with that possession. You know, I always point it out when I see it. I see an air hockey player with headphones in. I know that they are trying to get their head in the game. I wonder what song he's playing as he knocks us out with a right wall under to kick off this match. Nathan's going to fire right back with a left wall under of his own. Another attempt at that right wall. You can drift it, get yourself re-centered. Keeping that possession. Every time you take a shot, you want to make sure you're getting it right back here. Yeah. No blood drawn yet. They're still trying to feel each other out. They still have several games of air hockey to play. It's only game one, 1-1. Still could easily be anyone's game. I'm now joined by the table by Nathan Buss. I saw you over there in the audience, and I pointed you out. I told you to come on over here. It looks like you're a bit invested in this game. Do you know anything about these players, Nathan Meyer and Sam Self?
I know nothing about Nathan Meyer besides the fact that he has an amazing first name. But Sam here, I know pretty well. He actually came into the arcade when I was practicing one day.
Good straight by Sam there.
And we started playing against each other, and
so he's from Idaho.
Yeah, so Sam's an Idaho player,
and Nathan Meyer is from Iowa. So
okay.
You got some I-states out here facing off against each other on the table.
And when I went up against Sam, because he walked up to the table, I said, "Hey, I bet you can't beat me." And so he's like, "All right, let's play." And we started playing, and I accidentally threw my mallet, and it went right into an area we're not going to talk about. And he just sat there with his hand over the table for about 10 minutes.
Oh, you low blowed him.
I wounded him, but apparently that's how you become connected as friends, right? That's how you become best friends, is you got to hurt each other apparently at first. And he started practicing ever since. His goal was to become first in Idaho. He was second in Idaho until just recently. Jacob beat him. Jacob Griffiths just recently beat him for second in Idaho. So Sam currently is ranked third in Idaho.
Understood. And the number one place, I believe, is you, right?
Number one is me for now, but these guys are right there.
Yeah, and
you can see his style is just coming along really well.
Yeah, he's got some right wall, those big full swings, very deceptive. You don't know really where he's going as he pulls out. 3-1 Sam. Nathan Meyer, in his free time, I looked at his profile. He's a nuclear chemist when he submitted what he does for a living when he's not playing air hockey. So I don't know what kind of chemistry he's got on the table, but that cross looked freaking nasty.
Sam actually started working at the arcade, so
you work in an arcade already?
I do not work in an arcade, no.
You were in an arcade at the
right.
when you met him.
I just go there a lot, right? To try to recruit people.
See if same here. Shout out to Boxcar Arcade in Raleigh, Durham, and Greensboro, North Carolina.
Yeah, and so with Sam here, he started going to play so often that he actually applied to work there, and he got a job there eventually. And so he got a lot of practice. His practice is mainly on a Photon versus the Pro style that he's on right now. But it translates pretty well.
Yeah, and so, you end up spending a lot of quarters or tokens or credits or what have you when you're at an arcade, so it sounds like it makes just economical sense to, if you're going to be there, if you can't get a table of your own, if you don't have $5,000 laying around, go get a job in an arcade, maybe work some machines, learn how to fix a token jam, and get some air hockey practice in the meantime, right?
Good cross by Nathan. Actually, you would think
great
so.
cross by Nathan, absolutely.
You think so, but this might be a shameless plug for Jeremy's Arcade. Jeremy's does a $4, and then all the games are set to pre-play, including the air hockey table.
Whoa, give us that shout out again. I'm sure they would love to hear it.
Jeremy's Arcade in Nampa, Idaho. I think they're streaming it there right now. Ooh,
Great
beautiful.
left wall.
That was fantastic.
That one hit me in the chest.
Right.
So you said, it's one of those you pay once and you play as long as you want?
One time, $4 only, and the reason why I like playing there so often is that not just to save myself some cash, but because if, let's just say a couple is playing on the on the air hockey table, right, and they just paid $2, they play 2 games, they want to walk away after that. It's weird to walk up and say, hey, can I play winner? Because they've kind of bought the table, they bought that time.
Yeah, hey, you want to give me 50 more cents and I'll play? It's like
Right.
thing.
Yeah, but if you walk up and it's a free play, they play maybe 4 or 5 games, and now when you say, hey, can I play who's next, they don't feel like they own that table, they feel like they've rented it, and that they've already exceeded their time that they have to use it.
Been more of a community situation.
And so, yeah, it's not awkward to go against them.
Nathan ties us a left wall over. What a shot from Nathan. What a shot from Nathan there.
Timeout by Sam.
10 seconds on the clock, and in air hockey, well, in real life, 10 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, but in air hockey, it can feel like an eternity.
It does feel like a long time.
Yeah,
it's a perfect time to reset and collect yourself.
So, Sam, what do you think he's in those AirPods of his right now?
You know, I used to guess, but it's anything from what you would hear on Sesame Street to what you'd hear on death metal. It's and everything in between.
Understood. Okay.
I walked up to him because it was Sam versus another person named Sam, and this is yesterday, and I said, "Will the real Sam please stand up?" And immediately he said, "I know what I'm going to listen to now." And he grabs out his phone. So it's really just whatever pops in his head.
The real Sam selfie. Please stand up and let's get this game underway. We're tied 5-5. Nathan Meyer possession. He's going to try again that left wall. Ooh. Sam saw it coming.
Loses possession. Sam sets up the shot.
You see his left leg kind of kick up there. I'm as someone who kind of does a wind up myself. You kind of feel like your whole body coils up. Wow, I thought that was going right in there, and he snapped it out of the goal.
Yep.
You feel like your whole body took a spring and you're toiling and just unleashing it into every shot you can as he kicks
the
up
possession game is really Sam's big game is possession, trying to keep it as often as he can, as long as he can.
He goes and grabs it there.
He usually presses the time to the 7 seconds every chance he can. So the players have 7 seconds once it passes that line to get it back over the line.
Great block by Nathan. You see he just snaps his elbow and blocks that under. I compliment offense, defense. I'm rooting for whoever's losing. Honestly, I'll give you a bit of a. It's not root for the underdog.
Off of the mallet.
That's a tilter. That's there's a lot you can do and not a lot you can do in that situation, and that's just good old physics there.
You'll see that. You'll notice Sam tapped his mallet on the goal to show respect. When somebody scores on themselves, you tap the mallet.
And just like that, 7-5. Instant replay. Great shot there by Sam. You'll see it swoop the drift into the right wall. That's a right wall shot to take from that left quadrant where it looks like it could be a left wall shot, it could be a straight, it could be a cross. He chose the right wall. He made him choose that 50-50, and he takes home game number 1. So, like I said, I'm joined here again, as we wait through 1 minute, I'm joined by Nathan Buss. Say hi to the people of the world, Nathan.
Hello there, people of the world. It's good to be seen.
Yeah, we are being streamed right now on Air Hockey United on YouTube, the Center Line on YouTube, North Carolina Air Hockey Players on Twitch, and Air Hockey 360 on Facebook. We're getting ourselves in front of as many people as possible. As you see that Sam gives a little wave, a little wag of the fingers to Nathan as we go into game number 2. Sam's got to be feeling a little bit of confidence, You said he's number 2 in the state, number 3 in the state.
Number 3 now, but it's extremely close. That game lasted, I think, 5 hours between him and Jacob, and it's always too close to call between the two of them. Those two actually were best friends. They came into the arcade together that same day that I met Jacob. I also met Sam. And they've just been at it ever since. So he's been playing for just about 2 years now, I believe.
Gotcha. So at this arcade you mentioned, is that where you play a lot of your tournaments, or is that where you guys kind of go to practice?
So there was only one table there. We played a bunch of tournaments, so much to the point where the owner had to bring in a second table. So he brought a second table in, And we do all of our tournaments there besides the ones that we do at my house for like just like more of a training. So like our public events are done at the arcade, and our more training events are done at my house.
Gotcha. You see Sam kind of whiffs that right wall, but regains potential, regains the possession. See that wind up. We talked about the pairing of shots, and you saw his right wall under his looks just like his straight. He attempted it there. Nathan Meyer has to find a way to answer. He does not want to lose this next game. He doesn't want to lose. He wants to stop Sam in his tracks, and that is not the way to do it.
Beautiful transition game by Sam.
Yeah, and that's some of my favorite. Oh, you see a little bit of a shuffling over the center line there. I think if you can be there's that right wall. That's more from the center side of his goal. He's got a really big swing and unleashes that elbow.
Nathan went for the charge and then just barely missed it.
And as someone who likes to charge and often pays for it, I feel for him.
Charging is super risky, but sometimes the rewards can pay off, and sometimes you kick yourself.
I feel like an addict, right? I feel like I'm at the slots, and I'm just going one more quarter, one more charge, and then before I know it, I'm 7-0'd.
It's definitely the one thing that people say the most.
Nice.
Right wall over.
Shots.
Oh, it looks like we have a fire alarm.
Oh, no. Everybody, we are going to have to stop the stream. Oh, no. Everybody, you are seeing it here first, folks. A fire alarm has gone off in the building. Lights are going off. We need to pack up everything. This stream will have to stop. We are so sorry, but we have to follow the fire marshal on this case. We're going to be stopping the stream and coming right back as soon as we can. But however long that's going to be.
Thanks for having me for now.
When we come back, we're going to come back to Nathan Meyer and Sam Self on this table. What a terrible way to cut off, but that is what we have to do.
This is
I'm
the first
so
time
sorry,
this
folks.
happened to me during a game, to be honest.
There's a fire. Everyone get out of here. All right. See you, everybody. All right, everybody. I want to go ahead and apologize for that very brief pause we had to take as players are filing back in. Like we said, we had a fire alarm go off. The staff told us that we were okay to be back in the building. So we're back in the building, you know. It looks like, yeah, we're being told to resume as necessary. I know that we left right in the middle of a game between Sam Self and Nathan Meyer. Don't worry, we're coming right back to it. Doug and Peter. All right. They are filing in, and I'm going to be rejoined by Nathan Buss, who also seems to have survived the fire. Welcome back, Nathan. As we're going to find our ways back up in there. I'm going to hand this to you. Yeah, the microphone is right there. What's that? The microphone's right there. Perfect. And you are... Check that seat. That's right. Perfect. All right, Nathan.
Thanks, sir.
We are right back in it. I believe that the game was... it was like tied, like 3-4. It was like we were right in the middle of like game 2 or something crazy, and and then the fire alarm went off, and so I do feel like, you know, obviously things happen. That's completely outside of anybody's control. But do you think that's gonna like affect the momentum?
I definitely think it will. So I was in Oregon playing against Benjamin Grabmeyer. I was up 2 games in a challenge match. I was challenging up to face him. A fire alarm went off. We were outside for about 15 minutes. I came back in, and he decimated me for the rest of the game. Anything can get in your head. One phrase that somebody says can get in your head. And it's not cold outside. Sam is used to being in Idaho, right? And it's not humid at all.
A bit of an arid place.
Yeah, so having him go outside in the basically the steamed sauna that is outside Texas right now in Houston, I'm already tired just from the walk out of the hotel and back. So it could definitely affect him. And you said Nathan is from Ohio?
Nathan is from Iowa.
Iowa.
So I believe Iowa and Idaho are right next to each other. Am I wrong?
You're totally wrong, but I have, it's the Idaho, Ohio, and Iowa are like the 3 that are always. Nobody knows where anyone's from.
Yeah, I know Ohio. I'm from Maryland, and so my best friend's from Ohio, so I had a little bit of that. Sam Self, we would love to have you on this table real quick if you want to come up. And I just want to hear from you just a little bit, mostly because, we just had a fire alarm. You're right in the middle of a match on the table. First off, tell us who you are and what's going through your head as you're about to re-enter the table. You're in the middle of a game right now, right?
Dude, yeah. So I'm Sam. I'm Sam Self from Idaho. But it's hard, man. I felt like I was locked in. I was in the zone. I was playing just as good as I was playing yesterday, I feel like. But I just got to get a warm-up game in, get back in that zone, just keep doing what I'm doing, and if he comes at me with something else, just realize it soon, realize it fast, and adjust.
What'd you do during your fire alarm break?
Sitting outside, realizing how upset I was about somebody pulling that fire alarm.
Yeah, so it did sound like it was a mechanical failure somewhere in like the above, That's what they all say, right?
Hey, all I'm saying, if I find the kid that pulls it, it don't matter who it is.
What disgruntled player would have possibly done that? Well, Sam, good luck on your game. We're gonna put you right back on that table. Thank you so much. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Nathan, go ahead and go get pulled. He looks like you're gonna have some coach-to-coach situation, helping him figure out his shots as we find ourselves back on the table. Looks like play has resumed. If you're looking up and around our ballroom, it's almost like nothing ever happened. What's going to be the real heartbreaker is when the second fire alarm goes off and we're all out of here for good. Knock on wood, commentators curse. I have never heard of it. But like I said, we are going right back into this game between Sam Self and Nathan Meyer as people are continuing to file their way back in. I feel like I timed this perfectly. I literally walked down the street in like the 95-degree Houston, Texas heat, got myself a little tea, got myself some ice, and walked back. And by the time I got back here, we were let back in. So I want to thank everybody who was being patient with us during this break. It's never a good time to lose out on some air hockey action. But here we are indeed. We are back up and running. Looks like Nathan Meyer is taking the time on the table. Looks like they're calling Sam Self back to the table. Let me go ask what the current score you're on. All right, Nathan, I'm going to do some stuff in the scoreboard, but why don't you go ahead and just tell us a little bit about what was that conversation you just had with Sam? What was going through his head? What was he asking you about?
Sure. So Sam always asks the question, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I'm just kidding here. Sam was basically saying, hey, what's working, what's not working? What can I do? How can I change up my game style to win against Nathan right now? And basically what I did was point out the fact that Nathan is charging the puck. What charging means is if somebody else has possession and they make a shot and you go to jump out to stop them halfway through, that's charging the puck. Like we were talking about earlier, there's a lot of risks involved in doing that because you can lose possession, it can also go straight in your goal. And Nathan's been trying to do that in this game where he jumps forward, hoping to catch Sam off guard. But instead what he's doing in this case is he's opening up his goal wide. We now see that Chris Gibson is helping out Sam here. Also, Doug Howard has been helping Nathan. So we've got some pro-level players that are giving them advice right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're both getting a chance to warm up here. I just talked to the ref. It looks like when we left off, it feels like forever ago since the incident, since the fire alarm went off. But Sam was up 3-0 on Nathan for game 2.
Right.
So they're currently in game 2, and so honestly not the best time to have to take like a 15-20 minute break, but also definitely not the worst time.
Right.
I'll tell you a little bit of a story. In North Carolina, we had a state air hockey tournament just this past year. Awesome. It was great to be part of it. During the doubles competition, it started on Friday, and it ran from like 2 or 3 o'clock all the way through until about 10 o'clock at night. At that time, it was the finals. Avery Yevernetsky and I believe Jacob Weissman versus Victor Munoz and Connor Cummings.
Oh.
It was the finals. I think both players, like both sets of teams were up like 1 game on each other. And we're in the middle of a game, and then unfortunately our tournament director came in and said, unfortunately the venue we have is closing for the evening.
What?
And because we held our event at a food hall, and so it was like, so below there was like restaurants, there was a bar, and then we were in the upstairs portion, this huge banquet hall.
And these events go until about 2 in the morning sometimes. I mean, I think that's how late everyone was here last night.
Yeah. And so we're really kind of privileged here in Houston to have this kind of space and really kind of be here as long as we want. But in that case, there was a public restaurant. There was staff who were downstairs who needed to go home, so we couldn't stay. And so Cam came in and called us and said, we actually will be picking this up tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Oh, mid-game.
Mid-game.
Did they remember who had possession for each?
Yeah, we remember possession. Like I think it was like 2-3. It was something so unsubstantial. And so we interviewed the players and like, what are you gonna do with your 12 hours you have between the rest of your doubles match? And talked to a couple, and they're like, oh yeah. We just went to bed. We went to bed, like got a good night's sleep, and then came right back to it. And I believe it was Avery Yevernetsky and Jacob Weissman who took the win and won the doubles competition for the state tournament. So, in comparison, this fire alarm wasn't so bad, right?
Right.
Yeah.
There's definitely some days I start playing and I think, man, I wish I could just put the reset button on, go to bed, and start playing again tomorrow. Yeah. And even Colin Cummings, the best right now in the world, says that the thing that he's most afraid of is just having a bad day, because every player has a bad day. And so I do wonder what happens after, how does the next day go? Do you have a good day that day, or is that worse, and are you upset, right? If you win the next day, you're happy about that break. If you lose, you're upset.
How do you feel about your day going on? Let's talk about your matches, Nathan. I mean, you're the number 1 in Idaho, but what does that mean when it comes to all these folks coming in to converge on Texas?
Well, I mean, I just played against Dan Meyer, and we brought it 3-3 games, and then he took the last game, so...
Meyer is on the table.
He is. It was so close. I was up 2 games at the start, and then at the very end, he beat me, and I'm upset because, first off, Dan is amazing. He's actually climbing on the stage right there. He's on the right-hand side in the top right corner.
Yeah.
And but whoever beat him, whoever won that game was going to go up against Colin Cummings. This was me my first time to really go up against Colin himself and see how I could do against the best.
Oh, that's
so,
hard, right?
So I had to talk with Dan. We said, hey, whoever loses this game, that's fine. Whoever wins better beat Colin. So he better beat Colin. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, like, when you look at a bracket and you say, oh, if I would have won that game, what could have been different? I mean, I'll tell you, I went up against Anthony Munoz from San Antonio, Texas. He's a great player. I mean, he's I'm sorry, not Anthony Munoz. I'm sorry. It's I'm sorry, it was somebody else named Anthony. Munoz is not his last name, but I saw him out on this table. We played each other. We went to Game 7. Oh. And I think he beat me 7-5 in the last game. And it was a reverse sweep. I was up 3 games, and he came back and won the other 4 back to that. And it was a great game. Like, absolute shots to him. But if I would have won that game, I would have had to go up against Joey Liss, the #1 player in North Carolina. So you can imagine my I flew all this way to Texas to play against my girlfriend. I flew all the way from.
I heard that game called, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it went to Game 7, 7-6 between me and Joey.
Did you win or lose?
I won.
You won. All right.
And the worst part is reminiscent of when we played in North Carolina State Tournament. We were pitched against each other, and it went to Game 7, 7-6.
I mean, did you really win in a game against your wife? You understand what I'm saying? Like, is that a win? Is it?
People tell me, like, oh, you sleep on the couch tonight, bro? You sleep on the couch. I don't have a couch in my hotel room.
You do now.
I'm sleeping on the
Special
floor.
order.
Yeah, special order a couch.
Were you lifting the couch when they bumped the fire alarm? That's what really happened.
So that's actually the story. I was carting a couch up to my room, and I tripped the fire alarm. But that's how it goes. And so it looks like we are looking at some technical difficulties with this table.
That goal has been having. I saw that goal being loose a lot earlier, and so it looks like they're finally working on that goal right now.
With all this downtime they had, and like. I get it, and I just feel bad for Nathan. I feel bad for Sam to have this kind of sudden, this break actually be extended even farther. You see, looks like we have 3 or 4 different screwdrivers out there. And so I used to work in an arcade too. Actually, I was waiting to pull this out. Since I was 15, I worked at a theme park for about 7 years. And so I was the arcade technician.
Wow.
Yeah. Fun fact: I was their mascot for Superhero Day. I was Spider-Man on the table. Table and in real life, I was in the Spider-Man outfit for the longest time. It doesn't fit me anymore because you could have bet your ass I might have been on the table in that. But I found out that when I show, I'm a performer. I'm a broadcaster. I'm an entertainer. You can call me. I used to do it all. But the moment I showboat, I lose.
Pride comes before the fall, they say, right?
Exactly. I either lose the game or I lose all the respect from everyone around me if I win, right?
That's true. It was a lose-lose situation for you.
So when people were like, because my nickname on the table is Spidey, I tend to.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I kind of take that to heart, and then so sometimes I'll arch myself up like a spider. I'll put my leg up on the table when I'm doing face-offs. I'll do some kind of
hang upside down and do a shot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still perfecting that, honestly. These ceilings are a bit too high for my taste to pull it off. I have a harness situation.
As soon as somebody else comes up to the table, you're like, my spidey senses are tingling.
Oh, yeah. I'm sitting in the, if I had spider senses and I'm sitting in the University of Houston Hilton, I'm in danger by all of these players. Every single one of these players.
You just have to shut it off at this point.
Yeah, all of them want a piece of me, so it's never going off. So it feels like I'm just being overstimulated by all the aggression and prowess from all these players.
What's your favorite table to fix? Because the one that they're working on right now actually has a goal that has a hinge on it.
Yes.
But a lot of the older tables don't have that hinge. You actually have to take off the entire goal to fix it.
Yeah, so on the tables I worked at in the arcade, I don't remember if they were dynamos or anything like that, but I remember they were 8-footers, like 7 or 8-footers. They were pretty good air hockey tables. They're not the ones you see with the plastic lining between the center line, which I hate. I got too much of a wingspan to not take advantage of those.
Do you find yourself looking for tables in obscure places? Like you're at a gas station, but it's like a big gas station. Like, hey, you have an arcade? And they go, yeah. And you go, do you have an air hockey table? And they go, no. And they look at you like you're crazy.
That is what I can tell you. That is what this sport turns us into. It becomes a scavenger hunt. It becomes a lot of fun. So my partner Jody Jackson, she currently lives in Charlotte. I live in Raleigh for internship, and it's a big city. And I went to visit her, and I was like, "You found an air hockey table yet?" And she said, "Well, I found this one, and this is the one I've been practicing on as she got ready for Worlds." And it was a Firestorm. It was a Firestorm table. Not considered a legal table, mostly because of the way the center line is like a wavy.
And the paint on the rails on that.
Yeah, it's black. It's a black top, which is something you see sometimes. But that was fine. Like it was an 8-foot table, and she had practice. But the problem was the pucks were not regulation style pucks, and so she's playing today, and she's like, every single one of my shots, all of her banks are like a half-inch. Quarter-inch off, and you see basketball players who play at different arenas, they can tell when a hoop is slightly off center. Yeah. They immediately know that something's off, and so it's unfortunate that your practice, all the time you're spending, is actually kind of being a bit detrimental.
That's true. Finding the table is like 9/10 of the battle when it comes to air hockey. I always bring my bag with me with my mallet in it and my pucks.
Lovely.
And
Yeah.
My wife goes, why are you bringing that? And I always say, in case I happen upon a table.
Yeah.
And she goes, okay, well.
Yeah, actually, if you look to your left, you'll see like a neon multicolored bag. If you want to pass that to me. I want to give a shout out to Sarah Mann and all the other North Carolina players. When I first started playing air hockey in North Carolina, I walked into a bar because I heard there's a free air hockey tournament happening, and me and my roommate went. We're like, this is kind of fun. Great, we're quirky. We have no friends. Let's figure it out. We went. I won my first game. My second game was against Seth Garrett, who's like I think the number 2 in the state right now.
Really good.
Whomped me because he had like his full like hockey glove you see a lot of players on, and I was like, what the heck are you all doing out here? And then I met Sarah, who was Seth's girlfriend, and she went on to say, because she was wearing this kind of bag, and I said, what's that? Because I see she was wearing one and a couple other players. You see actually the bucket hat boys, who we'll talk about later, were wearing them, and I was like, where do you guys get those? And Sarah said, oh, if you come to like 4 tournaments, I'll give you one.
Oh.
And
that's what I do with mallets. With the guys that come, I say, okay, if you show up a few times, I'll give you a mallet.
That's
But you
cool.
got to show back up.
Yeah,
and if you don't use it after a while, you got to give it back, because there's only so many in circulation right now.
Yeah. Hope you're not giving away those cream mallets that are going for $70 here in Hilton today.
I'm giving away the colored creams.
Oh, okay.
The ones from Thompson's, yeah.
Yeah, little pastel, little greens and pinks. Yeah, and so I wear this fanny pack with a badge of pride. I have all my arcade tokens in this pouch. I keep my air hockey mallet in the second pouch, and I keep like my wallet, my phone, something else there, and I'll set it down. And this is just kind of like a little piece of North Carolina I carry with me wherever I go.
For me, it's like a gym bag, and I walk into the arcade and
full duffel bag.
Half the people look at me like, what is he coming to the arcade with a bag for? And the other half, as I walk in, say, Nathan! As soon as I walk in, all right.
Potato!
I'm with my people here.
Yeah.
You know, the potato has a fun story behind it.
Yeah, I would love to hear about it, because I heard
yelling it.
Yeah, I heard it being shouted yesterday during some announcements.
So, believe it or not, the Idaho players didn't even start that. We had an Idaho State Championship, and we had these 3 trophies that were going to go to the top 3 players.
Yes.
We had 3 other trophies that would go to the top 3 Idaho players. Because we wanted to make sure that the Idaho players got a trophy too for the top 3 Idaho players. So we had top 3 for Idaho and top 3 just in for everything. Yeah. And the top 3 for everything had a potato on the top, a golden potato that we spray painted. And then what happened was, it was a game versus Brian Accrocco with Justin Flores. It was a 7th game. It was 6-6. And it was for whoever won would at least make it the 3rd, and whoever lost was out. So whoever won would at least get the potato
minimum
trophy.
get a potato, yeah.
And then it's Justin Flores does a shot, he makes it, and he spins around and screams out, potato! Because he was going to get the potato, even though he's from Texas.
I believe Justin Flores is from Chicago.
Is he?
I believe so.
All right.
Justin Flores with a YouTube channel, I believe he's got...
I thought he was a San Antonio guy now. No? Am I crazy?
I think he's from New York. He moved to Chicago. I know he's part of Q's squad.
Okay.
Like with Q, Dan Meyer, all those folks. I could be wrong. I'll see him later. He's kind of running around doing his he's doing some vlog stuff for Worlds. He came to States, and so I think that's where that's. I do believe that Justin Flores is from Chicago. I don't want to.
Right.
I completely contradict you, but I can literally imagine Justin saying
he just turned
potato.
and screamed it. All right, looks like we're back in the game here.
Oh, we're back. Oh my gosh. Looks like we can fill that time.
I don't think our point count is correct yet, but there we go.
So it's actually
1 to 2.
3 Sam, 1 Nathan.
Sam goes for the pump. Oh! It bounces into the goal after hitting Nathan's mallet. Sam does a double tap on his goal, showing respect, saying that, hey, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Ooh, he fires right back. It's now 4-1.
Nathan fires off a double wall. Fast right wall over from Sam.
Yeah, 5-2.
Nathan prepares a shot.
Looks like he wanted to really extend that. He really coiled up like that.
He loses possession, which is vital in air hockey. Sam goes for the over, misses the over, regains possession.
You see a classic diamond drift.
Goes for the fake out. Straight down the middle, loses possession.
Unfazed. Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of really personalized drifts that these players have really found. You know, they'll diamond drift it just to kind of get themselves kind of reoriented, and then they'll maybe do this slow drift. You see Vince Sauceda has really been kind of purported as somebody who's a left-handed player, and so he'll slowly glide that puck up and have 8 different shots he can take from that one angle. And he'll do that same drift every single time.
It's true. A lot of people that are onlooking think
Oh,
that.
Sam did that same exact kind of drift. That slow up into his right while under. Takes him to game point 2. Nathan has to turn something around or else he's going to lose game 2.
Fast,
I'm
left while under.
I'm going to call that something.
Yeah, that is something for sure.
He just needs to do about 4 more somethings in order to have any kind of effect on this game.
The forehand.
Whoa, let's see a replay of that. That was a great shot.
It looks like Nathan is trying to pull him into the fast game. Sam is trying to slow things down. You can see here that Nathan just jumps right out at it.
Yeah. Really trying to get those physics, trying to find the geometry. Oh, that left wall over, blocked by Sam. Shot was a bit too quick.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good shot.
Nathan saw it coming. He said, wait, I've seen this under before. I'm going to be there. Ooh, great transition.
Oh, he loses possession again.
Yeah,
6-4
I thought
now.
I might have seen the puck maybe like snap a T-shirt or something. I don't want to. Oh, no!
Another on the goal, showing respect.
Let's see if that was like affected by something on the table. I think that if it hit him, it did. It struck Sam's mouth. One more time, on the way back, it completely changed that. That's
right.
That's very
unfortunate. They call that
to
the
see.
interference defense, where instead of trying to barely have to nick it, so you get to change direction. A player gets used to where the puck is going to bounce back to, but if it changes even slightly, it's just enough to do exactly what you saw. It hit his mallet,
shot,
1 inch off, and scored the goal, and that just lost him the game. So that one tip by Sam just won him the game.
Yeah, and you actually can see that you mentioned Dan Meyer from Chicago is actually giving a little bit of insight to Nathan.
Yeah, top
are they related? I'm actually realizing that both of them shared the same last name, and
I think that Dan said that it was his nephew.
I'm gonna go ask. I'm gonna go walk over and ask him. Hey Dan, I just realized that you and Nathan shared the last name, and I have a real quick question. Are you guys related?
Yeah, Nathan is my nephew.
Oh, okay. So I saw you. I was like, oh, it looks like you're getting some advice from Dan Meyer from Chicago. What did you just share with him?
What did I share with him? Oh,
what was that little interaction we just saw?
I wanted to tell Nathan to change up the cadence of his under, like speed it up every once in a while, and kind of like mix things up a little bit. Keep him a little more guessing, and give him a little more to think about. Because he's just a little too vanilla with a little bit of everything. I want to see him just like speed up his drift every once in a while, like change things up, make it look different. Don't let him be too comfortable back there.
You know, if you would have told me to guess what you told him, I would have guessed it would have had something to do, because Dan Meyer, notably famous for his pump fakes, for his timing, for his mind games, and so I'm not surprised that's what you told him to look into doing, because that's how you get to where you are right now.
But everybody can do that differently. Like, for me, it's a lot of pump fakes and time delays and hitting it from different spots of the table. Some people can just do a quick drift or hit it from a different part of the table. Like sometimes you just fall into like these rhythms, and like I'm just so hyper aware of that in my game. So I put a lot of pressure on the defense by just not letting them know, or sometimes I let them know exactly what shot I'm going to hit. They just don't know when.
Well, Dan, thank you so much. I appreciate the insight. Thank you so much. I hope you're going to root for him. I hope that something comes out for you. Thanks.
Looks like we got some questions to the ref here.
I'm not sure. I can't see it.
Ooh, great left wall.
I thought that was a psychological game, having a little quick one-on-one with the ref, and then coming right out with a blasted left wall over on that. So I just talked with Dan Meyer, and I did confirm, in fact, that Nathan Meyer is his nephew. So it seems that I had a little conversation about what that interaction was, and it sounds like Dan obviously was giving some advice. And if you don't know, Dan Meyer is one of our top players. I think he has one of the most famous pump fakes abilities. And guess what he told Nathan? Focus on your timing. Try to switch it up. He actually called Nathan a little bit vanilla with his shots, and he needs to add a little bit of spice. He needs to keep Sam guessing. And let's see if that does anything, because Sam, again, is up 2-0.
If I had to give Nathan advice at this moment, I would say to stop turtling. In air hockey, we call it turtling. You see where his hand is now? And as soon as Sam hits,
No.
yeah, right off the mallet.
That comes from like a follow through on your defense because some people get really comfortable the moment a puck hits the mallet.
Right.
There's what
right out of the
what
way.
That was a great shot. There's this weird inherent subconscious need. Okay, a puck hit my mallet, I'm safe.
Right.
And they don't realize that sometimes if you don't follow through and gain that puck out of the danger zone, you're going to see a shot and just like put Sam up 2 points.
So if you see where Sam's hand is, a turtle is basically when you go back before the person hits the puck. You want to go back after if you're going to stop the puck depending on where it's going. But if you start pulling your hand back before the shot even happens, they call that turtling. And why does that matter so much is because you are leaving it to go wide open to straight shots. So just for to explain this to any of those listening that might not know the science behind it, the further back you are, the closer your mallet is to your own goal, the easier the straight shots are. The farther your mallet is away, like if you're way out in the middle of the table, the harder those straight shots are, the easier the bank shots are.
You see Nathan just towing that center line. A little bit of rules advice for you. If the puck is touching any part of that center line, it is fair play from either player. Only stipulation is your mallet cannot completely cross the line during that shot, and that's pretty much it. That's fair game. The center line is kind of like this no man's land or every man's land. Honestly,
it's where some of the best battles happen.
You see instant replay. He's going to come slowly up. He's going to come that. See that little pump fake there.
Beautiful.
Really.
Even Dan has a smile from that pump fake. Oh,
and
no.
There's that defense follow through. And, I don't know how to stop something like that from happening, but it doesn't feel good when it happens.
It doesn't. When it's right off the mallet, it means that you blocked, but just slightly off.
And at that point, I'd rather my mallet not touch it at all than to feel it kind of tap and slowly eke its way in there. Great block, still loses the possession, gives it back to Sam. He was down, it was 3-2, and then Sam woke up a little bit. Maybe the fire alarm really triggered something in both these players' minds, and they realized that, hey, we're here, and the world's going to go on whether we like it or not, and we better make a name for ourselves right here and right now. Ooh, I love this volley.
Nathan pulling Sam into the fast game. Ooh, over. But Sam has possession, so the game continues on.
Yeah, when you have fouls like that where you would switch possession, if the other player would have gotten possession anyway, there's no need for the ref to come in and stop play. Obviously, that shot by Nathan was completely crossed. Sam a little bit frustrated with the possession there.
Yep. He knows he needs to slow it down, and he keeps jumping into Nathan's fast game. Nathan's trying to get him into this transition game, but Sam doesn't work that way. In Idaho, we always tell the players that you control the game, right? You control the speed of the game. If the other person wants to go fast, too bad. If they want to go slow, too bad. You get to choose how it goes for you. So Sam is slowing it down here, and that's really working for him.
Sam just dinks it out of the goal there.
Oh,
finds
beautiful
the under
right wall under.
Time. Went for it over and over again. He found it.
Nathan was up in this game. Oh, returns the
he snapped. And so I was looking at Nathan Meyer's profile because every player submitted a profile to us to kind of give a little background information. And he reported that his favorite shot in the game was a right wall over. And I like to think that he didn't know, that some of these players didn't know where that information was going. They thought maybe it might have been public, that I was just collecting all the secrets, but it's so funny. I don't think I've seen him take a single right wall over this entire game.
His left wall unders are fantastic.
That snap, that release.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if he had something else kind of cooking, or if he's actually just saving the right wall over for a time where he thinks he needs it, because a right wall.
Oh, another left wall under.
Sick. Left wall under is my favorite shot in the game. Because it just feels like a nice swing that you usually can't get.
I think it's got to be Nathan's too. Oh, off of his mallet. Nathan does a double tap also. Do you guys do the double tap on the goal in North Carolina to show respect?
Yes. Actually, it's funny. A double tap can really mean anything. A double tap can mean good game. A double tap can. I usually associate with a 2-syllable word, right? If it's a nice shot. Sorry, it's usually it's kind of very contextual. Nice.
Nathan takes the win away.
Dan Meyer collapsed, so excited. Let's see it in slow motion. That right wall under. Fire alarm was something he might have needed. Something to get your head right.
Now it's 2-1? I thought was that Nathan's second game? I thought it was the first game.
That is Nathan's first game, and
Gotcha.
Sam has 2.
Oh, I see. I'm looking at different names here. All right.
No worries. Yeah, our scoreboard kind of shifts.
I kind of want to
because
go
we
give
flip.
Sam some advice. Is that cheating at this point when I get this awesome view from this table?
It is not cheating. I mean, I personally wouldn't do it because I don't know him. But I think that Sam came over you one point, got some coaching advice.
Want me to take the mic with me? Want me to join into that?
I don't want to make him feel like he has to navigate a hot mic while talking about maybe some emotions after losing, especially a game. So if you want to go talk to him, by all means, I'll hold it down on the table. But do what you need to do, Nathan.
I'll be right back.
Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, both our players are going to take their 1-minute break. We are on the commentator table watching as we are now entering Game 4 between Nathan, Meyer, and Sam Self. Both these folks were a bit interrupted by our fire alarm situation, but we are back up and running, so thank you so much for joining us. We are live on the Centerline YouTube, Air Hockey United YouTube, Facebook on Air Hockey 360, and Twitch, North Carolina Air Hockey Players. So if you're watching on one of those places and you haven't heard about anything else I just mentioned, go subscribe, give us a like, give us a follow, because those channels are consistently pumping out new air hockey content on the weekly, on the monthly. We have tournaments, we have challenge matches. If you like what you're seeing today, give us a shout out and kind of get connected. Let us know what state you're watching from. We usually have air hockey clubs, leagues all over the country. But if there's not one where you live, let's make one. Hit us up and we can give you the exact tools you need to become an air hockey champion like the ones that you're seeing on the tables today. So it looks like our time is about up as these players are going to get back on the table. It's currently 2-1 Sam. As both players will approach. All right, we've entered game number 4. The players opted to not have a face-off every game. Fun fact, according to the United States Air Hockey Association, yes, it exists. It's a committee of veteran players who have been playing since the 70s, since the 80s, since air hockey was invented. Right. A group of folks who love the sport and they want to, get some rules on the board. There's a lot of rules that go into air hockey, whether it's a foul, whether it's regulations around what kind of mallet you can have, something like that. So it's very much not a rules-heavy game. It's not like anything too crazy, but there's stuff about like how long a timeout can be, how long the time between matches can be, the ways you can challenge another player for their air hockey rank. All of those are rules. Look them up. They exist. But the United States Air Hockey Association recently voted this past month. This is the first time this is actually eligible to happen in a world championship. I will give a shout out to Kurt Zender, probably the grandfather of North Carolina air hockey. Single-handedly built the community of tournament goers from Raleigh, North Carolina. He loves face-offs. In North Carolina, we have a rule where you can have face-offs every single game in a challenge match.
That's fantastic.
And so now in Worlds, according to USAA, if both players consent, you can have a face-off every single game during your match-off. I did it in doubles yesterday. I've done it in every single one of my games today, except against, I think it was Nikki Flanagan. I asked her and said, hey, I'm a North Carolina guy. This is how I roll. I got a wingspan that comes in handy. I want to do face-offs. And she said no. And she's like, no way.
I'd probably say no also. Yeah. I love a face-off. I think it's my favorite part of the game. However, it's also the time I get injured the most. And if I was in a big tournament like this, if I was in maybe a small match, sure, but if I'm in a big tournament, I'm probably going to say no just to make sure I save my hand, because that's when you are basically going knuckles to knuckles against your opponent.
Oh, yeah.
And,
and I've seen some knuckle busting happen for sure. I mean, shout out to Jody Jackson, who really went up against George Anderson in the North Carolina State Tournament, and he left with bloody knuckles.
Yep.
He took the win, but Jody took the pride, I think, in the process. So I understand how that can really go.
Yeah.
Ooh, great under by Sam there. He's going to try to slowly eke out. We've been seeing kind of these really quick, really fast rallies. Oh, Nathan.
Nathan scores on himself there.
Yeah, according to Iraqi rules, you can take 10. It takes 10 seconds. You got 10 seconds to take the puck out of your goal.
Yep.
And so,
and place it on the table and let go of it.
Yes, and
Yep.
so according to the timing, you can max have the puck for 27 seconds. How that works? You get scored on, you immediately call a timeout. That's 10 seconds. After the timeout is over, you have 10 seconds to take the puck out of the goal. It's 20 seconds, and then you have a shot clock. You have 7 seconds to get that puck over the center line, or else it's foul. So, in a world of air hockey where it's the fastest tabletop sport in existence, that is the max time you can take to yourself, other than like the minute or 2 minute breaks you have between games, or the 7 minutes you have between sets.
And if you need more time, you can even shoot an off goal here. So they haven't been doing too much of that in this game, but if Sam right now were to shoot it and miss and get it back, like that right there, he now has 7 more seconds.
Yeah.
And you can sort of do that infinitely as long as you're not super prolonging the game and the ref sees that. If the ref sees that you're just trying to make the game long for no reason, they can call it on you.
Oh, understood.
But usually you just use it to throw your opponent off. If you keep aiming next to their goal and not aiming for the goal, it's going to have them start trying to stop that so they can gain possession of it.
Yeah.
And they'll leave their goal open.
Yeah, when I went up against, I don't know his last name, but if I see him, I'll find it out for you. When I went against Anthony, he did that to me. He took off goal after off goal after off goal, and it ticked me off. I was angry. I wanted to charge it. I wanted to try to find a way, because I knew that puck wasn't going in the goal. And then the moment there is a left wall over.
Left wall over
by Meyer, trying to get himself back in this game. Ooh,
good right
shot
wall
by
under.
Sam. Sam will nod his head if there's a good shot, but he's going to take a couple of good shots of his own.
Right.
He was able to do.
There's actually a lot. You had mentioned earlier a good cut shot.
I felt that one in my chest.
This is a detrimental point right here. If Sam gets this point, he wins himself the 3rd game, and he'll only need 1 more to clinch this victory. You mentioned that they do the drifting on purpose sometimes just to collect themselves, just to get in a rhythm. So like right there, he's doing the diamond drift. Then he sets up for his actual shot. So did that diamond drift actually help him set up for the shot? No. All it's really doing is helping him collect himself. And they do that in a lot of ways. Sometimes even by doing those off goals, they can help collect themselves and get ready for their next shot. If they find that the shot that they're doing isn't working over and over again, they need a few extra minutes to think of what their next shot is going to be.
And you can see like Sam will sometimes completely ignore the diamond drift, but he will take a release off of that diamond drift from where he's able to put it. Oh,
scores on himself.
Let's see that replay there. Timeout is called.
Shot. It was an off goal. He went to stop it.
Yeah. I mean, that corner, it's going to come right back to the place you shot it. That's just the geometry. But sometimes it looks like it was an over on himself, technically, and that's just that's all heartbreaking to see. But
finishes it off. Right wall under.
That's what 10 seconds is for.
Yeah.
7-4. He takes game number 3.
What's going through my head when I'm playing, and I'm assuming this goes through everybody else's head as well, is that when you're on defense, all you're thinking to yourself is, what shot are they going to do, and how can I block it? And if I see them setting up for a certain shot that's predictable, I'm able to block it. But if they are very good at what they do and they're able to hit it in both ways, it is a guessing game.
Yeah.
They could shoot it in either 1 or 2 spots. And when when you have the puck, then what you're thinking to yourself the entire time is, what shot can I do right now that's going to score me a goal? Which one will not be blocked? And which one has been working? Which ones have they been blocking? And that's one of the hardest things, because let's just say it's 6-6 and you only have 1 shot at making that goal. You better make that count.
You see Sam just goes in and scores 1. I think we're 1-0 right now. Coming right out swinging. 5-1.
Sam setting up, not going into the slow game. That's some of the advice I was giving him, is that Nathan's got him beat in the fast game. Nathan hasn't beat when it's in that transition shot, but Sam has the game when he slows it down just like that, when he gets it back. So you'll see Nathan will probably try to take it into the fast game. He'll make a good shot, and he'll immediately try to follow it up without stopping it. Nope, I'm wrong. Sets it back up. Not going into the fast game. Timeout called.
Timeout is called. We are 1-1.
And what you're seeing right there is nerves. When someone has a puck, they're getting ready, they're counting their seconds, they know that they want to take an extended timeout. So So he counts his 7 seconds. He calls a timeout. And now he has 7 more seconds before he has to get it to cross the line.
And I'll give a shout out to Phil Arnold of Recreation Sports, one of our big sponsors of this tournament. Phil's got a very unorthodox play style. If you never watched Phil Arnold play, he was on our feature table earlier. If you're watching on the stream, go back and watch it. Phil's a great player. He went up against Eli Dublé. Let's see that or not, but I love a good double. It gets people really out of their heads. Let's see that shot. 1, 2.
I don't know how many doubles have scored against me. Doubles are one of the hardest shots to make. And the reason why is because it takes twice the distance to get to the goal. It's hitting one wall, it's hitting the next goal. And so it slows down massively, and it's one of the easiest shots to block. But it's also one of the least expected in the game because not many people do it because it's such an easy shot to lose possession of.
It's very hard to be accurate with that kind of shot. But
Yeah.
one thing that's really, we'll see a lot of people will take a forehand shot off a wall because that's where you get a lot of your power up, that big swing.
Oh, there was a right wall over.
Oh my gosh, the
that
right
was,
wall over.
That was his signature move.
His
We
favorite
see
shot in the game, right wall over will tie
it has
us.
finally come out of its cocoon and is ready to fly.
Indeed. And I marked it out. I was like, oh, are we going to see here Sam snap? Come on, as he loses possession there.
Now, if you're just tuning in, some of the lingo that we're using might be a bit confusing, but basically, if Nathan right now hits it to the right side,
his right,
his right, that would be a right wall, and if he hits it to the left, that'd be a left wall. And the same for Sam. If Sam hits it to his right side, that would be a right wall. And so now the over and unders are when it goes under the goal and over. And this is one of the hardest to demonstrate, but basically, if Sam right now hits it and it hits the right wall and goes into the right side of the goal, that's considered a right wall under. Because it's really close.
Under the mallet of Nathan, yes.
And if he hits it to the right side of the wall there, and it goes into the left side of the goal, that's an over. Overs are one of the hardest to block.
Right side of his goal.
Right side, left side of the goal would be the over.
From Sam's perspective.
Right,
yes.
from Sam's perspective, right. And that's the hardest part about the commentary on air hockey is from what perspective are we even talking about here?
They don't jostle our tripods. Yeah, and so I've seen a lot of people, they actually will vary it because sometimes we have left-handed players, and and so sometimes we'll actually say strong arm, strong wall. Sorry, strong wall under, strong wall over, or weak wall under, weak wall over. And that's just like if you're right-handed or left-handed. But so often, statistically, we're in a right-handed dominated world. Sorry if you're left-handed, or if you're maybe sorry to all the southpaws out there. Great, shots.
See, that was a right wall under. It went into the close side, closest to that wall that he hit it. Actually, left-handers have a weird advantage and disadvantage in this game because their left walls are super strong, which is why we call it their strong wall.
Completely kind of mess up your perspective on the table. You gotta reverse everything you know.
Sam trying to take it to the fast game again, and it seems like he's doing a lot of off goals. I don't think they're intentional. So he's doing the drift, and he's firing from the drift. A great center shot, but you don't really want to aim at the center.
Oh, loss of mallet. So that's another foul. If you lose, if your hand goes off your mallet, the foul is immediately called. Play stops. But if the puck is still going, let's say you take a shot, you lose the mallet in the process. If that puck scores on your opponent, that doesn't count because a foul, and usually that's not fair to your opponent because they got distracted by you throwing their mallet at them. But if that puck comes back on the release and you score on yourself, that shot counts.
It
and
does.
So you'll
it's
see.
like they can negate the penalty and decide not to take the penalty and instead take the goal.
And also, that makes it an incentive not to lose your mallet all the time because not only does the shot not count, but if you score on yourself, guess what? That counts.
And while we're on the subject, they even made a rule that you could have a little, what they call a leash. Basically, it's like a little itty bitty piece of string or whatever attached to the mallet. Usually, it's coming out the very top of the mallet and it wraps around your wrist. And they call that a leash, basically.
Their finger, their hand. Okay. A lot of different variations you can do that.
And the rule is if you let go of your mallet while that's attached to your hand, it doesn't count as a loss of possession. It does give the opponent a cool opportunity to make a shot on you, but you don't lose possession. So if Sam were to go to swing, miss the puck, let go of his mallet, and it roll around the table attached to a string, now he still keeps the possession of the puck.
Yeah, we see a lot of theory crafting when we look at air hockey. Because we're like, okay, well, I can use a string. Can I use a bungee cord?
Right.
Can I use some
You could. You can use nunchucks if you want to, as long as it fits the thing. We've thought about all kinds of fun stuff.
Let's see that wall. We're gonna take up there. Boom.
Left wall under.
Oh, wow. Was that an under? That's crazy. Sam tried to snap and didn't make it in time. 5-3.
Oh.
Great block. You see
Almost hit
Dan
the
Meyer
ref,
gives him
yeah.
a big thumbs up. He sees that Nathan is snapped back. We talked about charging earlier. He looked like he snapped his elbow down and blocked that under from Sam.
In the grandstands, we've got Matt Bentley from Idaho watching his Idaho buddy. And we have Dan Myers also watching his nephew.
Yeah, we have
And then, is that Georgia? I'm terrible at names
that
here.
is Nikki Flanagan.
Nikki Flanagan, right.
Yeah, I believe next to her is also some folks from, I believe, the Colorado area. I believe that's Brandon and Angie DeMauro.
Right.
A lot of folks who have kind of a reason to watch these games. Some very, what a shot by Nathan. That's
6-3, putting bad spot for Sam right now.
Sam has to find an answer.
There it is.
Now he has to find 3
Perfect
more
cut.
answers to that. What a great shot.
Angie and Brandon were actually recently out in Idaho. They came out and stayed with us.
Nice.
There's a game,
That was a great
7-4.
shot. 4 for Nathan Meyer. Let's see the setup. And it's that
cross, perfect cross.
Pair off with his left wall under, because you saw that if you looked at it, you saw that Sam was shading to his right side because he expected the under. That's what's been eating him alive. And I don't think I've seen a cross like that from Nathan, but that's a game-winning shot.
Right, especially if you don't use it often in the game. He wasn't expecting it. Sam was not expecting that shot.
Yeah.
It was a very deceptive shot because it looked like it was coming from a totally different side.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go and reset the table. So now we are going to go ahead and enter game number 6. Sam Self has 3 games, I believe.
I think it might be 2-2 now, but I'll have to go take a look. Is
Yeah.
it?
I'll wave him down. Yeah, we're going to have some folks run out and confirm for us.
While he's checking on that, you can see that Sam is right now walking around. He's putting in his music. He likes to zone out. We can see Nathan's on the table. He's practicing right now, ready for this next game.
I've just been handed the match card.
3-2.
3-2. So is Sam Self is up 3?
Still, yep. So this could be a match. This could be a match game right here. If Sam wins this, he pulls off.
Yeah, it's been potential match game for Sam, and he knows that he's letting if he lets Nathan continue with his spree. It was 7-4 last game, and he cannot afford to let that happen again. But a little bit of an update, just for future viewers, what to look forward to. There's that left wall under.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot. I've been told that up next on this table is going to be Tim Weissman versus Austin Fernandez.
That's going to be such a great game to watch.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of animation. Actually, both of his kids, two of his 4 kids, are reffing this game. We can see that William Weissman is the main ref, and on looking, being the line guard, you can see the top of her head there. That's Sarah Weissman.
Yeah. Oh no, that was a bit of an in and out. You saw that Nathan actually took the shot too hard. It went in through Sam's right side of his goal and exited his
Popped
left
out.
side.
And that means no goal counts.
Hate to see
Right.
it. Yeah.
Tim Weissman is coming back from retiring from air hockey he's a 10-time world champ, I believe.
Yeah, 10-time.
And Austin has been in the top 10 as long as I've known the guy for the last few years. So it's going to be a great battle to watch.
I've been calling him every so often Austin Fernandez because he can strike some serious fear. I mean, he's got a very animated style. You saw it when he was in doubles with Brian Accrocco as his team member.
Yeah. There's a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming, a lot of sweat, and a lot of blood from Austin.
And that can be kind of off-putting when you kind of look at the world of air hockey. A lot of people cope in different ways. I've seen people yell at themselves. They'll yell their own names if they're getting frustrated. And I'm not sure if that can feel like a release or if you are actually just feeding into some bad mental,
I've definitely
bad vibes,
been there, and you got to calm yourself down, and that's what those 10-minute breaks are for. Yeah. You don't want to yell too loud. You don't want to get too upset. You also don't want to show your opponent that you're getting upset, because if you show them that you're getting upset, it sort of feeds them.
Yeah.
If you show them what shot bugs you the most, then you're
see
giving
a
them a weakness.
tap there as you see. Watch that replay. Oh, it looks like on the way to recovery, he just, no worries there. This game is still far from over, but when you're up 3-2, self scores, especially in this game, are the least.
It's huge. Especially when the game gets to 6-6 and you think about it earlier and you think, man, if I hadn't scored on myself, I would be in the lead right now, and I would be able to take this win instead of being worried about the 6-6 game.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Like, I've scored on myself in a 6-6 situation. With that possession, we'll go back to Sam.
Yep.
I've scored myself in a 6-6 situation, and I'm like, wow, I feel awful. But I've also will go through games where I lost, 7-6, and I scored on myself 2 times earlier in the game.
Right.
I feel worse about losing the 7-6 when I score on myself in the
At
last
the
shot.
end,
right?
it's funny how that works, but it's true. It's very true because that seems like it's more important. And some of the best players, they play every point as if it's 6-6, right? And you'll see a lot of players when they start off a game, and I see this at the arcade a lot, they don't really care much. It's until it's 6 points that they suddenly start playing more conservatively.
Like a switch goes on in their head, And you'll see like players like Colin Cummings who like there's a point where like if there was 6 points against them, and at the next point beats them. And he's still diving for shots. Like he's still he's still taking charges. He's still kind of
as if he's
that
got
aggression.
nothing to lose. Yeah, it's hard to see that.
It's a very stark difference in how you play, because sometimes you get into that mentality of like, oh no, I better not get scored on, and you turtle,
right?
Or you do something different and you psych yourself off,
right? The psych out is very real in air hockey, which is why there's so much that is being done. Sam has music in. He's doing the drifts to get himself in shape. He's doing the timeouts to give himself that time.
He took an off goal there.
Yep. You missed it a second ago. Sam did a beautiful right wall under, and it was blocked by Nathan.
Nice cut.
Nathan's learning to block Sam's signature shot, which is that right wall under. Ooh, fires it right down the center.
You see they knock their mouths together as they both fight over that no man's land or every man's land. Wow, really big props to Nathan's patience and his discipline, because I thought that was a right wall under, and he didn't move. He saw it.
Stayed solid.
Yeah. And in that kind of 50-50, would you rather stay still and get an undershot on you, or do you want to get snaps looking for the bank shot? And it actually goes, you actually dodge out of the way. And
Sam is psyching out. I can only imagine what Nathan's anxiety must be like right now, because Sam is taking it to the line each shot, and it's either going to be that cut or that right wall under. That's the combo that Sam is using right now. We'll see if Nathan does a shot here, if it goes down the center again. Nope.
Left wall over attempt. Doesn't make it.
In preparation for these games, right?
Cross.
Yeah,
from
beautiful.
Nathan there. Kind
He
of
brings
toes
it
the line. It looks like a
top
left
left.
wall under again,
Yep.
and he takes that release. Looks like the exact same. Great shot. That Sam answers back. It's now 4-3 Nathan. 4-3 Sam, I apologize.
In training they have what is called a goal blocker. It's a big piece of metal that covers up that goal. And they have some small ones so you can cover up certain sides and leave certain sides open. And I asked Brian Accrocco when you would ever want it to be where you'd aim at the middle. He said there's never a time you'd ever want to aim for the middle of the goal, ever. Unless the person's just completely not guarding it, but you're never aiming. So if ever you see a player aim for the middle or hit a middle shot, they weren't intending that. It's almost always they're aiming for the left side or right side of the goal. The middle is never a spot of target.
Oh, you see a right wall over attempt by Nathan. Doesn't make it. The pump fake, the Dan Meyer pump fake. So that advice is coming out from him. But yeah, you mentioned goal blockers, and I've seen a lot of attempts. Putting a mallet on the other side and having no one attached to it. Look at that right wall under. But just putting a mallet on the other side doesn't work, because the moment that puck touches a mallet, that is not. Going zoink
it
across
flies across. I've heard that the puck's hit with 20 pounds of force. I have no idea the validity of that, but I can tell you I put a lot of weight on the table. I put pieces of wood in the goal to block it, and all it did was shred the wood into splinters.
Wow! And you feel like like one of those movies where you are required to do the 1-inch punch, where you're just punching a tree over and over again.
Dude,
your game point either way.
Nathan answers with a cross. Sam answers back.
Game point for Nathan Meyer. This is match point for Sam himself.
If Sam gets
Just
his point, he
don't
wins the
score
match.
on yourself. That is the number one rule.
If Nathan gets his point,
of
it will
6-6.
go into the final game.
He attempted a cheeky off-speed left ball over. Sam,
almost in his own goal.
My gosh.
Sam, right wall
under. You see that scream victory. You see that goal. With the drift. Oh no! I took the shot. Congratulations to Sam Self. Actually, I would love to have, if you would like, Nathan, I'd like you to actually do the post-game interview.
Let's do it.
With Sam. You're going to be right in front of those trophies there. and you're going to interview him as from one Idaho player to another. Sam, don't go anywhere. Right there.
Oh, thank you. So I've got Sam with me here. You guys just saw that amazing game. I don't know if we're in the shot here at all or not. Are we in the shot? We're in the shot. All right, awesome. So Sam, just tell me about that game.
Oh, dude, I'm out of breath. That was a hard game. Insanely hard game. I'm kind of blanking right now. It was really hard for me to come back from that, the fire alarm, because I was in the zone. He was not stopping my right wall unders. I had him on my right wall unders and then my cut shot, 100%. But then the fire alarm happened, which it sucks, but it is what it is. And then he was able to get some coaching, and which is fine, which is fair, which is what you should do. I did the same as well, and he started stopping him. So I had to adapt, figure out what the move was, and that's all I can really say. That's what I did.
So at one point they asked, what do you think Sam is listening to in his headphones? And I said anything from Sesame Street to death metal. So I have to know, what was your choice selection for that game?
All right, so we're on my Chill Vibes playlist, which is also known as my air hockey playlist. But it has everything from modern day rap to NWA to, what's my favorite? There's a song called Anime Thighs. That's a good one. Where is it? Or like Candy by Robbie Williams, Vacation. It's a bunch of just the oddest music you can possibly put all together in one playlist. It'll go from rap, heavy metal, country, comedy, down to, I have some acoustic songs in there, and then sea shanties.
What? Sea shanties. What do you think opened up that right wall under again?
I had to change the way I was hitting it. So I like to crank my arm really far back, and I just was not accurate with my cut when I was doing that. So to change it up, I had to stop cocking my arm back, and I had to do as little movement as I could besides a little pump fake here and there, and then just hit it and pray. Hit it and pray.
It was a great game to watch. I mean, at the start you definitely had him, and then he pulled it out and just really took you to the limit there. We saw your excitement after the game. How are you feeling after the game?
Tired. My knees hurt. I'm going to go take a lot of Advil and ibuprofen, put some arthritis cream on my knees, take a breather, but I am ecstatic. I hit my goal. I really wanted this win.
You did really awesome. The next game is going to be Austin versus Tim Weissman, so it should be a really fun game to watch, but congrats on the win, man. Honestly, congrats.
Thank you so much, Nathan. Thank you so much, Sam. Congratulations on your win. He's going to take a nap. You see, he didn't even want to stand up for that interview. That was an absolute killer game by one of the best players in the Idaho area. Thank you, Nathan, for joining us. When we come back, we're going to be joined by Jody Jackson on the table as we watch a match between Tim Weissman and Austin Fernandez. Don't go anywhere. All right, folks, we are just getting into some warm-ups as Austin Fernandez is on the table, knowing he has to take on the 10-time world champion, Tim Weissman. Is that correct, Tim? Yeah, you see Tim is off camera down in some gum as he knows that he has a match ahead of him. Austin Fernandez, one of the most I would call a passionate player, a player who's got a lot of pent-up energy and releases it on the table with such fury. As you see the shots he's taken just in his warm-ups, he is, this is going to be definitely a match to behold, so don't go anywhere as both teams are going to take their time kind of walking over. So actually we'll have to do a pre-game interview with Austin if he's willing and wanting to. We'll see if now, I probably will leave him alone as he's getting into the head of the game. I won't go over there and bother him. Maybe after the game, we'll have to talk about his mental and how he prepares for these kind of games.
How you doing, Austin?
Looks like Fernandez is being joined by Doug Howard from Texas. One of the very insightful, he's got some great trick shots I've seen personally and been a victim of myself, but looks like he's gonna come on the table and help him warm up. You know, it's one thing taking shots at an empty goal, it's another thing taking shots at somebody who's trying to block him. When we come back, Tim Weissman will also be on the table to warm up as we get ready for the match of generations, we can call it. Austin Fernandez has been a top 10 player, I've heard, and I would love to see how he fares against Tim Weissman, a 10-time world champion. Also, he created the center line. Shout out to our sponsors today, the center line on YouTube. It's a great YouTube channel. That's what we're streaming at right now, among others. It's a great time if you want to go and watch some analysis along with some commentary of some World Championships. You have matches from Colin, Cummings, Avery Yabernetsky, Jacob Weissman, obviously his son, and many, many more. If you are interested in learning more about air hockey, the center line on YouTube is the place to be, right? Also, we'll go ahead and thank the ACAD Plus Incorporated. They work in a lot of management software. They're kind of one of the leading helpers there. I want to thank them for their support of us. The Air Hockey Agency, an agency that supports players, helping them kind of get to these kind of world championships. We have a couple players sponsored by the agency, including Colin Cummings. Big shout out to the North Carolina Air Hockey Players Association, a member that I'm something I'm glad to call myself a member of. North Carolina players have really tried to set a standard in either our community, our play style, our challenge matches, the way we do face-offs, and the way we all support each other. So big shout out to them and for their support of this tournament. Big shout out to the Wild Arcade Podcast, brought to you by Will Upchurch, the Juggernaut himself. He's got a great podcast where he talks about air hockey games of times past. He talks about air hockey of the future. He came out of retirement to come to Worlds. He beat Chris Gibson, snatched his rank, and now he's here in Houston trying to take it all over again. Big shout out to the Extreme Air Hockey. I believe that's Brian Accrocco's company, a big sponsor of these tournaments. Big shout out because he's also the tournament director. GFX Wraps, if you see all across this stadium, or all across this ballroom, you see our big graphics, the banner behind me. All of these were designed or created or even wrapped themselves by GFX Wraps. Big shout out to them. Recreation Sports, however you would like to pronounce it. It is a company owned by our own Phil Arnold, one of the big time founders. Call him Future Phil. Phil the Future, someone always talking about how we celebrate 50 years of air hockey. How do we create 50 more, and how can we change the game to get players motivated, players excited about air hockey? Phil is there and here to figure it out. You saw Phil on the table earlier. I doubt that's the last we're going to see him. And last, big shout out, you heard us mention them earlier, United States Air Hockey Association, a committee devoted to the integrity of the sport, the rules, the format, format and the anything else in between. This board helps us sanction our events, helps us get the support we need to get those games well underway. So big shout to all of our sponsors. And so you can see on the table right now, we still have some warm-ups for Austin Fernandez and Doug Howard. Just getting his kind of his arms loose. He's getting himself kind of in the zone as Doug Howard is trying to give him everything he needs. So Doug will take those moments to set up shots and make Austin block him because, you know, Doug isn't trying to win. He's trying to help Austin figure out his defense to block unders, overs, straights, cuts, cross straights, reverse cuts, and everything in between. This is truly going to be a match to behold. So don't go anywhere as this game will be getting underway quite shortly. You see Tim Weissman is kind of off to the side, ready to get on this table himself and get some stuff done. All right, looks like it's Tim's turn to warm up. This 10-time world champion is no slouch. You know, I know he was in retirement. I know he's raising a dynasty in his Weissman family. You know, Jacob Weissman, Sarah Weissman, I think it's William Weissman and Noah Weissman, and just to name a few. If I missed you, I apologize. There's so many Weissmans that count, and all of them love air hockey and are pretty freaking good at it. We know we had our own Sarah Weissman win the female, win the women's tournament yesterday. She helped design the bracket, helped get the most women on these tournaments. And it's truly something to hold, and we cannot wait to see it get bigger and better next year. So Tim Weissman is going to go ahead and take his warm-ups. You see he's wearing his own branding, the center line on YouTube on his hat. If you have not followed or subscribed to them already, YouTube, the center line, also on Instagram. We got some great clips, some great little kind of tidbits of what air hockey is really all about in those crucial moments that sometimes are hard to miss. So as Tim is doing what we call a speed bag on the table, this is basically a way you can kind of work on your reflexes as you snap, and it also looks pretty cool. He's working on his swings. He's trying to get that puck as fast as he can. You see he's doing some drills, his drifts. He's trying to be deceptive. He's practicing his off goals and everything in between. Weissman has got a match ahead of him, but so does Fernandez. Both of these players have a lot to look forward to, and I, for one, am on the edge of my seat, literally and figuratively.
It's a little balanced challenge. He is on the edge of his seat, but I have to be honest on this one. We all are. You can see the crowd is filling up our spectators portion of this main stage arena that we have built. There is an anticipation in the air. While there may be some side games going on, this is slowly turning into a spectacle as we expect the best from Austin Fernandez and Tim Weissman. With names as big as theirs, it's hard not to imagine how fantastic we're going to have this match going forward.
Yeah, you see the stands are slowly filling up with players all wanting to kind of get in on the action. To name a few, I see Syed Rahman, I see I think it's Peter Lopez, I see Kevin Williams from New York, and a North Carolina player in his free time, as we all are kind of filing in to see what's going down. You can't see, but off camera, Tim Weissman has struck the pose as he's getting himself in the ready, the mental. I mean, what do you think is going through Tim Weissman's head right now? You know, he came out of retirement very recently to play on these matches. What do you think is going through both these players' heads? You can see that Fernandez is taking a knee in front of the table.
A little bit of a prayer, and I think sometimes that's what you need to keep yourself going. I think if both men really have a great understanding of the game, they're clearing their mind. There is nothing left other than win, go for it, stay centered. Sometimes when you've been playing as long and as well as these two have, you're no longer thinking. We've heard from others in the winning circle, you have to play on instinct when you reach this level. It's similar to what we hear basketball in the WNBA and the NBA, that once you become so good, when you start thinking about it, you will throw yourself off your own rhythm. And I can only imagine that that's a risk we would see today with these two powerhouses. So they have to really clear their mind, take a breath, stay focused, and rely on the talent and skill they've built for years.
Absolutely. Thank you for that insight, Jody. Really, I have never seen these players play against each other in person, but I can only imagine it's going to be something crazy. I'm not sure what conversation's happening on the table, but I'm curious to see what's running through. I'm not sure if they're going to do face-offs every game or if this is going to be the only face-off, but here we go into game 1 between Austin Fernandez and Tim Weissman.
And immediately Tim is going to take possession from the face-off. You know, the two have fairly different stances. The two main we do see here in air hockey. We've got the full lunge going on, and sometimes we have the triangle stand, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, you see Tim's kind of like eking up on the balls of his feet there, trying to stay nimble, trying to stay spry.
And you can see he's got 2 hips up against the table. Really does help with stability, but maybe not as useful for when you're trying to lunge forward, perhaps on a charge.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to go ahead and do some maintenance on the puck. Any point in time, if you feel that puck is not getting the traction you need, or it's getting too much traction, you can take a moment, sand it on those sanders built inside the table. Keep the table as low friction as possible. Stop those going in. And
But that one does. First point is going to go to Tim Weissman.
left wall over, draws first blood, and Fernandez fires back immediately.
And that is 1-1, folks, still in the first game.
Tim Weissman fires back. I doubt this game is going to be a landslide in either direction. Both these players have been playing air hockey for quite some time, and they've got the talent to show for it. See that again. We hit 3-1 on the camera. What a great shot by Weissman. See shots back one of his own.
And you were saying, Tim, how long these players have been at it. As young as Austin Fernandez is, he's been playing 14 years. He's only 24 years old, so the majority of his life has been spent here on an air hockey table.
And you saw a little bit of a situation, as you can see, Tim Weissman's supporting a variety of, you see that transition shot there. Let's see if we can kind of see that pops up. Or as a quick transition shot, transition shot that's really, really good on the table. Traps it. But as I was saying, as you see Tim Weissman, looks like he has some arm wraps on his side. He's got some athletic tape kind of keeping his wrist together. He's got his fingers wrapped. Anything that's making contact with that. Now it looks like maybe might be helping his grip in some sort, maybe even helping protect his fingernails and his fingers. Great right wall here.
And we actually did speak to Tim earlier today. Some of that is in protection of an existing injury. I know this might be uncomfortable to go all the way to 7 games. I'm sure he wants to finish it out as early as possible.
That's why a lot of players go into retirement. It's not like they don't love air hockey, they don't love playing it, but air hockey is kind of structured to be more of a marathon than a sprint. A nice right wall over there. Let me see if I can just get that replay on screen. Great shot by Tim Weissman, doing right wall over. Puts us 6-4.
Slow and methodical. And the puck goes flying off the table. Doesn't quite pay off for Austin.
Right wall under, sealing us off at 7-4. Great shot by Tim. He immediately runs off, grabs some water.
And that's what we've seen out of all of our top players. Immediately get away from the table if you can. You've got to use the opportunity to reset. And I think there's something to that. If you're still up on the table, are you really giving yourself a break? You're still in that mode of anticipation. And we need to hydrate. Hydrate or dehydrate, folks. You should be drinking your water, whether you're playing, existing, watching. Just drink some water.
And so I find myself a water lover, a hydro homie, if you will. But I find sometimes if I chug water into my games, I get a bit waterlogged. I feel like it's slowing me down. Because it doesn't feel like it's, again, that sip of water is good, in moderation.
well, Tim, speaking as a former athlete, I think it depends on where you are in the game, because sometimes more than anything you need to cool down, so you do have to snug. You may get a little sloshy, but what is going to be the payoff of that? But I think most time you will see athletes take small sips at a time so they can avoid that discomfort of being, like I said, a little sloshy, full of water, but they have to stay hydrated. They are sweating on the table, sweating on themselves. We've seen several athletes have to change shirts in the middle of a match. Right now we are concerned that there may be something going on with the table. They were trying to repair it earlier, and now they are inspecting it again.
Looks like it came off of a mat, so might have pushing too hard on it. Looks like it was an quick, easy fix. When they fixed the sides of the table earlier, it took me like 10 minutes to do it. So, but that was right after the fire alarm situation, so I mentioned they had some downtime to fix those goals. All right, we head into game number 2. Tim Weissman has 1 game to Austin's 0.
And there's still 20 seconds left. They should make sure to take the full break, and I believe they will.
Yeah, we talk about in air hockey, seconds seem to feel like hours, but also sometimes it feels like it's no time at all.
And an immediate block from Tim Weissman. There's so much focus from the audience, you can actually hear his mallet touch the puck, either player, if we're being honest, which is far better than we're normally able to hear.
Oh, you never like to see those shots go in. 1-0, Tim Weissman. Ooh, a killer, right while under.
Oh gosh, we really had a body on the table there. Got to be careful for a goaltending charge when you do something like that.
His body did miss the puck. It was like there was a foul or anything like that called. But you can't only see one, but this game is being reffed by 2 players. Sam Self, you see on screen. Oh, lovely cross by Tim Weissman, extending his lead. Other person you see reffing this game is our own, I believe it's
Danny Hines?
Danny Hines, thank you so much.
3-2.
Danny Hines is a great referee. He actually refereed one of my games earlier. He's got some great insight, great knowledge of the rules. So I imagine he very appreciates shadow refereeing this game, making sure Sam isn't by himself making some of these harsh calls. We have a game as fast as air hockey. Millimeters and seconds go by in an instant. And sometimes all we got is 2 pairs of eyeballs. Can't see it all. Now we got 4 pairs of two pairs of eyeballs.
2 pairs, 4 eyes. We're not being bullied. It is not elementary school.
4-3. 4-all.
Oh, I understand, because Tim Weissman wears glasses. Is that the 4 eyes joke?
It is, Tim. Thank you for catching on. Hopefully our audience realized what I was saying as well. It is 4-4 right now.
It's like a slow burn joke. It was funny. It was a good one. 5-4
I do it for the bit.
Fernandez answers.
We knew it was going to be close, but we are nail biting at this point.
Even if you knew it was going to be close, it doesn't make it any less intense as we see how it plays out on the table. We always can see how it might play out in the bracket when we look and kind of do some theory crafting on how it's going to play out. But right well over. Let me see if I can get the
And we're going to take a timeout.
Sets up the drift, releases a little bit early off the great shot from Weissman, 6-5.
Bit quick to jump there from Fernandez.
Tim is being very deceptive with his releases. You don't know exactly when some of these shots are coming out, but when he launches them, you better be ready. Oh, see Tim launches his body across the table there.
You
that
can see
possession.
he's on his tiptoes, on the ready.
He tried a little aggressive forehand. Oh, look at that.
Great charge.
No casualties. Fernandez really needs to get this to a 6-6. He does not want to lose game 2. He does not want to let Tim run away with this. Great block. And there it is.
Tim Weissman is
Right
going to take
wall
it.
under. As Tim secures game number 2. Both players will leave the table area. We'll take that minute or even 2 minutes to readjust, figure out what is going on in their head and what is going on to get some stuff back on track. Tim Weissman, whatever he's doing, is working for him. He's got up 2 games. I imagine they're closer than he would like them to be.
And Tim, thank you for reminding us we are on game 3.
Yes.
It is going to be 2-0 for Tim Weissman.
They didn't call for 2 minutes. Did they? Oh, okay. I thought it, okay.
And we have Danny Hines coming in to correct our other ref, make sure we're all on the same page, all following the rules as correctly and closely as possible.
To make sure that sometimes only 1 minute is allowed between those games. You can't take that time to rest, can't take all that time to reset. We got more air hockey incoming. Tim Weissman, 2 games, Austin 0. Fernandez has to find an answer, or else Weissman's going to continue staying on track to try to take back maybe his championship.
Give or take. Might be like a couple seconds off.
Both players stand at the ready as we enter game number 3.
I should have killed the table.
We're killing the table. What that basically means is they're basically resetting, because the tables only go up between 7 to 9 points depending on how you program it. Just making sure it doesn't go off in the middle of the game. It feels like nature's timeout, but sometimes you don't want that affecting your rhythm and your tempo.
And tell us, Tim, what happens when the table does time out while you're playing? Because it happens quite frequently, especially at this level, because most tables time out at 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, air hockey tables are very quirky in how they're programmed, depending on who you got the table from, if you got it factory made, or if you have the programming knowledge to go in there and tinker around with it. I do believe it's 10 minutes, just to make sure you're not spending all that power. I mean, air hockey machines, I think, take a lot of power to blow that.
Are you ready?
So, but if it goes off in the middle of the game, game immediately stops. Oh, I wanted to confirm that we are not doing face-offs every game. It looks like that whoever won the face-off, that puck will stay on that side of the table. And look at this control. Look at that speed off of the diamond drift. He does a little bit of a ball under there. And Fernandez answered. Oh, no. You can see as you watch these replays, the real-time game is going on in the bottom. Catch all angles, what is passed and what's going on. That's where you want to look.
Ooh.
A bit of a clacking of mallets there. Then it just gets that possession.
Tim Weissman is actually chewing gum. That's something we see from a lot of athletes in different sports. Something about keeping your full body in action. Also, gum is a wonderful way to stay centered and focused and aware of yourself.
It's kind of like it might be some kind of oral fixation of some kind as he takes that shot from Fernandez so well.
And speaking of Tim, we've seen other, fantastic shot.
This is not the same Fernandez we saw earlier. It's the biggest lead he's had in these past 2 or 3 games. Weissman takes a timeout, which is it's usually like a Weissman rule. If you get scored on 2+ times in a row, that's a great time to take those 10 seconds for yourself. Find out what's going on.
You're right, Tim. Actually, on every player profile card we got from every Weissman, asking what their #1 rule is, what their best advice it is.
It's right wall under there.
Take a timeout if you've been scored on 3 times in a row.
4-2.
Wow, I blinked. Replay. Drifts that, goes up, right. And so you can see a little bit of a jump in that process too. Great defense by Weissman. Fernandez is throwing everything except the kitchen sink at him. Weissman doesn't care.
And it seems we're getting a little extra jumpiness from Austin. I don't know if that's because he's trying to over-anticipate what Tim is going to do. It's like he jumped after the point was scored.
I mean, and human reaction time can only get so good. You can only practice your reflexes in such capacity before you kind of hit the physical human limit. I mean, your iris, I can't remember exactly what frame rate our eyes have, but I believe human reaction time is not as fast as a right wall under or even some of these cuts that are thrown out. We know that some of these shots can be up as fast as 80 miles an hour. So we compare them a lot to baseball fastballs with how these low friction pucks glide, zoom.
There we go.
What? Timeout called by Austin Fernandez. Let's see what happens. Tim takes the shot, rattles off.
And off the wall, Tim Weissman.
That was a 1-2. It was a great shot by Weissman. Fernandez seems to be getting only faster as he attempts to try to find out what he can do. 4-4.
And I know we're here with the whole stream team, and it is almost impossible for us to keep it together, not yell at this match. We are so invested. It is a lively look at that from Tim White.
By these straights, left, right, center, but look at the shot. Just a diamond drift. Sorry, mistimed my replay button there. No worries. We come back right in time as Tim Weissman secures 6 game points, potential to get his 3rd game. You need 4 out of where you see it locks in between his arm and his torso.
And bounces in and out.
You can
so
count
much
your
force.
blessings there. We're going to agree to sand the puck.
This is really what Austin Fernandez needs while we sand this puck. He's able to take a lap, take a breath, refocus, get a little dose of rest.
You can see
and Tim Weissman just rubbed it on his butt. But we don't have to acknowledge that. You saw it on the stream.
Yep. What a block. Weissman knows that shot's been working the past couple times. He wants to see it work again. He just has to learn. You saw during that timeout, during that time, you saw Chris Gibson and Will Upchurch were kind of gesturing to him. I saw Chris look at him and say, calm down. You are spending too much time in your head. You are playing too fast. And that's what Weissman wants. He wants you to be upset. He wants you to be out of your game.
Well, you know the best way to score a point is to get the other team frustrated because they'll score it on themselves. You don't have to do any work.
Tell me about it. Oh, what a transition shot. Weissman goes for the release.
Scores on himself.
Seems to be just good defensive habits from Fernandez. Puck will go back to Austin.
Ready? Puck's in play.
6-5.
Well, I learned earlier today a rule that I didn't even recognize, that when you get the puck off the table going sideways, 6-6, here we go.
6.
It is not a loss of possession.
Whoa,
that will be, however, no matter what they reach for it.
puck goes flying, you actually can try to get it off, back on the table as they darted for it. As you can see, just in time as Fernandez actually takes the third game of the set, 7-6. This will not be a shutout, not if he has anything to say about it.
And Tim, this is what we said earlier. What are we looking for as we get later into the night, later into the evening? We want these 7-6s. We want y'all on the edge of your seat. This is what air hockey is all about.
See, Fernandez goes to take a walk while Weissman just seems to be taking a look at the table, kind of imagining where he's going to be positioning himself. He's going to stretch a little bit. Looks like he's wearing some protective braces on his right leg. I'm not sure you might be able to see that exactly as he's coming up. Looks like he's got a brace on his thigh and a brace on his right shin. Jody, would I assume that would be for like protecting him, slam your body into the table?
Absolutely. You do want to protect as much skin and as much padding as possible if you know you're the type of person who's going to lunge full force. We've seen several people with knee pads specifically on their right knee if they're a right-handed player, because we tend to drive with our whole body, drive with our leg. It's an effective strategy to add some power, but you're going to add some bruises in the making. And if you're playing at this level and you have a lot to play, you do need that extra level of protection, or you are going to be completely bruised out and injured by the first half.
I've seen some kind of impromptu way you can do some padding. I know that one person, they take all the beer koozies that they've won from air hockey tournaments and they shove them in their pocket. So that any time they jump against the table, they can get that cushion they need. It look kind of silly, but if it works, right?
If it's stupid but it works, it ain't stupid. And we hear that in the South everywhere, and I know it's a saying here in Texas. All right, Danny Haynes has been summoned.
Marks, you see that Fernandez is going to wipe down his mallet a little bit, get a little bit of alcohol solution, make sure that any schmutz stays off his mallet as they take their place.
And I know Brian was telling us yesterday, actually, when he started playing in Chicago, I believe, they would wipe down the table in between every single game to prevent just that, any buildup on their own mallets on the puck.
Especially in like public places like arcades, you got no idea what's really hitting that table, whether it be spilled drinks, God forbid. Great shot.
First shot has been made by Austin Fernandez.
I think that Fernandez maybe got a hold on his mental. We saw some outbursts from him yesterday when he was on doubles with Accrocco, but we haven't seen much of that. I don't think he's lost his cool relatively. He was able to clinch a 7-6 the game before. Let's see if he can adapt. Keep it going.
And we saw Tim really trying to make Austin flinch there. Bit of fancy footwork, if you will.
See, one of the players, shout out to Kay Hunter from North Carolina. She used to be I think she used to be a ballet dancer. She used to kind of dance. She kind of takes that when she goes to take a shot. She will take that classic ballet pose where your heels are together.
Plie, absolutely, she does, and it adds a lot to her swing.
So you see a lot of players get a variation of that when they're working on their calves, kind of help launch their entire body like some kind of spring. Oh, great right wall over by Fernandez. That's right by Weissman. This is kind of bread and butter shot. You see, conditions himself at any time that the puck doesn't go in, you want to snap your body, making sure you can get ahead of that puck, get that possession back, and the shot's going away. Great shot. Take the leads. Now, Fernandez has sat at 3-2 before, but that has been when games went tip just like that.
And again, we see that jump that we saw earlier, a little reactive and retroactive. Doesn't seem to really be serving his defense. Whereas when he stays planted, he gets an offense like that right into the goal.
Serving defense, Jody.
A what?
It's serving defense. Weissman calls a timeout. Gets him that shot. Weissman throws a transitionary under. Weissman cannot get there in time.
You ready?
Timeout concludes. We're back into it. That forehand left wall. What a snap and release.
Oh, wow, we saw a little bit of a double bounce off of Tim Weissman's mallet. That is an element of finesse we have not seen too many times from Austin Fernandez, but boy, are we impressed.
Oh, Weissman fires back. When you're sitting 6'4", you can get this weird mental like comfortability, right? Oh, I'm 2 points up.
And that's game. We're going to be 2-2 out of 7, folks. I think we have a lot more air hockey to watch and a lot more opportunities to just be on our seat, to be impressed and to be inspired.
Fernandez coming back, taking 2 games of his own. I can tell you this next point is going to be absolutely critical. I am joined on my left by Vince Sauceda, one of the, I call him a state champion. You know, he won first place at the Idaho State Tournament. He came all the way to North Carolina to kick some butt and taking first there. And I think you've been on a complete tear. Vince, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the screen here? Yeah, go for it.
Oh, you said introduce myself?
Yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Oh, my name is Vince Sauceda. I've been playing since 1998. Played in the 2001 World Finals, World Championships in Houston, Texas, at Jillian's, and after that, I was too active in all sorts of different sports and activities, and it was just too much on my back.
I heard you were a competitive laser tagger.
Yeah, that's right.
It's actually funny. I often go back and I watch clips, and I watch our interview when we talked at the State. And he told me that you were a laser tag player.
Right, yeah.
And how that competitive scene's not really much active.
Right, because after COVID and all that, yeah, it kind of died down.
I mean, sharing vests with everybody.
Right, yeah.
I'm sure you didn't have a custom laser tag vest.
No, it was all public, general public, yeah.
Makes sense, yeah. Absolutely. So we are about to enter game number 5 between Austin Fernandez and 10-time world champion Tim Weissman. He makes it, anytime he's actually introduced himself on this stream, he makes sure we keep that in mind, that he is in fact here to play. He's here to win as we go ahead and enter game number 5. They opted not to have a face-off every game. As a Carolina player, that breaks my heart. I love a good face-off.
I think that should be the norm, but we've got to get that approved and all that stuff. So, but I would like it to be that way.
USAA recently made it so you can, if both parties
make it an option, right? Yeah.
Both parties agree, and I love that. I mean, Kurt Zender from North Carolina, the grandfather of bear hockey out there, really championed this new rule, and I think we got a lot of support, and people obviously want to see it because every single game I played except one, it was against Nikki Flanagan. She said no. Everyone else, I said, hey, I'm from Carolina. This is how we do it on the East Coast in that south part of the area, and I want to do face-offs. I want to see because
it's a skill that's not used often, and it should be built.
Yeah, and I talked to Nathan Buss from Idaho, #1 air hockey player in Idaho, except for when you take him down and become a native Idahoan. Yeah. Actually, before I get into that, where do you keep? I heard that the trophy for that has a big old golden potato on top.
Yeah,
where do you keep that trophy in your house, or do you kind of?
They're all along a wall, just stacked there. I don't show them off or anything. They're just building up dust. They're just I just come to these events for all of this.
Oh, very humble, Vince Sauceda.
Yeah, I don't care about the trophies.
Yeah, that's not what we're in it for. Looks like we're doing some very casual table maintenance. I know that these goals, especially if you're lunging your body into it over again, those screws can get stripped, and you want to make sure that that equipment is not affecting, bounce outs, so the in and outs.
The goals, the puck gets stuck on this table in particular. It's a regular at our world events. I think, and we've had regular problems with some of the goals, but they do good maintenance, they do good work.
Absolutely, and we've I've played at bars where some of them there's jammed the puck entry, the disposal part when you get goal, part of that metal can get kind of warped, depending, and it can take a couple seconds to pry that out, and that's not ideal when you only have 10 seconds to get that puck on the table and 7 seconds to get it over the center line.
Yeah.
So it's just you want to make sure that that's kind of running as efficient as possible, and that it's not really that wear and tear. We see big shots to Chris Gibson taking that time. You see that big old screwdriver in his hand as he tries to keep that goal in one piece.
I would like to talk about Tim.
Yeah, let's talk about Tim Weissman, 10-time world champion Tim Weissman.
I would very much like to speak of his mindset and he's so analytical and so methodical. The old school champions like that, Billy Stubbs, Tim Weissman, guys like that, you can just see it in their eyes. Like even now, like there's Billy in the stands. I mean, they've just got something in them that they're always constantly, how and why? How can I get around this puzzle? They see it as a puzzle, each opponent. And what do I have to do to get through or to get around or to be successful to reach my goal? And they look at each individual like that. Those old school Danny Hines too, I mean, all those guys do it. And I think it's a good attribute to have as a high-level competitive air hockey player.
Yeah, I mean, like, the ability to read a puck is one thing. The ability to read a player is another. And the ability to read yourself. You know, I actually have used this quote ever since I heard it from you back in North Carolina. You told me that an air hockey table is a mirror.
Right.
And that it reflects every aspect of yourself, whether you like it or not. It reflects the dirty, the clean,
everything,
the good and the bad. And so what do you think these players are seeing in the mirror that is that Dynamo table out there, in that feature table?
Well, they're seeing, well, I don't know, Austin he's a young gun, so.
He's 24. He's been playing air hockey, I think, for quite some time, maybe the majority of his life. But in comparison to the generational difference between him and Tim Weissman, yeah, go for it. Yeah, what are you saying?
Yeah, I think Austin, the young gun, he's a fast-paced.
I'm just grabbing photos of us, no worries.
Okay, yeah, these young guns, these faster young men, they're just all about that speed and endurance, and they will just outpace you if you let them. But then they come across a guy like Tim who says, whoa, whoa, whoa there, young fella. We're going to play at my pace. I'm going to play at my pace, and you play at yours. I'm not going to allow you to impose your style on me, and you can see it in the style differences on the table.
Yeah, I mean,
how fast Austin is compared to Tim.
I've been comparing the drifts that Tim Weissman using. I know he loves a good diamond drift, and he's able to release that puck at any point in that diamond and really get some nasty angles up on Fernandez. But this is a reverse sweep in the making. Austin Fernandez was down 2-0 at the start of this. Tim Weissman was attempting to run away with this match, but I think Fernandez, I haven't seen him. I watched him in doubles yesterday. I know there were some really, really hype moments, and it can get really kind of like blood pumping, but it looks like Fernandez is able to kind of hold on to his mental. You see some of his friends in the stands. I saw Chris at one point gesture with both hands, calm down, and that is where your enemy in that mirror that is the Dynamo table becomes yourself, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. Like Austin, as a young man, he was, a wild trigger. His emotional state, his mental state was always a factor, but he's starting to mature. You can see it. He still has outbursts and stuff like that, but he's learning to control it. And once he gets that under control, he's gonna sell through some difficult opponents. I can guarantee it.
I do find a kindred spirit in Fernandez. I myself have been called out for a lot of my outbursts when I get scored on or I score myself, because I tend to try to play fast. I mean, you reffed my games earlier. You saw the way that I act on the table. If I score myself, I want to lose my mind.
Right.
But I know that is not serving me. That is not benefiting me in any way, shape, or form. So it's very, very crucial to kind of keep a hold of yourself, as it looks like Fernandez is doing. Again, we are kind of still working on this table maintenance. This goal does not seem to want to stick. I'm not sure what option they really have. Are we able to fix it in time? Do we need to pull in a replacement table?
They have replaced tables before because of this problem.
And that just comes with like the fact we've been playing air hockey on these tables for almost a full 24 hours. We started playing about noon on Friday. It is now local time. I think it's about 7 o'clock, almost 8 o'clock in the evening. And so that's a lot of wear and tear we're seeing on these feature tables. And we're trying to even people are practicing. If you don't have a game come up, we don't want you on these tables because you could be contributing to that issue in itself.
Right. So, yeah, these goals take a beating. These shots are not soft.
And we're seeing kind of an example of what these big gaps in between your games are. I mean, so I'm sure you were there when we had a fire alarm trip off in the Hilton and we all had to clear out and evacuate. from the building. I was in the middle of Vince is being asked to go ref. Well, Vince, I wanted to thank you for joining me here. It looks like you've been called to go ref or go play.
Thank you, Spidey, yes.
Yeah, well, good luck out there. Vince, thank you so much for your contributions and for everything you do for air hockey.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'll take that back from you. Thank you so much, Vince. Like I said, we were looking at a kind of a series of different weird gaps in our game. I mean, earlier with the fire alarm, right in the middle between Nathan Myers and Sam Self, they were in the middle of a game. It was 3-0, and it came back that Sam was still able to win that game, but it did not feel good to have that 10, 15, 20-minute gap in between your air hockey games. And I can only imagine the frustration from these two players as they see the air hockey table being dismantled in front of them to make sure that it doesn't crap out on them during these games. And I get that the integrity of the sport, it relies on the integrity of the tables themselves. All right, as we continue to run this table maintenance with this delay, I am joined at the table by a familiar face. You might know her as the champion of the women's tournament. I'm joined by one Sarah Weissman, the microphone's right there. And so I love the fact that you're on this table right now because I think it was just yesterday Tim Weissman was commentating on your game.
Wow,
and so I love the fact we can do the full reversal as we're in this lull. So what can you tell me about this game so far? I know that your dad took 2 games, and then Fernandez tries to fire back, taking 2 games in the zone. We're at a very, I'm going to call it a pivotal point.
Yes, I agree. I think as far as what's happening right now, I actually think that this is in my dad's favor, right? Because when someone's gaining momentum, they want to keep going, right? They want to have the pace, and so I think this is cooling Austin down a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see how he can come back and keep that momentum and keep that pace.
Yeah, and we see that, sometimes you see when players are in between games, someone will take a lap. I mean, I'm calling it the 7-minute march from Avery Yabernetsky after he finished the first set in doubles, after he single-handedly 7-0'd Colin Cummings and Ben Heyman. He marched up and down the side of the hall for 7 straight minutes.
That's awesome.
So, that we see that Fernandez has not stopped moving because he wants to keep that blood pumping. I feel like if you sit down, if I was in either of their shoes, if I sat down, I'd pass out.
Yeah, I think so too. I think all of the energy would just leave your body and you would have to find a way to start all over again. So him walking around and not, staying still is definitely helping.
Yeah, and this is, I imagine, a very, very frustrating for both these players. This is not ideal, and I've been reminiscing to about a couple hours ago when we had to all be evacuated from the building.
My gosh, that was so crazy.
So I was in the middle of commentating a match between Sam Self and
I was watching that match.
Yeah, and that just, I feel like sucks the life from your body when you are already kind of at 100 plus, and you're like, hey, let's get you out in the hot Texas sun.
Yes.
And you're a Texas native, and so, I mean, I'm from North Carolina. I mean, we do humid out there, but God.
It's just, it just sucks everything out of you, but also keeps everything in you at the same time. It's just so weird.
And so I imagine that, and you said that it looks like Mr. Weissman is talking to his son Jacob. Your brother, it looks like they're kind of talking over some strategy, because I know that both of them have matched up against Fernandez in the past before. I'm not sure if you've played against Austin. No,
I played him in the NC State actually. And he was one of the matches I played in my spinoff.
and I've never played Austin myself, but I've seen his play style. I've commentated watching. I'm seeing the kind of explosive style, both physically and mentally, when he can kind of get in the zone there. What do you think is running through? Let's start with your dad. Let's start through what's running through Tim's head right now.
I think my dad is trying to maybe think about what he can do to change up the game a little bit, right? Think about what's Austin's really getting on him, and then what my dad is going to do in order to, take, lead of the game.
Yeah, because Fernandez just took 2 games back.
Yes.
So
yes.
Obviously Fernandez figured out something that's working, and Tim, I feel like has to be on that back foot and kind of respond and see if he can surge forward and take those 2 he needs. Oh man.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, what do you think Tim and your brother are talking about right now?
I actually think they might be talking about the goal in the situation, but I think that's originally why Jacob went over there. But then I think they started talking about maybe strategy a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think mostly they're just talking about the goal situation.
Yeah, and like we've suggested the concept, like, okay, at what point in this do we need to take one of these side tables and just card it
I was
in?
thinking that, right? Are we going to maybe switch out tables?
All this does is just, it delays games. We're able to put these matches elsewhere, and we go from, I think we're at 16 tables in this ballroom. If we drop down to 15, how much do you think that will affect?
Right.
It's very frustrating as a spectator, as a viewer, as a player. And even at these reps, it feels kind of unfortunate to have to see, this kind of momentum taken out of the game itself.
Yes, I agree. And this is a match that everyone wants to watch. We had a bunch of people that were sitting here watching it, and with this whole goal debacle, people have kind of filtered away.
To file back in when game
yeah.
play resumes. But I will say this turned from a best 5 out of 7 to a best 2 out of 3.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, right, because it's back to even, basically. Yeah.
And so functionally, and when you get to like game 7 situations, it's no longer best of 7, it's best out of 1.
Yeah, it's like who can win that one, who can get to 7 first.
Yeah, and we talk about, doubles having this very unique play style, and the fact that you're not responsible for scoring 7 goals in a row.
Right.
You're trying to take one shot at a time between each player. And so in North Carolina, we do what we call Carolina doubles.
Right.
Where it's a bit controversial in how it's formatted, and it's not very beginner-friendly in that aspect as well. But instead of switching when you get scored on, you switch when you score.
Right.
Guaranteeing that your doubles partner has to do something.
Which is interesting, right? Because you could have a wink or leak in doubles, right? And someone could, as we saw Avery do, just run the whole table, right?
Much to Weissman's chagrin. I mean, I imagine he wasn't complaining about that at all.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Well, in a sense, though, then Weissman could lose his momentum, right, and not be ready to jump on next.
Yeah, I mean, being put on ice for a full game and watching your partner probably feels good in the moment because you're like, wow.
Yeah, and then you get on, and you're like, I forgot how to play.
I mean, I get it. I come up at tables and I see some of my players, like my opponents warming up, and I'm like, I probably warm up too because I might forget how I shoot my unders. So
I wonder what's going on with the goal, because they've taken it apart multiple times, they've put the puck in multiple times, and it seems like the puck has come out to be able to grab it, but then they keep taking it off and redoing it. So they obviously know something that we don't, and they're very skilled in working on tables. So I'm glad I'm not the one doing that.
Oh yeah, I used to work in an arcade in high school.
Nice.
About 15 and 21, I worked in an arcade, and so we had. I'm not sure if it was a Dynamo. I would love to go back and check. I'm sure that table's been.
Yeah, that would be so cool to see.
Shout out to Adventure Park USA, Maryland's largest family fun center. But when I was there, and so the most common thing I had to fix in an air hockey table was the goal. And mostly that happened because kids, adults.
Right, they'll throw things in there.
Yes, they'll get jammed, like a card or a coin.
Crayons, pens, anything.
Yeah. Where'd that kid get a crayon in this arcade?
I know.
Yeah, but he found it. And so I've taken off parts of these goals before, and so in some ways they hinge. Yeah, I gotcha. I'm just going to mention to make sure we're mentioning our sponsors, but I want to kind of finish my thought before we get into that.
Yes.
We'll be talking about our sponsors who are amazing at supporting us. But one thing I wanted to kind of mention is that when you have these hinges, right, how an air hockey goal works, there's those 2 screws. I mean, you're getting kind of a bit of a. It reminds me of when you have one person working on something and like 5 people around them watching, and like
how many people does it take to fix a light bulb sort of situation?
How many air hockey players does it take to fit a table? Right now it's Accrocco and Gibson while everyone's watching.
Yes.
And kind of very curious with what we're going to do next. Man, this is I feel bad for Gibson and Accrocco who have to sit here and have all these people waiting.
Right, and obviously they're maybe upset, and then it's like they might be getting all the
I'm not
slack.
sure if we made some progress here. Looks like Accrocco is able to immediately serve, reserve. I see a thumbs up from Gibson. And so one of the big things, and so I mentioned those screws on the side, the left and the right.
Right, yes.
And so what happens is, especially, when we have air goes like this, when you're throwing your body over and over and over
that
again,
makes sense.
those screws, those threadings, that can be getting stripped.
Right.
And so no matter what they're doing with their screwdrivers and their tools, if you slam your mallet, your body into it enough times, that screws are going to lose.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and those holes that the screws are in are going to get wider, and you're not going to get any kind of...
Just wear and tear. And it's probably not what the designers thought about when they first made the air hockey table. I don't think they envisioned this, that we would be banging against it all day long.
Yeah, they didn't think about, our very own, Tim Weissman, Fernandez. I launch myself into these tables whenever I can. I'm trying to capitalize on my wingspan. But that's how these tables goes. And some of these tables here are maybe like 10, 15, 20 years old.
Yes.
Some air hockey tables, when they got released, they kind of broke the mold with Dynamo. They really knew what they were doing. They really set the standard. But it looks like we are back in it. Looks like Fernandez and Weissman are back on the table. Tim will start with possession. We are back in the game.
Oh, I'm very nervous as being the daughter. Obviously, I'm rooting for Dad. Oh, that was a great shot to start it off.
It might be like, what are you so nervous for, right?
Yeah.
But just like that, that is going to be 1 point for Weissman. One thing I'll say, one thing about being on the stream team and being an air hockey player is you got to split it. But I love the fact that every single person helping with our broadcast is a part of the tournament. Everyone is kind of coming from air hockey, and they're doing this for the love of the sport.
That was a great block by Tim Weissman just now.
Absolutely.
Such a powerful shot. Right while under. Miss error by Tim Weissman. Yep. There comes Austin.
1-1.
Oh, no.
Oh, we just heard, is that your brother, William?
Yes, that's the youngest Weissman. Great shot by Tim Weissman.
Great shot.
Making Austin jump back and everything, and Austin returns.
He's got an answer for it. And we see often in these games that they've started, I think the trend has been that they will, immediately take back and forth shots at each other. And around the 3 or 4 point mark,
it's like, all right, who is going to come out now on top?
And like we talked about, that was maybe like a 15, 20-minute break we just had to take.
Yeah, it was long.
While the table was fixed. And let's see if these players have any gas in the tank, if that rest was going to benefit or be a detriment to them. Good drift, good block.
Good block by Austin.
These cuts, these crosses, these off goals, they all serve a purpose.
Oh, that was a great right wall over.
Over, I think. Oh, it's a cut from earlier, actually. Oh, it's a new one, right? Yeah. 4-3. Oh, we just caught up. Sorry about that. Austin Fernandez, 4-3.
Oh.
Wow, trapping that goal in the corner. And you see a lot of players.
No, never charge, never charge. It's one thing Tim Weissman, my father, tells us all the time is never charge.
Funny, Weissman watched my match yesterday, and he told me, he was like, what the heck are you doing all the way up there? You're getting eaten alive by these unders. And he told me it's a numbers game, and usually the numbers don't work out. You feel like a gambling addict because it feels so good when you get that dopamine hit of stuffing a goal down your opponent.
Right. Great left wall from Austin.
Game point potential to take the third game. Weissman has to answer with 4 unanswered goals. And else we're up into game number 5. Oh, that is
slides in there.
Just in that corner. Let's see. Set up.
Just kind of,
yeah. maybe a millimeter or two, and that changes the entire geometry of these shots.
I think Austin did a good, showing of he didn't lose his momentum. He didn't let that time with the goal slow him down. He came back in strong.
Yeah, and you see, actually during that entire time we were on break watching that, I don't think Fernandez talked to a single person.
I think he fist bumped some people, but I don't think he talked to a single person.
Yeah, and so, and some people be like, oh, what's going on in their head? And some of us be like, oh, I really hope no one talks to me. I'm in the zone.
Yes.
I need to preserve that flow state that that some players can find themselves in. But I want to take this time in between games to thank some of our sponsors. First off, we're give a big shout to Tim Weissman's YouTube channel, The Centerline, who helped sponsor this tournament, and they sponsored the women's tournament that happened yesterday, I believe. So if you're watching us on YouTube right now, you might be watching at Accrocco United or at The Centerline. Regardless, you should subscribe.
Yes, definitely. We also want to give a shout out to the Wild Arcade, Will Upchurch and the Wild Arcade podcast for their support in bringing together the gaming community and showcasing air hockey as a thrilling esport.
Big shout to Will Upchurch. He recently came out of retirement, the juggernaut himself.
Yes.
He came down to the Carolinas to teach us how it's done. He played Chris Gibson, beat Chris Gibson, and really show that these old folks, these old generations of air hockey players, they still got the sauce. Maybe their bodies aren't as stable as they used to be. Starting off, Fernandez, game 6.1. Keep in possession. You can kind of see out of the corner of your screen, you see that Weissman takes kind of like a stance on the balls of his feet.
Yes.
Kind of getting up on his tiptoes.
Great cut.
Yeah. Kind of acts like a spring to help him use every single muscle in the body he can to get all the power he needs in those shots.
He answers with another cut.
Great shot. This is a game of, the shortest distance between two spaces is a straight line, and these air hockey players know that better than everybody else.
I can promise you one thing, it's going to be a lot of cheering with whoever wins. There's a lot of tension in this match. Both want to win.
The cool thing is I'm sure that these players have talked to each other, have relationships outside of this game, and, I like to think that once you're across the table from me, all that goes out the window. I don't know who 100%. You are anymore. Any friendships or relationship you had is all out the window because it's just you, me, and that puck. And I want to get 7 points more than you. Wow, did you see that grab?
Yes, that was a great grab.
I usually just score myself when I attempt to do something like that.
Oh, me too.
Yeah. But
I don't tend to because I'm scared that I will score myself. So I'm very in awe of people that can grab pucks like that.
Yeah, and I've heard some ways that people ask hey, how can I practice air hockey? How can I get better at air hockey? And we talk about the possession game. And one thing I've heard is that if you can get a goal blocker, block the entire goal.
Yes.
And you just take wild shots.
Yeah.
And and from there you have to attempt to get possession back.
Exactly.
Block it and,
yes.
And it kind of helps it. Great shot. They are back in 4-3-2.
And Austin answers.
I don't think a single bank has made it. I think every single shot
you are correct.
Has been a nice cut, a nice little slice, maybe even a cross here and there. Weissman takes his diamond drifts. Straight. These are shots these players have taken hundreds, if not thousands of times.
Yes.
And every element can be a little bit different depending on who's on the other side of that defense. Crazy
Barely
block
misses.
on that under.
Yes.
4-3. Fernandez, 4 straights, 4 goals. This is potential match game for Fernandez. Yes. Tim is on the back foot, literally, and on the front foot, literally, figuratively on the back foot. Apologies. Fernandez has the lead. He has the momentum.
Oh, wow. Sometimes, no, I didn't realize. I was going to say, sometimes charging works.
What was the foul there? I'm sorry.
I actually am not sure.
Yeah, but it looks like Danny Hunt.
No idea what the foul was there. Maybe it popped up and hit Austin, or I'm not sure.
Kind of foul was called. 5-3, 2 points separate Fernandez from victory here. 1 point, in fact. See Tim adjust his hat, the center line YouTube hat, by the way.
Great grab.
Oh, that grab might make all the difference. Weissman has to score 4 points unanswered. 7.
Wow.
And guess what? It's another cut.
How many cuts just in that one game.
Big congratulations to Austin Fernandez. Sarah, it's always tough seeing a family member lose in this case, but I did definitely appreciate having your insights on this game. I want to thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, where are you at in the bracket right now? What's going on with you?
I just got knocked into the losers bracket. I lost to Vinton Sauceda 4-1, but my goal was to win 1 game, so I'm very proud of myself. Have some good moments. I'm going into the losers bracket, so I'm looking forward to taking some names.
All right, well, thank you so much, Sarah. I'll take that back from you. I hope you have a great rest of your match and good luck on the rest of your game. Thank you so much, Sarah. All right. Would you mind if I interviewed you?
Let me go water.
Do your thing. Do your thing.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, Timothy Spidey Young here. I want to go ahead and recap an amazing match between Tim Weissman, 10-time world champion, up against Austin Fernandez, a top 10 player. We're at Fernandez. He said he's going to get some water to come right back here. I want to hear from him on what was running through his head. I want to hear about the highs. I want to hear about the lows. So stay tuned as Fernandez is going to reach our way up here. Or if he said he's just getting water and then I never see him again, which is fine too. We have a great showing up ahead of us as we have more and more people filing in as we get later into the day. It's about 8 o'clock here. I've been told we're going until midnight. I'm being joined by our winner, Austin Fernandez. You can go ahead and stand right here. The camera's right there. First off, I've been saying your name all day. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
My name is Austin Fernandez. I've been playing air hockey for 14 years, and I'm from Houston, Texas.
When did you start playing air hockey?
2009, so I was about 9-10 years old.
And from the folks I've talked to, a lot of you guys start young. Is that when you started really taking it seriously? Or is that like, oh, I'm 9, this is fun, maybe I'll base my whole personality around it?
It was more or less just kind of like a thing that we did when we were younger, and then we got friends in it, so we just kept on coming back and coming back. And I mean, I didn't really start taking air hockey seriously until like 2018. I was finishing in the low 30s. And then I took a year and really worked on my game and strategy and all that, and then I finished number 9 after a year and a half.
Top 10.
Yes.
So let's talk about this game. I think that this was something that a lot of people were looking forward to. The moment I saw your match card cross my desk, I saw Weissman Fernandez. I was like, let's see what comes out of that. And so we took that 4 games to 2, and so at one point you were down 2 games. Tim took the first 2, and then you came back with another 2, and then we had this weird break with the table. What was running through your head in the early matches, and how do you think that mentality transitioned into the late matches?
Well, the first 4 games, he got me down 2-0. I was a little bit flustered, and then I came and I talked to Chris Gibson and Will Upchurch. They were coaching me, really giving me really good advice, and I remembered something that Will was telling me earlier about on Tim, you want to hit from different parts of the table. You don't want to hit the same shot from the same spot every single time. So you want to hit a cut like from 3 different places, across from 3 different places, a right wall from 3 different places, etc. And it was a bummer that the table stopped working, and I was really trying to keep myself intense. I was kind of like grunting, just trying to like amp myself up. keep myself intense, and I think I was able to do that. I just don't think that he was able to.
Yeah, I mean, that was about a 15 to 20 minute break we took as they were kind of chunking around with that table. And I was sitting at this table, I was watching kind of pace back and forth, and I was making sure I wasn't saying anything to maybe get you out of your mentality, trying to keep it. I feel like a golf commentator sometimes. But what was running through your head when you were doing that? I saw you didn't even talk to anybody. I know that Sam walked over, talked to Jacob a little bit, talking, conversing. What was running through your head as you were doing your pacing?
Just trying to stay focused on what was working, the shots that I needed to shoot in the order that I needed to shoot them, what was going to make his defense move. I was talking to Jacob Munoz a little bit, but he wasn't really giving me any advice. He was just asking what was working. We were just talking about it, and he... I got a bunch of my good close friends here cheering me on, so, it helps to have somebody in your corner.
Well, with the win comes another game down the pike. I don't know what your bracket looks like, but I'm sure you can go check it out. Are you the kind of guy who wants to know every single person you're about to face?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you out there watching YouTube videos of their past challenge matches or anything like that?
I've done that, yeah. I've done that.
I get it. I mean, we in this streaming world, this broadcasting world, you got a lot of homework to do on some of these players. And so, Austin, I want to thank you for taking this time here. Go ahead and cool off and get ready for next match. Thank you so much, Austin. Take care.
More to me.
All right, everybody. It looks like they will be swapping out the table. You saw in our last match that the table was having troubles with the goal and some knocking around, and so they spent 20 minutes trying to fix it, and they'd rather just switch it out completely.
And also, Tim, you raise a good point. This table on the first day was scratched with quite a deep divot, and it discolored the table. Some people have found that distracting. Some are a little concerned that it may slow down the puck if it goes over such a deep ridge. So moving the table may be the best option right now. And we're going to switch to a lighter blue table. Is it representing North Carolina and UNC Chapel Hill? Possibly.
Sure, this
but we're going to see Brian Accrocco himself and Mike as well, making sure this transition is safe, protects the table, and gets it to exactly where we need to be. You'll have to bear with us, folks. We may have to rearrange a couple of cameras to ensure we're getting you the absolute best view, whether it's from the top, the side, or with our faces attached view of this match. We want to make sure that every moment of our stream is able to be viewed and appreciated by you all. And we can see here they are mapping out where they're going to drop the table with the little carpet squares.
Check and make sure the table looks centered enough.
And we saw something drop. Let's hope it was a personal effect and not attached to the table. We're actually going to need the table to be shifted a little farther to the right. All right, look at these strongmen making it happen. Much better, everyone. We are just about centered enough to where you're able to see both athletes at all times. All the effort will not be missed.
All right, Jody, I'm going to have to leave you at the station. I just got called to go do my spin-off against Steve Olson, so I might be
Steve
back.
Olson's coming with a vengeance, but I also just did some shots with him, so we'll see how that goes for you, Tim.
Thanks, Jody.
Best of luck. And again, I'm not biased in the fact I say I hope Timothy pulls out this win. He is not only my doubles partner, but partner in life if you weren't keeping track. However, we are much better at competing against each other than with each other. If you saw our head-to-head earlier this morning, it was in fact a 7-6 all the way to game 7. He pulled out the point then when it mattered, and we're going to watch him do it again. I will keep you posted. From what I can see, he's on the far table, but he's playing against our very own Steve Olson, the man who owns the gym that we all practice at. He's a fantastic player. He's pretty hard on himself. We saw him earlier lose 4-0 games on the main stage. That'll really rattle your confidence. It'll really mess with your head game. But you know what? Both of these Carolinian players are really top-notch. They are very highly ranked. I think both are in the top 22 in our home state of North Carolina. And we'll see how that works out today. All right, we're looking for the court if you're watching the live stream. We're going to want to be very careful. Like I said, folks, we're going to be very careful. This cord does seem like it may be wrapped. Absolutely, and that you just heard in the background was Mr. Brian Accrocco himself. We are helping to get these cords a little more even, worked out. Yeah, absolutely. You know, air hockey is usually 1v1, but it's really a team sport. To run this championship here today, there are a lot of folks we want to extend some gratitude for, and I think our sponsors should be some of them. You know, we have to name by name Max Presto, our lead sponsor for the event. If you need any roofing restoration or building, they're here for you. And Recreation Sports, owned and led by our very own Phil Arnold. Got to give them a huge thanks for helping us get to where we are today. I know Timothy Young and myself helped work with them one-on-one to get this stream going. So a huge thanks to Recreation Sports. Also, if you're watching anywhere, then you know for a fact the Centerline YouTube channel is providing us our opportunity to stream on their YouTube channel. And this is just a pivotal role in expanding our sport here today. We're going to ask you to like and subscribe this Centerline, get more action, more air hockey, hear more of me and Timothy Young and everyone we bring here to the commentators table. Speaking of listening and learning, we want to thank the Wild Arcade, the podcast with Will Upchurch, which is bringing more information to the game community and vibrancy to the tournament. They are really on the cutting edge and the boundaries of the tournament here. Extreme air hockey as well, their passion pushing air hockey innovation. And absolutely, as I've said before, no bias at all, but we want to thank the North Carolina Air Hockey Players Association. They brought out 21 athletes here today out of 128 coming just from our league. We extend our deepest gratitude to help push the sport into a new young community as we bring it nationwide. That's what we're here for, folks. Also want to thank the Air Hockey Agency, the ACAD Plus Incorporated, the United States Air Hockey Association. We have been absolutely fortunate to have so many wonderful sponsors here today. All right, hang on just 1 second, folks.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Whenever y'all are ready.
All right, and now that we have the new table here, we have the refs mic all set up. You're going to be able to hear from very, very wise and experienced refs. Make sure we're getting the accurate game count, the accurate score, and we're going to make sure everybody's playing by the rules, which is what we know we need to see here today. Oftentimes when we break a rule, we don't even realize it. Now, everyone who's on the Centerline table has had a significant amount of experience, and we're going to go into the face-off of the first game between Anthony Munoz and Mike Rose.
1-0. 1-1.
All right, folks, we see some puck in action going on right now. 0-0. We have just started. This is going to be another 4 out of 7 games like we've seen every game today here on the Centerline. That is the benefit of singles. You get that one extra chance to really cinch your victory. And this is a classic way to play air hockey. We expect 4 out of 7, 4 out of 7. Let's keep it consistent. All right, folks, we are at 1-0. Mike Rose in possession, and the puck is going to go flying. This is something we've seen in almost every game that we have commentated. Puck is in play. Some absolute force. All right, we are at 3-1. Anthony Munoz pulling out ahead. A 2-point lead here. We've got a pretty wide dribble going on. And the puck is off the table. We're back in action. This is some fast playing we're seeing here. I don't want to say it's less calculated because I know they are thinking about every move, but there's definitely the sense of urgency, the sense of wild gameplay that we love to see. It is entertaining and inspirational. We've got a very aggressive defense coming from Mike Rose.
3-2.
And he's going to score. 3-2. We're maintaining possession by Mike Rose. Absolutely some very deliberate shots here. We go right down the center, and the puck is going to go flying. Possession will be maintained by Anthony.
Ready? Puck and play.
All right. You heard the ref first. Puck in play. We are in action. 3-2 of the first game. Ooh, a good catch by Mike Rose. Really putting some speed and power on that. We see that he has not a lunge stance, perhaps the more traditional 2 hits on the table. Some might call that a triangle. You know, whatever sparks your fancy, but we know it does save you a little bit. So it's going to be 4-2 now. A little bit of bruising and injury on your knees at least. And once again, the puck is going to go flying. We are very grateful over here in the stream team to have a board protecting us, as that tends to go in our direction.
5-2.
All right, we are at 5-2. That was a very interesting score. Really almost an off speed, almost a self score, but I really couldn't tell you exactly what it was. And like I said, folks, we are at 5-2, still anyone's game. We are so early. The opponents are feeling each other out, learning, trusting their drifts, going by the classics. Let's see how they shake it up as we proceed for at least 3 more games. But right now, we are 2 points away from Anthony's victory, but doesn't mean he's cinched it yet. All right. Had a little bit of forearm there. Forehand, forearm, I've heard it both ways. Feel free to roast me in the comments if you have a preference. But when you're throwing it hard enough, you feel it every inch of your forearm, if not all the way up to your shoulder. We're taking.
5-2. Ready? Puck and play.
All right, puck in play. Let's see what we're working with right now. And I just want to shout out the rest of the stream team is actively playing. Not only are we here behind the scenes, but we are front and center. As you've seen, Timothy Young and I have been on the main stage twice in doubles and singles.
5-3.
All right, we are at 5-3. Are we looking at a comeback by Mike Rose? Anything is possible here. We are going to be game point 3. A little bit harder to come back from, but we have seen it done time and time again here. We've seen, all right, and he lost a little bit of it on the drift. Mike Rose lost control of the puck. Possession is Anthony. All right. Very strong block by Mike Rose. Anthony knows what he's shooting for, and that is victory. All right. We are just watching a wonderful volley. A lot of defense is happening right now by Mike Rose. Unfortunately, it will not be enough to carry him through. We are done with the first game of this match. It'll be 7-3 Anthony. We're going to take a break now, watch the players pace around a little bit, catch their breath, because I know this is a taxing thing to do, especially so late in the day. It is, in fact, 9:39 local time. And it is now 1-0. All right, we can see there's only 2 people in the crowd right now, but anything is possible. We have several spin-offs going on. Everyone is taking their last chance to get a real victory. We love the game, and we love it because we love winning. The camaraderie, the community, the skill is fantastic, but nothing quite beats walking home with that victory, knowing you did your absolute best, knowing you played the absolute best. And that's why we're here today in the 50th annual World Championship Air Hockey Tournament in 2023, Houston, Texas. All right, possession is going to start on the side of Mike Rose. Puck is in play. And y'all can hear just the ping, 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 ping of air hockey pucks around me everywhere. When I loss of mallet, possession is going to be maintained by Anthony.
Puck and play.
I know when Timothy and I first started playing competitively, I would wake up to dreams of hearing that noise in my head. You learn to love it, but it is the most distinct thing. You will be out in public near an air hockey table. You will hear the ping ping. You will hear the puck rush into a goal with such ferocity.
1-0.
Kind of like we just saw the self-score done by Anthony Munoz. Or .1 by Anthony Munoz, self-scored by Mike Rose. Okay, here we are. We're still so early on. We've seen this can be a very tight match if everyone is playing to their absolute best. And how else would you play when you make it this far in the championship?
2.
All right, this is going to be 2-0. Anthony is pulling out ahead steadily. And we have a wonderful ref here, really keeping a very close eye on every second, every inch of movement. I know I spoke with this ref earlier about what it means to be such a dominant player and come back and ref after a victory. And ultimately he said, this is what air hockey is all about. We are now 2-1, Mike Rose is on the board. Got some fancy footwork here going on by Mike Rose. I know, speaking of fancy footwork, we really saw Phil Arnold pull out all his bag of tricks earlier when he was on the main stage playing against Eli, and it was a spectacle, a sight to behold, and it's what we love to see. We want the entertainment as much as we want to see very strong, clean playing. All right, and we are going to tie at 2-2. This is still anyone's game. We'll see what the response is by Anthony being scored on. Absolutely, and there it is right there. We just watched it. We are now at 3-2. All right, and a catch. He's regained possession. And I believe our very own Timothy Young is about to rejoin us. He is coming off of one of his spin-off matches. All right, we are at 3-3, everyone. It stays neck and neck, just like we saw before. We've got a hand on the table. It's a strategy used by some athletes, including our very own Paul Creely, a bit as a distraction. We have this human instinct maybe not to cause harm to our fellow players, but do not be deceived. If you hit him, you hit him. It is about the best possible play you can make. And that bounces in and right out of the goal. A sigh of relief by Anthony. You can imagine he was not looking forward to being scored on. All right.
5-3.
A little bit fancy. We've got a 5-3, and Timothy Young is joining us now. His mic is hot. So let's hear what he has to say watching this game today. We are in game 2.
Yeah, that shot that Munoz just took, we call that a zipper, where you feel like you're closing your mouth over the puck, kind of shoots out as a result. Very good shot. I actually faced off against Munoz earlier in winner's bracket. and he defeated me in a reverse sweep. I think I was up 3 games, and he came back and won the 4. Very good opponent. It's actually nice to see him this far still in main brackets.
Well, you know, Tim, you say if you're going to lose to someone, they better go all the way. If you're going to lose, it better be to the champion. At least you can defend yourself in that sense.
Very well said. I mean, if I lose to Colin Cummings, I'm not going to be like, no, it's understandable, right? But if I lose to somebody who immediately gets knocked out, I'm like, well, that could have been me.
5-4. All right, we are at 5-4.
Mike Rose is not slowing down. I know that Munoz has taken a game off of Rose already, but with that comes Rose's possession. He's a chance to turn this match around.
Plug and play.
And Tim, I believe you've missed some of it, but this has truly been neck and neck almost the entire time. But we're seeing
on that shot there.
Game point 5.
And that's right, folks. It is game point 5. Anthony in the lead by 1, and that's all he needs to score, and he's got the victory here in game 2.
So both are Timmy Lee's their forehands.
And he takes it.
Take that. There, as he takes game number 2. That's not us. That's from earlier. Ah, there it is. There's the great shot.
Fantastic. It was, in fact, textbook. That's what you want to see every time you're going for your right wall.
Yeah, so right now we're going to have Anthony Munoz with 2 games to Mike Rose's 0 as we enter game number 3.
All right, as we see in every game, players are pacing around, keeping their heart rate up and their head centered. Air hockey is 20% physical, 95% mental. Don't question me on the math. I heard it said by our very own Joey Liss one time, and I think he has better calculations than I ever could.
That's right, although I don't think that Joey really got into air hockey for the math part of it, but I do think that he has some great insights that can be shared with anybody.
I was about to say they're going to have to move it, but I guess it's good now.
Good win.
Thank you, sir.
And you can hear our ref talking in the background to Avery, 2 very strong players who went head-to-head multiple times yesterday.
Let it change what's going to happen in the match.
I see in our YouTube comments, we got some shout-outs for Rose. Looks like we got some support on the YouTubes. If you are watching us online live, we are on Air Hockey United. We are on the center line on YouTube. We're also on Facebook, Air Hockey 360. We're also on Twitch. We are on North Carolina Air Hockey Players Twitch channel. So wherever you're watching from, we'd love to hear where they're from. We'd love to hear who you're rooting for.
Having a lot of issues with that. I really don't know.
And you know, at this point, we're rooting for everyone. We want to see the best success possible. We want to see the closest wins. We want everyone to walk away from this table knowing they laid it all out there. And I was talking to Steve Olson, and I said if we all played our very best at all times, there would be no such thing as competition. We need to see who's going to rise above what they've ever been able to do before. And we're going to have to guarantee that you don't have your worst day here on the main stage.
You know, I might be a bit bitter, but I do agree that Steve has some great insights there. He did just beat me on the spin-offs, best 2 out of 3. But Steve is right. Right? It's like sometimes your best isn't good enough. And that's a harsh reality to face as we go into game number 3 between Mike Rose and Anthony Munoz.
Well, Tim, I don't believe it was the idea of if your best is good enough. I think what he was trying to relay is we would never have an upset if we all played our best at every time. There would always be somebody who was the absolute best every time. But that's why we play. That's why we compete, because that needs to change time to time.
Yeah.
We need to see who can really show out when they get to the table. And sometimes you need your opponent to not have the best day. And you know what? You can force that. you could take their best day away.
Rose is taking these shots. Nothing seems to be landing.
We're starting to get some leg kicks as we reach across the
Wide
table.
volley. There it is. Forehand shot will take Anthony Munoz 2 points. He's got these flourishes with his hand. Looks like he readjusts the tape on his fingers.
You're not seeing the fastest reaction time from Mike Rose, but does that really matter?
Good block on the under.
And the puck is off the table yet again.
Mike will lose that possession.
Ready?
I do have to give a shout out of his cat on his shirt. We were just talking about how his wife has left the stream up and running the entire time. And when his cat saw him on the camera, went running up to greet, you know, the one and only, the master, the cat dad himself.
So great shot by Anthony Munoz there. Oh, on an unfortunate self-score. Munoz has scored 4 of the goals placed in this game. Rose has to capitalize on that. Maybe that loss of momentum for Munoz. Whip there.
Definitely don't see Anthony as up on the center line as we see Mike. Might be attributable to height. It might also just be gameplay in general.
Table turns off.
Take a breather, guys.
Ooh, blocks the cross. You see Munoz able to regain that possession.
Ready? Plug and play. 4-1.
Right wall under.
4-2.
Immediately responded with another right wall under.
All right, Tim, I'll be right back.
Do your thing, Jody. Take it from here. 5-2 Munoz. Shots from Munoz kind of firing off. Rose trying to match the energy. Nice shot right down the middle there. Munoz to 6 points. He's set up here. Right there. Ourselves 6-2. 6-3 actually as Mike Rose fires back the right wall of his own just over the dive there. Unforced error there. Rose didn't think he could take the under. He was right. Oh, just a little bit of time. Cheekily smack that mallet. Munoz scores on himself. He wants to close out that game, and he does. Munoz will take game number 3. Great shot there. They're going to go ahead and go to game number 4, potential match game. Are the cream of the crop as we continue our way through the main bracket at Houston, Texas. 50 years of air hockey, 2023 World Championship. We have 128 people who are taking on the singles competition today, and we are making our way up the bracket. And don't worry, if you were missing on some air hockey action, don't worry, we're going to be back here tomorrow to take on the finale. So if you are going to be here around 10 a.m. Central Time, our stream will be up and running as we go through the championships on Sunday. I personally can't wait. I've been on the edge of any seat I can find. It might be a medical condition. It might be just how hyped these games can be as we go into game number 4.
Racer, plug and play.
Oh, bit of a scuff to start. Unfortunate.
1.
Munoz starts it off strong. Point.
1 all.
Commander.
2-1.
1 all. Slowly drifting in there. Welcome back, Jody.
Thanks, Tim. I had to do just the shortest of detours. Not that anything is more important than watching air hockey, but as you might know, folks, Timothy Young and I have not had a single meal all day. We have been here since 9:30.
3-2.
All right, it's going to be 4-2. Mike Rose. It's going to be 4-3. We're right back in it. Anthony Munoz, he's already up 3 games. He only needs 1 more. Is he going to finish it out here as we're tied 4-4? Take a break. Let's hope so. He needs some rest if he's going to be pushing forward.
5-4.
And puck goes flying off the table in our direction. Like I mentioned before, we actually had to put a barrier here to keep the stream team safe because the velocity of these pucks coming off the table are brutal. We watched at the North Carolina State Championship earlier this year, a puck absolutely demolished.
Off, flip it, ready, plug and play.
It'll be 5-all, folks.
Match point 5.
Now to be match point for Anthony. He only needs 1 more to finish this out. Puck off the table again. But you know, fighting this puck is a bit of a breather for everyone. We can see some frustration from Mike Rose. He's arguing he went sideways, which would mean he maintains possession.
Plug and play.
And it looks like the ref agrees he's going to come in this. Mike Rose maintaining possession after a puck off the table. We got the volley going on here. Anthony trying to stay level-headed.
Table's off.
Table is off. Again, another strange opportunity for a breather. Hopefully these guys are using them wisely. All right, with his hand on the table, he's going to run away with it. The instant replay of that game-winning shot. Hand on the table. There he goes, right under the mat.
By Anthony Munoz. I'm going to try to snag him for an interview unless you would like to do it, Jody.
Well, Tim, I am the one wearing a dress, so let's put me in front of the camera. Not that you're not beautiful,
let's get you on camera.
but
Let's
we're
get
going
Munoz
to try
celebrate.
and catch our victor here today.
Mike Rose, Anthony Munoz will continue to advance his way up the bracket.
All right, and we're here today with our most recent victor on the main stage. It was pretty decisive. You got all 4 games. What do you attribute your success to?
Really just a lot of hard work and dedication. I've been playing a lot with my brother, so we've been practicing a lot. So I've been focusing a lot on my just accuracy and keeping my defense up to pace with a lot of these guys out here.
Absolutely, we did see a very strong defense we commented on several times. So tell us, was there a moment in this match you really feel like you had just cinched it, you knew you were going to win, or do you just go point, point, point? What are you thinking now?
Well, I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn. I say about the 3rd game when I realized, you know, he kind of had really nothing for my defense. I was kind of just wiping him up on offense. I'd never played him before, so that was a big win for me and a good experience. Good.
Absolutely, that is a big experience that what we love to see at the World Championship Air Hockey Tournament. We're playing people we've never played before. It really changes the game. You have to think so much faster than when you're playing in your own league, and you learn to adapt and you learn very quickly.
The thing about it is we got a lot of great players here in Houston. So a lot of the top players are here, so we get a good practice around here.
Absolutely, and we have seen that time and time again as we feature them on our table. I know I'm a Carolinian, so I'm a little biased, but hands down, Houston has really shown up, shown out. All right, I'm glad we got to talk about your match. Tell me, what am I looking for moving forward from you? What are your goals? What would you like to see from yourself?
Well, I've been out of the game for a while, so this is my first year back in about 6 years. So I'd say anywhere right now is good for me, but I do plan to be pretty high up there in the ranks. My brother, he's number 2, and I think number 3 in the world right now, so I want to, you know, match what he's giving out there. So that'll be the main point.
Absolutely, sibling rivalry is what pushes us the absolute farthest. We have so many brothers, sisters out here, and they make it so high up there. Well, we are rooting for you, hoping the absolute best. We're going to wish you good luck. If there's anyone you want to shout out and say thank you to, I can give you the opportunity.
I just want to thank my mom, my dad, you know, everybody out there, Dave. Thank y'all for supporting us, and you know, we hope to do good in this tournament tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you, a pleasure watching you, and hopefully we'll have you back in our winner's circle once again. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Jody. We're going to go ahead and get reset for our next game on our feature table. Thanks so much to Anthony Munoz. You know, he beat me in winner's bracket earlier, and so it is, like you said, it's nice to see him continue to advance his way up and do what I could not. So congratulations to him. When we come back, we got more air hockey action, more commentary from myself and Jody Jackson. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
Did they called us here? What's your prediction? It really depends.
right, we are back, and have we got a match for you. Folks, as Carolinians, we always kind of support our own, and this is going to be the match that proves it. Joey Liss, #1 player in North Carolina, versus Will Upchurch, the juggernaut himself. It looks like they're both going to go ahead and warm up on their own side of the tables as they get ready. The game will be reffed by Anthony Munoz, who we just talked to. We will see how this plays out. I know that Joey and Will have played each other in the past. Will Upchurch visited North Carolina about a couple weeks ago, if not less than that, before he went back to Texas to take on Chris Gibson. He was able to impart some words of wisdom. So let's see if Joey was able to listen to his podcast, The Wild Arcade, and see if he learned anything.
Absolutely, and you know, it's interesting thinking about Joey learning anything when he really is the tutor of all North Carolinian players, and any player who will talk to him. We saw him earlier trying to help coach some players from Houston, really get them to their game. He loves to see everyone playing at their absolute best. So clearly the knowledge of the intricacies, the analytical ability of both of these players is far higher than normal, or I should say than average. But for them, it's just another day on the table. We're going to see how this pans out. Like we mentioned before, Joey is not just a teammate, but a friend of ours, so we will do our best to pretend we're objective. But we've seen what Will Upchurch has done before, and that is nothing to be sneezed at. He is a very dominant player.
Yeah, and I like the word we said, pretend, right? Because obviously we're biased. We are going to be showing as much respect to Will Upchurch as we can, because he is dominant
One
player.
of the greats.
One of the greats indeed.
And we're at the face-off, folks.
I wonder if they chose to do face-offs every game. I know, ooh, just like that, a little bit of a fake out. Will Upchurch will draw first blood.
But it is very quickly returned. This is going to be a game of service if they keep playing like this.
You know, second blood doesn't sound as good, but it's just as effective.
Well, Tim, you know, some of our viewers might be a little queasy about bodily fluids being spilled on the tables. Let's talk exclusively about maybe sweat. I think that's socially appropriate.
Yeah, there's a lot of sweat on these tables.
A lot of sweat on these tables. Let's keep the blood to a minimum. It's going to be 2-1.
Great shot by Upchurch there. Good block.
Loss of mallet.
Hey, I'm not going to lie. I got to count that.
We've got an argument with the ref and accusation of over the line for Joey.
Looks like we got our shadow ref, Brian Q, is going to have a conversation about what happened there, if that shot will count or not. It looks like that shot will count.
3-1.
And that just shows the importance of every time you lose your mallet, drop your hand down in front of your bowl.
And I wonder if Joey's hands are sweating or a little uncomfortable today. That is his second in a row loss of mallet. He's down by 2. Will Upchurch staying focused, not afraid to argue with the ref when he knows he deserves the point. We're at 4-1, folks, pulling ahead quite rapidly.
Will
As we said, rapidly, we're at 5-1. Will over Joey.
And Will Upchurch has been eating some North Carolinians alive. I know he took on Sarah Mann earlier today, which just was ironic because when he visited North Carolina, he stayed at Sarah's house.
Well, and we spoke to him and we were like, how do you differentiate between competition and friendship? And he said the best thing to think is you're never playing a person, you were only playing the puck, and you will always be friends on the sidelines if that's how you started.
Joey's only in game 1, and from what I've seen of how Joey Liss has performed, you know, he had a really, really amazing reverse sweep at North Carolina State. He's definitely an adaptive player, and so if he knows that if he doesn't win this game, it's not really the biggest deal because he got 3 more, but you definitely don't want to just hand out momentum like that to somebody like Will Upchurch.
Absolutely, and we've seen before from some of our top players talking about the first game really as a warm-up. A chance to feel each other out. Clearly the victor gets the victory, but so much more can be appreciated even in a loss going forward when you know for a fact you're going to have at least 3 more games to go.
There, he will not go down without a fight. Joey Liss will take only 3 points as Upchurch takes 7.
Replay.
See that nice transition off the serve there. Shot. Looks like players will take their marks. They both have a minute or even 2 minutes if they so wish to kind of go ahead and reset themselves, find themselves where they can.
You're going to take your time. You're taking the 4-2. You're taking the 4-2. You ready? All right, gameplay.
All right, we're back in action. So much fury in that serve there from Joey Liss. The puck is going to waffle off the table, but it stays on this time, which means that it's still in play, and he's going to go right there, get the first point. And maybe we jinxed it because that puck went flying. The ref has taken a body shot, but as we know, ref is probably the most dangerous position to be in. We are 1-1.
Nice under from Joey there. And Will responds with an under of his own. Off. Let's see that under again. Nice shot. Those shots move faster than a lot of humans can help, so you have to kind of anticipate that, or Upchurch will eat your lunch, and Joey will eat yours as well.
And this is turning into a slug.
And I want to snap off his left hand. And you can see the bottom
We
right.
are at 4-3 now.
Bank shot after
We are
bank shot.
at 5-3 now. Joey coming back with a vengeance. He's not a fan of losing, we'll tell you that.
Like
but
I
he's
mentioned,
going to play smart.
another one of those forehands. I would really love to see Joey adapt here. I know I talked to you, kind of adaptive player, and he's already playing a lot better than he did in the last game. There it is. He goes to game point against Will Upchurch.
Game 5.
All right, but he is going in with possession off the serve. Will Joey make this an easy one and done?
Ooh,
no, they will send the puck running in our direction. This time leaving a dent on the barrier, but we understand. You got to give it your all.
Ooh, Joey Liss grabs that possession there. So he snaps that over out of the goal.
Timeout call.
You see, he calls the timeout. I'm going to show you that little before he calls a timeout.
8 Mississippi. 9
Calls it.
10 Mississippi.
All right, we're back in the game. It is
Or 6-5, depending how you like to count. We're going to say our Carolinian Joey is ahead. He just needs a 1-point loss of mallet by Will Upchurch. Possession, Joey.
Scores game point 5. Puck and play.
And
Nice.
he takes it. That's going to be a strong finish at a 7-5.
He goes to switch sides of the table. Great cut. Takes it. Will up. 1 game each.
All right, we gotta kill the table like we do.
Reset that. Possession will start on Upchurch's side, I believe. Like I said, they did not opt to take the face-off every game. Although that is an option that Carolinians love to use, but it looks like that's not the case today.
Well, and Tim, you could see as we progress into this match, the crowd is filling up. there is a lot of fanfare here for both of these players. They've got the names, they've got the communities. We see Brian Accrocco leaning in, trying to get the best view. We see Miss Taylor White, partner of Joey Liss, biting her nails. She's so ready, she's so nervous, but she knows deep down that Joey will pull through, as he always does.
Share a laugh and a smile with each other. Sitting next to her is also Victor Munoz, who's the brother of Anthony Munoz, one of the top players in the world, top 5.
Gentlemen.
We see Allison DeMichael, we see Connor Cummings of the Air Hockey Association, I see Danny Hines. It's truly a star-studded audience, all excited to see what Will and Joey are serving up to us. Back and forth volleys.
A little bit of a fake out there, but the puck is going to go flying off the table. Joey is trying to keep his own momentum. We see him jumping and jogging.
I like the hustle, Joey. I appreciate the hustle.
You ready? Game play.
He also pulled the hat down a little bit. You know it's getting serious. Got to protect the eye line. There he has it. First point of the game by Joey Liss. Quickly responded to.
Right while over.
We're
Lightning coming out of that mallet.
Speed has been crucial. We have a self-score by Will Upchurch. Sometimes speed can be a little too much if you can't protect yourself and protect your goal.
When you're playing this fast, like obviously you have the reflexes of like, you know, such a good Joey there. That's crazy. That transitionary off that left ball. Yeah, that is crazy. Timeout concludes.
Ready? Puck and play.
So see players wearing ball caps like that. I know I personally use it for a couple reasons. I use it to keep the hair out of my face, and I use it also to kind of try to block my eye line because one, Jody Jackson told me I wear every single shot on my face, and so I found out that the best way to wear that is not work on my poker face because I don't have a very good one. I block it with the brim of a hat if I can.
Well, and that's very interesting you say that, Timothy. When we have some open random games in Boxcar, North Carolina, there was a period of time where I would play only looking at the eye line of my opponents and never once looking at the puck, and my success rate was just about the same. The giveaway on your face can be so intense now. Some people out there are good at faking.
Will looks for the shot and he finds it.
But honestly, the hat will always serve you more than not having one.
Trying to be a bit deceptive as he can.
Ready? Score 43, puck and play.
Nice cut will bring them tied for 4.
Puck off the table. There's just so much power behind these two players. It's almost expected that this is what we're going to see. And we're waiting for the ref to decide what we're going to do with that call. All right, we're going to leave possession to Will Upchurch. Clearly, some people in the audience very much disagree with that.
And that just shows like the pressure of being a ref, like you're in charge of these critical decisions where if you make the wrong decision, it could come back to haunt you. You know, people could really disagree with you. Great shot by Joey there.
It is 5-all. Bit of a fake out there by Joey. Unfortunately, it doesn't lead to very much. Will is clearly prepared, and he's coming out swinging as we are tied here at 5-5. It is 2-1 games with Joey in the lead.
That was over.
They knock mallets together.
Scores 5-all. You ready?
Scores 5-all.
Ready? Fucking play. Ready? Fucking play.
And right
Shot
in the
by
goal.
Joey. He calls a
Timeout.
timeout.
And we see on the sidelines, Joey is doing basically jump skips, trying to get himself hyped up. He just needs the one.
Ready? Scores. Great play. Either way.
We are going to go to 6-6. This is really where Joey shines. I've seen him do it many a times, to myself included. He's got the focus. Can he get the goal? Will Upchurch pretty evenly matching him.
What a volley. Throw it out there. See that grunt from Upchurch as he makes that block. Joey taking his time.
There's a lot riding on this 1 point.
See these pump fakes from Joey. Oh, that's
As we know, Joey is up 2-1 games.
nice block.
And he gets it. It's gonna be 7-6 in Joey. Now
That shot. You see the way he
3-1.
postures himself. You might have thought it might have been a left wall. Right down. Game number 3, making this potential match game for Joey Liss versus Will Upchurch.
Taking the 4-2. 2-1. Joey.
You can hear and see the crowd rooting for Joey, rooting for Upchurch.
Joey, you ready to go? You're taking it 2.
All right, it looks like our break is just about over. We are 3-1. Joey is in the lead. We are going 4 out of 7. This is potential game for the match.
Ooh, fight over that center line. If at any point in time that puck is touching the center line, it is fair game by either player. I've been calling it not no man's land, but every man's or woman's land, because that center line.
I'd say every player's, you know, let's make sure we are inclusive as we claim to be.
Shot by Joey there. Well said.
Puck is off the table.
Ready, Joey? Game play.
And this puck is flying right now. So much energy coming from Will. I'm not going to call it desperation, but I'm going to call it some true aggression. Really wants to get those points in early. He is fetching the puck. We are back on the table.
It's so funny seeing not Upchurch off screen, but the puck just fly onto the table and kind of rattle around.
And
Oh,
Joey's
like
going to
a
cinch that
snake.
second point. But it's going to be answered. It is now 2-1. We know this is going to be a close game. It's going to be how close will it be?
Nice.
Joey pulling out ahead. 3-1.
That kind of rattle out that goal there. It must make Upchurch frustrated.
Oh, right. You hear the velocity as that puck hits through the goal. A grunt finish from Joey Liss. Upchurch gets it right in. No hesitation.
Transition from Joey. Lucky beat Will Upchurch, the juggernaut, known by this name for many years ago. Not maybe that many, but he found himself in loser's bracket of a championship, and he made his way through great big names, blasting his way through, his way out of luck. But it looks like Joey Liss is a wall that he can't break through.
Let's not say can't yet. Immediately responding, we are now at game point 3. We've seen people come back from game point 1.
See those pump fakes from Joey.
Good catch, good block from the goal
love
there.
seeing Upchurch, you know, he's down 4 points. Oh,
And
down
he's gonna be
3
down
points.
2 points,
No,
Tim.
you're right, correct.
Which is, as we know, not a lot.
It's nice seeing Upchurch willing to put his mallet out there. He's willing to catch, try to take those transitionary shots because he knows if he doesn't do it,
If he doesn't do it, that's what we're gonna see. It'll be a 7 for Joey. Let's do it.
all right, that was game 3. I misspoke with Jody earlier. This is the North Carolina bias I had. I accidentally gave Joey 1 more game than he actually had. So we actually sit Joey Liss 3 games to Will Upchurch's 1, playing best 4 out of 7.
How much would it be if you DoorDash some Wingstop?
Damn. I'm starving.
All right, 10 seconds.
Go.
Anybody have a USB-C plug-in? Anybody have a USB-C power plug-in? You can take this one.
2-1.
This one's full. Okay. Yeah, this let it charge for like 15 minutes. Oh,
Still good. 2-all.
Yay.
3-2. Game point, 3. Ready? Ready? Fucking play. Game point, 4. Hey, y'all gotta get my name right. Tired of this mess. Are you ready at church? You ready, Joey? All right. Fucking play. Possession to the right. Boys, 2-all fucking play. Possession to the right. You ready, sir? Game play. Two, one. 2-all. 3-2. 3-all. Possession to the left. Can't play. Four, three. Four. Five, four. Match point, 4. Timeout call. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 6 Mississippi. 7 Mississippi. 8 Mississippi. 9 Mississippi. Time. Ready, Zoe? Game play. Match point 5.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are about to get started on an absolute incredible match. And to help me commentate, I am joined by the one, the only team ambidextrous. I got Jacob Weissman, I got Avery Yabernetsky. Why don't you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves, tell me what we're about to get into today.
Yeah, I'm Jacob Weissman, the right-handed addition to Team Ambidextrous. And we're about to, I think, see probably the most exciting match for this point of the tournament. You know, this is a match you would usually expect to see in the later rounds on Sunday, but we get to see it, you know, before Saturday is over.
Yeah, and I'm Avery Yabernetsky, and I'm the left-handed component of Team Ambidextrous, and I completely agree with my right-handed partner. This is definitely probably the most exciting match this Saturday, I think, for most people to watch. And it's really interesting to see because Billy was seated pretty low coming into this tournament.
Right.
So that plays a huge factor in this. Billy is what, a 4 or 5 time world champion?
4-time world champion.
4-time world champion, and he was seated what for this tournament?
17th, something like that. Yeah.
Never finished outside of maybe top 5, top 6, maybe in 20-something years, 10, 15 years.
Yeah, I don't know if he's ever finished outside of the top 5 or 6.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So, what do you say he was seated as?
17 maybe?
17?
Something like that?
Yeah.
Top 20 instead of being like top 10-ish.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and he's never finished below like 5 or 6 in a tournament, usually, ever.
Yeah. On paper, I think Billy is one of the few people who you could actually expect to make it to the finals with Colin this tournament.
Yes.
So it's wild they're playing this early.
Yeah, and the fact that if Billy or Colin loses, now everyone in the losers bracket
they're going to suffer.
Deal with that. And so I know when we talk about seeding, it's a very, very popular point of discussion. I see in all the forums of the pro era. Yes, they exist. Look it up. Next Gen Air Hockey. What's the other one? A forum for air hockey competitors. If you're looking to get some of the discourse on what air hockey is really all about, check us out. Also check out, the Center Line on YouTube. I think it's going to give a big shout out to Tim Weissman.
Yeah.
And the Merge. Absolutely. If you're watching online or on Air Hockey United on YouTube, we have a Twitch channel. North Carolina Air Hockey Players is a Twitch channel. It's also posting the stream on Facebook. Air Hockey 360. Big shout out to Pete Lippincott. So, like I said, there's a big topic of conversation about seeding, but we'll get back to that because our game is about to begin. We enter game 1. Colin Cummings versus Billy Stubbs. Colin on my left, Billy on my right. What is something you guys are looking forward to in this game?
Honestly, to see if Billy can make the necessary adjustments from game 1 and 2, to see if he can take Colin to game 6 or 7, really, is what I see, offensively and defensively. What about you, Jacob?
Well, yeah, I mean, similarly, I'm excited to see if Billy's attack from the ESPN tournament works against Colin here. I mean, they went to game 7 at ESPN.
Right.
Oh,
beautiful
shot
Swinging
from Billy.
takes first blood. Let's see if Colin takes second blood, which is honestly just as potent. Big shout out to Joey Liss, who won his game against Will Upchurch. He's going to be repping this match. Oh, Billy with
Great
the
save.
Keeping that possession on the table. I believe as long as the puck doesn't touch the top of the sides, the rails, or any other parts of the body of the player, it's still in play, even if it touches the mallet in action. I think we got some great clips on the center line on Instagram of some crazy saves there, Colin.
Yeah, this is going to be a shootout. More so because I see Billy's offense being a little better than Colin's, but I see Billy's defense also being worse than Colin's.
Yeah.
And sometimes when I see players at all your calibers, I mean, you get so high, I realize that I can't stop my opponent from scoring 7 points. And I can try to score 7 points first, right?
Right. Yeah, I agree 100%. The way I look at it, if I'm playing a Vince or a Colin or a Billy, it's going to be a shootout, right? They're going to score on me. No way I'm blocking every shot. Beautiful cut straight there by Colin.
He just missed that cross there, but it was open.
Give a shout out to Joey Liss, but I also want to give a shout out to Danny Hines. You can see the top of his head as he's going to be shadow repping this game, in case you're wondering what that is.
I actually didn't realize that.
Yeah, that's a 11-time world champion head right there.
Beautiful.
That's the head of a champion. It's really
Good block by Billy. If Billy's smart here, he's going to make Colin work. Oh.
That's unfortunate to see.
Oh, that
looks like
Colin's going to the well here.
Colin might have the memory of a goldfish because he didn't let those shots
Beautiful.
phase him. Number 6'4", Billy Stubbs with the lead. Don't worry, we got
Good block by Billy.
As it enters the stands.
Yeah. I don't think there was actually a block there. I think it just
like
went
right
off.
off the table.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, call me out. I have a replay button, so there's an
Okay,
when I
okay.
just-
Awesome.
Let's see that again.
Oh.
Rails on the table. They might need to sand that thing. I have the philosophy that if the puck ever leaves the table, I try to sand it just for good measure. There's, we're in these areas. I usually play in bars and arcades where a lot of schmutz all over the ground. I don't want that on my puck.
I don't sand it, or I don't suggest to sand it if the other person's getting the puck.
Cummings closes in.
Missed the shot there just a little bit. See if Colin can shore up here on defense.
See how far Colin puts that mallet in front of him. He's relying on his reflexes, predictions.
Oh.
Billy's just barely missing that shot.
6'6" in the bottom right, you can see the live, but
Beautiful.
oh, you see that Billy Stubbs.
Beautiful cross by Billy.
Off of a cross straight.
All right. Well, there's still, again, plenty more air action to play. This is best 4 out of 7 games. And so, I mean, we see some players kind of warm up differently than others. Some like to unleash near the tail end of their games, so they can get those kind of reverse sweeps. So some people burn out really fast and might falter near the end. I know you guys have probably played off against Billy Stubbs and Colin Cummings in the past. What is the players' styles of these players? And what do you think is going to come out of the second game?
Well, offensively, it seems like their play styles are actually very similar. It's a very straight, set up, shoot, set up again, shoot. Not a lot of time delay, not a lot of, pump fakes. You kind of have just a very quick kind of, you see Billy here walking, he's contemplating because winning a first game in this match is huge.
Right.
Huge.
Right. Yeah, and so what I think is going to happen is traditionally it's not uncommon to see Colin lose game 1 because he uses game 1 usually to kind of scope the field out, see what's coming at him. Exactly. So I expect as the match progresses, Colin will tighten up a lot on defense. Just a matter of, like you were saying earlier, Avery, is Billy going to be able to adjust around that?
Right. And there are, I'm curious to see if Billy can push Colin to get into the mode, which is what I call his dragon mode, right? Where he's just in a super flow state, can hit some crazy shots, get some crazy transitions back to his side of the table and almost will himself to victory, right?
I like that dragon mode, as we call it. I've heard of goblin mode. I've heard of dragon mode. You want to see that? You said out of Billy Stubbs. I can find that underway. Game number 2.
One thing Colin loves doing is hitting off goals.
Yes.
He loves trying to mess with your defense like that, getting you to flinch. The moment he feels like you're not flinching, he's going to go for an under.
Over there.
Beautiful cross by Colin.
Shot.
I'd say Colin's cross is one of the best in the game.
Yeah.
Beautiful transition.
Well, do you know who I think has the best cross rate?
Watch that transition shot again. Snap.
Forehand transition.
This is where Billy really needs to adjust. Otherwise, the pace of the game is just going to go into Colin's favor, and he's going to realize it's a 4-1 before he even blinks. Yeah.
0 Colin.
Oh. You know, when that happens, my dad, Tim Weissman, has always told me, just in your mind, imagine you scored. Like, give yourself the credit, like you chose correctly.
That's a good point, right? Because sometimes I find myself frustrated as it
Right.
rolls its way to
Right.
that. Put too much mustard on the shot. What a block.
Oh, yes.
Good block by Billy.
Into the
Billy's shot selection is not as good as it was game 1.
Yeah.
He's trying to.
Yeah.
Sometimes when he actually stops a cut like that, he'll take the transition immediately. He'll maybe
Yes.
pause quarter second and then unleash something. Keep Billy on his toes.
4-0.
4-0. Sweeping Billy has to answer sooner or later.
Beautiful.
There it is. There's an answer.
And if I was Billy here, I would not be specifically trying to come back and win this game. I'd be trying to find a way to get myself into momentum for the next game. Because it can be very,
Yes, I was going to say, if I'm Billy, I'm trying to win this game.
Right, no, for sure. But it can be very tilting if you
Yeah.
come back up 6-4, 6-5, 6-6,
Right.
and then lose that game.
Okay.
It kills the momentum.
I see what you're saying. So mentally, don't beat yourself up.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, and you got to be prepared against Colin. He's going to go on some 4- and 5-point runs. What did you call it? Riding the wave, right?
Right.
You just got to ride that wave.
Exactly.
Wait for your time to come. Oh man.
1-6. And what we're seeing score-wise, this is a much different game, set of players we saw in comparison to game
Yeah.
1.
6-2.
Said Billy Stubbs trying to climb a mountain, and that mountain is Colin Cummings.
Watch this replay.
Right off the serve there.
Beautiful.
And I'd say, I always tell people, if you're trying to get good at air, but the coolest way is get really good at serves. There's nothing shatters mental, getting score off, you can snap back and stop that.
Yeah.
Good on Colin. Takes one game for himself as we enter game number 3. Players will get 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes if they opt into it to kind of get their heads right. What do you think is running through Billy Stubbs' head right now after being 7-2 by Colin Cummings?
Knowing Billy, I think he's just trying to put that game out of his mind. Just pretend like it didn't happen. He knows he can score on Colin. He just needs to kind of get back to his fundamental shots.
Yeah, I think Billy just needs to try and find a good rhythm against Colin. Try and find the adjustments that he needs to make. Otherwise, like I said, this is going to be a 4-1.
I know you guys are not Carolina players, but I do want to express my disappointment in Colin and Billy for opting not to do a face-off every game. USAA recently voted in as an option. If both players consent, you can both do a face-off every single game in a set. I myself have been asking every single player I've come across. Only one person has said no. That's Nikki Flanagan, Andrew Flanagan's wife. She said, I have way too much of a height advantage, which makes sense. I got the wingspan of
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the first finals will be, where both competitors agree to face off every game. I will say now on air, if I get to the finals, I'm willing to face off every game.
Can I quote you on that?
You can quote me on that. You can quote me on that.
What about you, Yabernetsky?
I am not,
He will not
going to.
Yeah.
Never.
With all due respect, my fellow ambidextrous compatriot is not a good face-offer.
No, yeah.
When I talked to folks about the face-off rule, one thing, I think it was Nathan Buss who told me this. He said he will also opt to not do the face-off. What? A volley there. He won't do a face-off because he's worried that face-offs are the place to get injured. That's the most likely place you're going to get injured.
Yeah, that too.
Straight under by Cummings
Yes.
there. That's the place where you're really getting super close to your opponent. You're making contact with mallets, and you can leave with some bloody knuckles.
Yeah, that's definitely fair.
And to that, I answered, get good. Why you crying in air hockey?
Billy's release for his cross is being read really well by Colin. He needs to change the release of his cross if he wants to try and... score. Colin is so good at reading releases.
Yeah. That's a right wall under that scored on me many times.
And you're going to hear us say this a lot. That's something that Colin Cummings is good at. We're just going to realize Colin Cummings is good at a lot of things when it comes to air hockey. You don't get to his caliber without getting good at a lot of things.
Right. You're not a 10-time world champion unless you are good at many things when it comes to air hockey.
Beautiful.
Oh. But that cut right there is why Billy's a 4-time world champion.
2-0. The puck goes flying. I think that rattle against Danny Hines' perfect champion head was okay. There's the off goals you mentioned.
Billy's flinching right out of the way here.
Yeah.
Whoa. Colin's so good at recovering.
Yes.
Kind of wild cuts.
Yeah, he's by far the best at that. He's not just good, he's the best at that. Let's see. Yeah, Billy is right for one of Colin's unders right now.
Man, so many off goals by Colin. I don't know how many there have been so far.
Just missed it.
I thought that went in.
That many off goals, and eventually they score, it can drive someone insane.
Beautiful right wall over by Billy.
Is that an over? Let's.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yes.
I thought it was an under. That's why I bring you on for this, Jacob.
That,
gosh,
hate to see that.
Self-score
Very uncharacteristic of Billy, self-scoring.
Again, Billy's hitting that cross with a release that Colin's able to read really well.
Right, which makes it awkward for Billy because that's his best shot.
It's one of his best shots, yeah. It's that in his left wall, right?
Yeah.
2 best shots.
Yeah, those are traditionally. But I don't know. Billy's really transformed his game. He has every shot at this point.
Right. Oh. Billy needs to get the nerves out. Just that self-score and then a little bit of the double tap of the puck, losing possessions like that. You can tell he's a little nervous here.
Yeah. If I'm Billy, I take my 2 minutes here.
Yeah.
And so can you?
No, that's only during challenge matches. During tournament play, you have the option of 2 minutes between every game. Yeah.
Yeah, and Weissman, I talked to you, I talked to Tim about the common rule. Actually, it's funny, in the player profiles we sent out to all the players, when we talk about advice, I think that every single one sent back, every single one said, if you get scored on 3 times, take a timeout. And I think that can be really applied to a lot of the mentality, like, look, taking your time. Air hockey is all about split-second decisions, and if you have 10 seconds to yourself, that might be amazing.
Yes.
I mean, Avery, you took 7 minutes yesterday during your doubles in the team versus Colin Cummings and Ben Heyman. I felt like your 7-minute march as you made your way out there. What was going through your head during those 7 minutes?
I honestly, I had to keep myself engaged because I knew what their goal was to keep, to get me off from my mode, basically. And I think it worked a little,
right,
on some level. But yeah, I was just trying to keep myself engaged in the moment, upset, trying to keep my blood boiling.
Trying to stay upset. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Gotta get angry. That's what I heard in dodgeball, right? And believe me, I've only said it once, but I will say again, it's Bulls do hot. Let's see if it's staying angry.
Yeah. Let's see if Billy can dodge this wrench.
You can dodge the puck.
Yeah.
Vice versa.
This will be the game, the pivotal game here. that could determine a lot for this match. Billy really needs this game.
Yeah. I mean, it seems self-explanatory, but 3-1 is so different from 2-2.
It is.
Colin takes.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful by Billy.
Cut. Wow.
Very little violence on the table so far. Oh, looks like table turns off. Give himself a brief moment of respite. Getting some schmutz off the table.
Play putt.
Beautiful.
Right wall under.
3-2.
Crazy transition by Colin.
Let's see that transition. He transitioned off himself. No casualties of that volley. So I heard y'all talk about, like kind of your versatility of shots, and there's like that old proverb, I don't fear a man who knows 1,000 punches. I fear a man who's done it one punch 1,000 times. And I'm not sure if that applies in air hockey. We talk about, Dan Meyer, who's got that right wall under, that right wall shot, the pump fake of the century. But at some point, there becomes a point of adaptability for players where, if I know your best shot's this, that's what I'm shading my mouth towards, right?
And I agree somewhat. I think a big difference, though,
Great shot by Billy there.
is with air hockey, there's a million ways I can set up a cut shot. So even if you start adapting to my cut, I can just figure out a different way to execute. I actually think that a player can win a world championship if they have 3 straight shots. I think that's all you need to win a championship in air hockey.
What are those shots, Weissman? Let's list them out.
Well, I think if you can only take 3, cut, cross, right wall under.
Yeah, that's what
or strong wall under.
That's what we call the 3-piece combo.
Yeah.
A shot you can take any of those 3 from the same point on the table, right?
Right, exactly.
Again, we are
now
6'5". Billy Stubbs has a chance to take game 2.
Oh.
And not if Colin has anything to say about it. I can tell you, it's going to be a lot easier to win a 6'5" than it is to win a 6'6". Oh, and we are going to 6'6".
Most important point of the match.
Billy needs this. Oh, beautiful.
Beautiful shot. And just like that, Billy Stubbs closes Cummings' lead. Ends at 7-6. And suddenly, this was not a best 7 out of 4. This has now been reduced to a best 2 out of 3. Do you think that's better or worse than a best 7 out of 4? 5 out of 7, I'm sorry.
Is that better or worse than a 5 out of 7?
Well, would you rather play a 2 out of 3 match or a best 5 out of 7? That's
a great question. I've never heard that. I would rather play a 5 to 7. It's more air hockey. What's better than that?
Yeah, I know. I talk. When it comes to challenge matches, we talk about how you can choose between 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5, or 4 out of 7 sets. If someone challenges me, I want 4 out of 7. I want you to take every single game possibly you can against me, take my rank. If I challenge somebody else, I'll take 4.
Oh, I just got called for a match. So good luck to Billy and Colin, and yeah.
Jacob Weissman, thank you so much on the table. One part of ambidextrous is leaving the building. Thank you so much.
So do you think that Colin can elevate his game?
Game count is 2-2.
Game count 2-2. Dan Meyer's going to go ahead and reset the table there. Looks like they are going to take their 2 minutes.
I wonder if it was, do you know if it was Colin or Billy that decided to take the full 2?
I honestly don't know. They don't tell me anything at this table.
Oh, man.
All I know is what I'm seeing in front of me on my multiple monitors and screens. Just like that, we go into game number 5.
Fell off a little there. I don't think the puck was able to stay on.
Oh, it looks like our main camera actually got put out of focus because I think it focused on Dan Meyer's head, or Danny Hines' head as he was adjusting some of the parts of the table. Get that fixed between this game. Ooh, drawn first strike.
Good block by Billy here. He needs to score to be able to, oh, there we go. That was good, smart.
Great shot by Stubbs.
If I were Colin in this situation, I'd be just going to the well, using that left wall under as much as I can.
Looks
Beautiful.
like he didn't listen to you. He took a cut instead. So he pulls it out. A little bit of a charge there. Gets his possession back. He saw it coming. I don't know about you. Charging Colin Cummings sounds like a thing of nightmare. It sounds like a sometimes might even sound like a fool's errand to try to predict what Colin Cummings is going to pull out of his repertoire.
Yeah, I would never charge Colin Cummings, but it was actually interesting. My advice given was that you don't charge in general. It's just not a good idea, especially against high-level players. So what we've got, oh, beautiful, beautiful cut by Colin here. Good off-speed under by Billy. Another cut. It seems like Colin's found something here. And something about Colin to notice is that he really goes to the well if he sees something working on an opponent. He will just abuse that shot over and over and over again. Oh, but it looks like Billy has finally adjusted defensively to that. And a beautiful, beautiful time delay there. You don't see a lot of time delays from Billy. Again, there's that under. Once Billy got used to the cut, Colin goes straight back to the under. Good block by Billy.
Just like that. 4-6.
Beautiful.
Just like that.
So you see it's almost clinical here. Colin is dismantling Billy's defense with the cut under combo, which is one of the most common combos in professional air hockey. Mm-hmm. The moment he gets an inkling that Billy is going to freeze, he's going to pull him out and he's going to bank around him. You see 10-time world champion Tim Weissman giving 4-time world champion Billy Stubbs some advice here.
What do you think? What do you think you just told him?
That's a good question. That's a good question. It could be a mentality thing. It could be, knowing Tim, it's probably like a shot selection thing, offensive. Mm-hmm. He'd probably telling him what's working on Colin right now, what he sees working at least. And let's see if Billy does something with his offense that's different to
trying to see if you can match that. It sounds, for some reason my intrusive thought was that Tim Weissman just walked over and said, "Your shoe's untied," or something like that, as it was so quick as he walked by with a smile on his face. But Billy answers back, 1-1. There's that left wall under you mentioned. Billy blocked it though.
Beautiful.
Great shot. Colin Cummings.
Oh, that was a little sloppy by Billy there.
trying to cover all angles of the table.
Off-speed straight shot there by Colin. He kind of mixes that into his game a little bit when his offense is feeling a little stale. Beautiful.
Just hits 3-all. I hear sounds from some of the side tables here as people are getting a bit agitated with their own games. We hope it doesn't affect the main table, but you know, a lot of air hockey players really grew up playing in like really noisy arcades, bars, things like that. And so, I mean, you have to have the good mental to block out any kind of side distractions.
Right.
You got people, especially when you're under these lights, you're under all these cameras, you really have to, oh, what a transition shot there. Let's takes the shot and you see just a little forehand.
Wow. Size by Colin. Match point 3. Wow.
Point 3 for Colin Cummings. Really has to find an answer for this. Oh, it's going to be lights out. And just like that, Colin Cummings will defeat games to 2. Crowd goes wild.
It was a good fight by Billy, but Colin seemed to...
Yeah, I would love to get an interview with Colin if possible. I know we had him a lot in the winner's circle yesterday, so let's see if I can get him on the table. Avery, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate having your insights, your expertise as we go into our next game. Thank you so much, Avery.
Thank you.
All right, our one and only Jody Jackson is going to be interviewing the winner of that game, Colin Cummings. We're going to try to get him on the table there.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We're in the winner's circle with a very familiar face. How are you feeling your first big win here on the main stage as a singles after crushing it yesterday in doubles?
Feeling pretty good. This was probably my scariest match of the day and the scariest match that will happen all day for me. So I'm just glad to get that one out of the way.
So to hear you call it scary is pretty intense. What was the most intimidating factor going in? This is a strong player you were up against.
Yeah, I mean, Billy Stubbs, multiple-time world champion. He was the reigning champion when I first became champion, so it always just brings me back to that feeling of being not number one. You know, like when you become number one, you kind of have this momentum, energy that you can keep up, but it always brings me back to when I was young, when I played him the first time in the championships, finals, so yeah.
Absolutely, sounds like there was a bit of a flashback moment there, but you pulled it out pretty decisively. It was very, back and forth each time. What do you contribute your success to most in this game?
Definitely my defense. So it was really, the first game was 6-6. It was back and forth, super even. He barely eked it out. I caught back up to 6-6, but then he got one shot, no question. But then after that, I was really able to hone in on his specific straight shots and level under. Billy is a cross level under player primarily, so I just knew up front to look out for that. Once I was able to take away his straights, I could tell he was just struggling to keep up his energy to actually power pass me. So.
Absolutely. A lot of analytics went into that strategy from what I hear you say and how he watched you play. I know you've got more to go. Is there anything you're looking forward to, or are we just going to grind it out till you get that first place?
I'm just going to grind it out till I win that first place. I'm really looking forward to watching some of these other matches. This is, in my opinion, one of the most competitive top 16s, right? Like, the matches that are going on right now could have very easily been, the top 10, and we're not even in the top 16 yet, so it's just crazy to see the level of competitiveness.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that perspective. We are also extremely excited to see what else we're going to get. Stops are being pulled out every game we get on the feature table. Well, thank you so much, Colin. We'll see you here again. I'm fairly certain. Best of luck. All right, thanks, everyone.
Zero. 1-1. Two, 1. Three, 1. 3-2. 4-2. 4-3. 5-3. 3. Game 7-3, first game. All right, going to game 2. Puck is to the left. Ready, sir? Puck and play. Zero, 1. Zero, 2. 1-2. 2-2. 2-3. 3-3. 4-3. 4. Four. 4-5. To my right. Ready? Puck and play. 4, game point. 5, game point. Game point either way. Game. Scores 2-0. Jacob. Jacob, are you ready? Anthony, ready? Puck and play. 1-0. 1-1. 2-1. Timeout. You sure? Oh, okay. I thought you were going without glasses. All right. Scores 2-1. Anthony, ready? Puck and play. 3-1. Table off. Uh-oh. Table on. Jacob, ready? Puck and play. 4-1.
All right. Folks, if you're just joining us, we're in the middle of a match between Jacob Weissman and Anthony Marino. And don't worry, I'm not alone. I'm being joined by the one, the only Justin Flores from Chicago. I've heard a couple stories about your potato meme that you lended to Idaho, but I would love to hear how your day is going so far.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'd love to hear how your day's going so far and how day 2 of the World Championship is treating you.
Yeah, it's going well so far. I won my first 2 matches, so I have Jacob Munoz next, and then
harsh.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. I like to tell myself nobody's unbeatable, so yeah, we'll definitely keep a lookout for that match. But otherwise, going good so far. I'm getting a ton of footage, getting lots of photos of everybody, and yeah, just having a good time.
Replay as Weissman takes game number 2 against Anthony Marino. They're trying to get their heads back in the game. Now, Justin, what is your familiarity with Marino or Weissman? Have you played against either of them? Have you watched their games? I know Weissman's kind of a member of the dynasty of Tim Weissman, center line. What is your opinion on these players?
Well, Jacob Weissman was actually probably my main practice partner before I moved to Chicago. We would go up to 7-6, just me and him and maybe 1 or 2 others would join us on occasion, but I got a lot better from playing against somebody like Jacob Weissman. And, it speaks to experience for sure. Yeah, he's got some great shots. He's got, like you said, he gets all the experience from somebody like his dad, Tim. And yeah, it just makes for having super solid fundamentals and knowing the drills, knowing the shots, and not just playing into exactly how his dad would play, but he has a style all his own that can be successful against really anybody. So it is very interesting.
It feels almost unfair, the amount of kind of experience that surrounds Jacob Weissman and his family, kind of helping to kind of nurture that skill from a very, very early age.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he was, competing in youth championships when they still had those. Which, I mean, based on this tournament, we may need to bring them back. There was a lot of younger kids playing. Maybe an under 13 division is in our future. But
that'd be incredible. Yeah, I was talking with the popularity of the women's tournament that happened yesterday. Being able to fill out that bracket. Sarah Weiss was super proud of that. And we see a lot of kids. Maybe their parents were really into air hockey or currently are into air hockey and they want to get the chance. I know Dane Anderson. He's a Colorado player who actually is lives in North Carolina now. He rediscovered the scene. Weissman takes a shot there. He brought his son Eli Anderson to play. He had some he went against Phil Arnold in his first match. So that must have been a game to remember for sure. Weissman takes 2 shots.
That's awesome, yeah.
So it's absolutely kind of incredible to see how the youth can really play this game. It kind of shows the all-inclusive aspect of what air hockey is.
Definitely. See the score 2-0. Jacob Weissman with the puck. Yeah, Jacob just seems to be kind of rolling so far.
0-3.
Marino.
Yeah, finally finds
his first one. Yeah.
1-4. 2-4.
Good shot. Playing a good lefty is always a challenge. There's a few of them in the game. You got Vince, you got Anthony Marino,
Avery Yabernetsky.
Avery, Matt Lemoyne from Chicago is also one that's. He's broken the top 10 before, so he's definitely a threat sometimes as well.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of psychological work you have to do to reverse the table, to reverse the defense you have cultivated around playing usually predominantly right-handed players.
Yeah.
And so left-handed is just inherent benefits. I know for North Carolina, some of our notable left-handed players. Unfortunate self-score as he attempted to recover.
I think that was the match.
Pretty sure that was match game. Oh wow, I got lost in the sauce there as Weissman quickly takes.
Yeah, I think a couple of those middle ones were really quick. Yeah, Jacob was just rolling that whole time. Yeah, like I said, he's got the experience. He's hungry. He wants another championship. So.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Weissman. We're going to see if he might want to get an interview on our winner's circle. Justin, we'll come right back to you, but we're going to hear from Jody Jackson as you're going to try to hear from Weissman on his big win.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're here with a very familiar face, a Weissman himself. All right, tell us what we saw out there. What did you think of the game you just played?
I mean, I thought I was playing very well, near kind of the top of my game. Anthony Marino still is, but was a very great player back in the mid-2000s. He finished 3rd and 4th, I believe, a couple of times, and it's just, he's obviously a bit out of practice, so I think it was a mix of that plus me being really on. It just, makes it hard.
Absolutely. We could tell you were really on. There was some great shots in there. Was there anything that surprised you, or did things kind of go to plan?
I mean, things more or less went planned. I had been hearing that Anthony Marino was playing really well this week, so I was actually pretty anxious going into the match.
kind of surprised it was over so quickly. I think that's part of the reason I was playing so strong, is I was just so amped up going into it.
Yeah, so you let that anxiety feed into actual energy. You laid it out on the table. It was impressive. We loved watching you play, as we always do. All right, you've probably got a lot left to be playing out there. Want to give anyone a shout out this time? Send any thanks or any I'm coming after yous.
I just want to give a shout out to my fiance Elizabeth, who can't, she's not here today, but just want her to know I love her, and yeah.
Absolutely, you're a very lucky man. You've got someone supporting you even from home. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Weissman. We will catch you back in the circle very soon. Best of luck. Hello, everyone. We're back here to watch the feature table. We are gonna have two slightly newer faces this time. We're looking at Justin Flores and
Jacob Munoz.
Jacob Munoz, that is absolutely correct, Tim. And these are also very high-ranked players. There's a lot of experience between the two of them. Jake has himself 13 years of experience, started playing age 21 over in Chicago. He said today his goal is to get top 5 so he can get the infamous 7-6 tattoo. Tim, what are you expecting from this matchup today?
So as somebody who has a 7-6 tattoo, for the fact that people think that there's a way you need to earn it, there's many ways you can earn a 7-6 tattoo. I think it's a very open interpretation of what that means. I got it because I had a couple, like a month around, and I wanted a tattoo. And I love air hockey, I love the sport, but if Justin thinks that he needs to reach top 5 to earn that tattoo, more power to him. You can keep that in mind as a reward.
While we are pushing the table back into the appropriate frame, we know the last game we watched, there was some hip thrust and a little bit of throw and hip at the table. Tim, I know you can talk about this, especially the strategy it takes to put your whole body on the line. Tell us what you saw. Tell us if you think it was worth it.
Yeah, so as a guy who throws a lot of hip into air hockey tables, I kind of put my whole ass into it, is what we call it. When you're willing to put your whole body out on the line to get a transitionary shot or something along those lines, you really can make a difference. But in the process, you might bump a table a couple of inches at a time.
And how do you perceive your opponent's reaction when you are literally not just shoving the table forward, you're shoving the table into them, and then there becomes this weird distortion where they are taking step back after step back? Do you see that as being a mental advantage or just an unfortunate consequence?
Definitely an unfortunate consequence. I've been called out. I've gotten fouls because of that, because I've hit the table. You know, this wasn't intentional. It's not meant to be disruptive, but some people consider it. We're like, whoa, you just pushed the table a couple inches, and that's throwing off my game. I think that's a disturbance. I'm affecting the environment. So I think if you kind of do it sparingly, which I've never done anything sparingly in my entire life, I think you can really...
like you said, Tim, you are a whole-ass kind of person, and you know your gameplay. And I will say, in Carolina, we're very accustomed to it. Tim is not alone. I myself have even pushed the table a time or two. It's hard to stop yourself when you've got that momentum.
You love throwing hip too much. Well, we're going to get right on into it. We got Jacob Munoz versus Justin Flores. Justin Flores from Chicago, Jacob Munoz from San Antonio, Texas, I believe. You see they're going to go ahead and knock mallets as they go for the face-off. You see they bump Jacob Weissman's hand out as a show of respect.
And the possession is immediately going to go to Jacob. We've got a strong defense against that straight, but the puck did go off the table. It was a sideways motion, so Justin will maintain possession. That's something we've seen a couple times here today that I don't often see called.
He's got some intro volleys here and there. I talked to Justin a little bit on the table. He was able to commentate on the Jacob Weissman versus Anthony Marino game just a little bit, and then he realized he's got a game upcoming versus Jacob, so he wanted to get his own head in the game, get his warm-ups out of the way, because Jacob Munoz is no slouch.
Absolutely, he is no slouch, and he is here packed full of energy. It's something we've seen some players on the table with a little bit lower energy than you might expect. As you know, we are already at 10 o'clock. We have been playing since 11 o'clock, but Munoz is not deterred. He is as energetic as ever, keeping a fast pace, pushing his pace on Flores, but it does seem to be well matched.
Yeah, no, this is actually quite a very long volley. No one has really taken a goal on the commentator's burst there. Jacob Munoz takes shot at goal number 1.
Great shot by Jacob there. We are at 2-0, I apologize. And the puck goes really flying. They're going to have to go over. The barricade has been surpassed. We're having to recruit help getting that puck back so we can put it on the table. Next time we may just use the spare.
Back in action. I've had to use a spare puck from time to time because, I feel like I lost him in a bar. I feel like it got pushed under an arcade game or something like that. Sometimes having a spare puck is nice. Nice.
There we
Left
have
wall
it.
Under Justin Flores there.
And not a moment's pause. Puck right back in play.
And fires back. Right wall over.
Right wall over. We've got a 3-1. Puck goes flying. We see the ref hit yet again. We were talking earlier how it is probably the most dangerous position in the game of air hockey is the referee.
But also, it's the most important position. Without our refs, shout out to Jacob Weissman for refing this game. I know it's mandatory if you win your game on the table to ref that following game. But, shout out to them nonetheless for taking up their time. Unfortunate. Justin Flores will take those all day, though. Munoz has to respond.
What a beautiful straight we just witnessed. Such a powerful shot. Replay.
Drift up. Right through there. Flores knows there's plenty of air hockey to be played.
Off the table once again.
Yeah, that looks like they're going to go ahead and sand
they're going to
that puck.
sand it. It does seem like there may be a difficulty with the traction. Tim, tell us how important that is to sand the puck. Some people believe in sanding it every single time.
Well, so the physics of an air hockey table are actually quite interesting. This was invented back in the, I believe it was the 80s or the 70s when the patent was first put down. If you actually kind of looked at an air hockey table, you see it's covered in holes, very, very, very small holes, and that's creating a sense of there's like fans that are working underneath this table, creating a small pocket of air between right above that table. So the idea is that this puck isn't actually physically touching the table. It's supposed to be actually just be gliding over a soft cushion of air, releasing any and all friction. That's why the puck's supposed to go 80 miles an hour. So if you put
and we see an unfortunate score there, but congratulations to Justin Flores for pulling it off. Jacob is going to come back swinging.
So any kind of schmutz or kind of residue that can find itself on a puck, whether it falls to the ground, just collects, what have you. God forbid you get beer spilled on your air hockey table, but that can mess up that pocket of air. So you see, it looks like they just are going to sand that puck for a second time in a row. Make sure it's nice and smooth and as little friction as possible because.
And that's looking better already. We see a faster puck, a smoother execution.
These players notice. These players very easily. Just like
we've got a 7-3 play.
Let's watch that under. Quick transition. Justin is not there. Their respective corners as they will switch sides. Jacob Munoz takes game number 1. He's going into game number 2.
They still look in high spirits. No one is giving off any illusion of defeat nor victory. They know this is very early on. They've played on this table enough times to know just what might be ahead.
And nor should they feel defeated in any way, shape, or form. It's only game 1, right? We got the best 4 out of 7 situation.
Let's kill the table, please.
Except when
And we're killing the table right now. Don't worry, folks. We haven't missed any action just yet.
Family. That just means they're going to kind of shove some pucks down the goal, reset the table, put it back up. So that's ready for the table to time out in the middle of a game. So we're going to go right back into the action. Game number 2. Jacob Munoz has 1. Justin Flores 0.
And you see Justin actually sporting the North Carolina Air Hockey Player Association State Championship shirt. I believe you're matching today, Timothy.
Yeah, it's quite cute. I invited him on the table earlier. I was like, oh my God, we're matching. But you and I did it first. While we're sporting our nice that dynamo blue on our shirts there. Scores 2-1. Justin takes an early lead. Let's see if he can get anything done with that momentum. Not if anything Munoz has to say anything about it. He blocks that left ball under that got by him earlier in the last game.
Very deliberate dribbling going on here by Jacob.
Yeah, you see he's going to take those off goals.
And it works.
Condition Flores to get him to flinch.
And here now we are all tied up, a place we've been before. A place we often find ourselves when you make it all the way to our feature table. Ooh, an injury and assault. We're not going to take it to court, but that must have hurt to get such.
Snapped there. Does not look like it felt very good. Left hand, that's not an air hockey.
Yeah, you really only need one to play air hockey, unless you're a player like Shadow who's going to play with 2 mallets at a time.
Yeah, we got folks like Squiddy. Shout out to Squiddy from North Carolina, also known as one of the most ambidextrous players. Also Greg Gibbons.
Absolutely.
Also North
That's
Carolina.
true.
I'll shout out all our ambidextrous folks.
Ooh, great block.
I don't know if I'm being called for an air hockey game. I thought it was out of the spin-offs, but I could be wrong. Let me go check. I'll be right back, Joe. Don't leave you.
All right, Tim. All right, we see Jacob do something we saw him do last night. He will hit the edge of the table where he feels like he needs to remind himself to protect against a shot. It's something Timothy Young does as well. He has learned from the master, and I think that's something we should all be considering because clearly it works most of the time.
I was not being called for a game. I was just being notified that our own Andrew Flanagan was called for a game of his own, so I needed to just make sure that he is taken care of as he goes off to his game. 3-all. 5-3, I'm sorry.
I believe it is 4-all, relying on Weissman to keep track. Make that 5-4.
We have games going this fast. I'm surprised the ref can keep score, much less myself.
And we are pushing the pace. It's going to be game point 4 here in the set. It's going to be a 7-4. We've got a second.
See that drift and that response, that transition. You see Justin attempts to try to out of the way.
Oh, that was so fast, Tim. I couldn't even watch it on the replay. That was incredible. A testament to the power we're seeing behind this puck on this table here as we approach game 3 with Jacob in the lead, 2-0.
For reference, Jacob Munoz, from what I've seen from a North Carolina perspective, I believe he finished 2nd place in North Carolina, only defeated by the one, the only Vince Sauceda. So I know that Jacob Munoz has got some dirt on his shoulder that some North Carolina players would love to kick off, but he is not facing North Carolina as much as Justin's sure will deceive you. Justin's from Chicago, but Munoz has got some. Now we're hearing some shouts from one and only Fernandez as it looks like he took a win.
Well, it'd be a different kind of yelling if it was a loss.
Yeah, well, we are into game number 3. They're going to kill the table.
Not again, but it will always revive, folks.
That table has got a nice little button on the side of it. You wish you had that at every air hockey table across the United States instead of having to put quarters or credits. Just kind of top that all set to go. We're going to enter game number 3. Justin Flores gives up possession. He knows that because you can tell they're not North Carolina players because they opted to not do a face-off every game. That puck will just stay on that right side of the table for the rest of this match.
And you know, Tim, this no face-off every game thing, Carolinians have been getting a lot of strange looks. I know you and I originally wondered if it was us when we requested it. Ooh, fantastic shot. Wondered if it was us.
Great trap by Munoz.
But I'd say it's just our culture. We love a face-off. We love aggression.
Well, I know. I just want to point out the word air hockey has the word hockey in it. And if you look at some really, really popular hockey clips, some of the very, very hype moments comes from the puck drop, the face-off between two hockey players, sticks in hands. In our case, we got a mallet and strikers in our own puck.
What
cheeky
a great
left ball over there.
We've got some yelling out on the table. We can hear. Wanted. No holds back, and why would you? We're here at the. Oh, lost a mallet.
Great catch by Munoz. If he didn't catch that and that would have gone in, that shot would have counted. Very, very good reflexes there.
Like I was saying, Tim, this is the 50th annual World Air Hockey Championship, so no holds back. As we've been saying most of this weekend, all gas, no brakes. Let's go for it.
I will say, I don't know if it's considered annual. I think he did take a break during COVID. I think this might have been 50 non-consecutive years or just 50 years of air hockey being in existence.
Well, it's definitely the 50th anniversary, so I wonder if we consider that annual or not. It is the 50th anniversary of the first.
Some nerd in the chat wants to give you a Latin lesson on what annual and anniversary means. By all means, keep it to yourself.
I think Tim is correct, however.
We saw Munoz tries to catch that puck as it...
But you know what, Tim? If we do it next year, that makes it annual.
Oh, you got me there.
It is an annual. It just may not be 50 in a row. But you know what? We want it to be 100, 150. We want this sport to go on way past our lifetime.
Yeah, to quote Phil Arnold, future Phil, you know, how do we find and keep air hockey cutting edge? You know, he's talking about, oh, Justin, unfortunate. Self-skill there. Jacobs needing something monumental.
This is going to be game point. Are we going to see a shutout? We have seen a few already this weekend. Every time it's been brutal. Fantastic to watch and painful just as much. Getting into a slugfest here. And there you have it, folks. We see another 7-0 shutout on our main stage. Jacob's not taking any chances. It's going to be all or nothing. He is up 3-0 games. We are going 4 out of 7.
That is an absolute brutal way to win, especially for game number 3. Justin Flores has to shake that off. It is never a good time being 7-0. But unfortunately, you got one more game ahead of you, minimum. So you got to make something happen, or else he's just going to try to do it again.
Absolutely. I know we talk about how nothing is worse than being skunked, especially on this stage, but we have seen so many people come back and prevent that from anyone 4-0ing. It does happen. I do believe Jacob has it in him, but you know, we're always going to root for the underdog just a bit. He is wearing our shirt from our state.
Well, the record show, I've lost many, many matches today wearing this shirt, so I'm not sure if there's just some bad luck surrounding it. Let's see if we can turn this around. Do you believe in miracles? I believe.
Possession is to my left. Both players ready?
A very thoughtful approach we see here. And it's going to work.
Flores already scoring more than double the points that he scored last time.
Oh, flying off the table. Too much sauce on that swing.
Someone called Vince Sauce. Sauce. Actually, he's over there on our left. He's playing against Pete Lippincott. But enough about
ready and play.
We had a top there, I believe. Had to do a change of possession. Quick to point out his own fault and flaw, though. Shout out to Jacob.
shot by
Right, Justin is back.
2-1.
Commentator's curse.
Flip it.
Flip that
Puck and play.
You see we're playing with official USAA sanctioned air hockey pucks. What usually that means is usually a puck is that kind of neon yellow. And we put that white on top to indicate which side should be up, because only one side should really be getting buffed or getting sanded at a time. If you're in like a barcade or anywhere else where you might find an air hockey table, you won't often see that white top unless you might have something like no air hockey player like that. But if you're looking and wondering which spot is supposed to be down, usually it's if you look at an air hockey puck and look at the bottom, there's about 4 distinct, very small dots.
And they say dots down, isn't that right, Tim?
It's down. Great shot by Flores. He's going to tie this up. I'm seeing a much different Flores than I saw in the past game. Or I'm seeing a different Munoz who's maybe faltering that defense that would have allowed him to 7-0 Flores the second time.
4-3.
I'm sure Jacob Munoz will be satisfied with the win. Not Flores can say anything about it. He's got a mountain to climb.
4-4.
Great transition shot there. You see it. Yeah, as he takes that transition.
5-4.
We always keep the live footage from the bottom right, so you always can see what's actually happening. You actually can see that Jacob Munoz scored his 5th point during that replay.
Well, this is a very fast-moving game.
5-5.
Just like that, a rapid straight for a straight.
6-5.
That's what we mean when we say fast-moving. If we hit a replay, we would have missed half of it.
Timeout call.
Munoz
We got a
calls
timeout.
a timeout. Flores takes a deep breath, contemplating his future, contemplating his decisions.
Time. And play.
Continues. To quote the real Slim Shady, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow.
Now we've got a game, folks. This is what we love to see. We've been talking about all day, all yesterday. 7-6. Really going to show who you are, because this is a 1-point game.
Potential match game, potential game point for Justin Flores. We talked about earning a 7-6 tattoo. This is the time to do it. Where he's scoring no rush. He has 7 seconds on the table. Blocked by Munoz. Off goal. Empty right ball.
Good catch there. Oh my
Just
goodness, we
like
do have
that.
the upset. We're 5.
Nice. Oh, it just clips the mallet of Munoz. It's not the way he wanted that game to end. We see Billy Stubbs actually approaches Justin Flores, gives him a bit of advice to go into game number
5. All right, Tim, what do you think that advice may be, coming back from getting shut out in one game to pulling out a 7-6?
I mean, that's just incredible. I mean, like, it just shows you the way that air hockey is a very dynamic game. It shows the mental, it shows the physical. It really shows how if you lost the game before, it has literally no impact, 0 impact on what is going to take place in your next game. You know, just because you have that tally mark on your games lost, games won by your opponent, has no impact on the game in front of you. You still have 7 points to put in your opponent's goal, and you can't think about being 7-0 the game before. It looks like Justin Flores did not let it phase him as he takes his first game with a 7-6.
Yep, and it looks like we are back in the action already. Just a very quick breather there. We are starting out, we're at 0-0. We want to shout out to our fantastic ref. We've got a Weissman in the referee's chair. So if there's anyone who knows more about the rules, I'd be hard-pressed to find them. Off the table.
That puck will go to Flores.
Ready? In play.
Just clipping the side of Munoz goal there. No goals yet.
1-0.
A cut right across. You hear that ricochet into the back of the goal, and it's going to be a 1-for-1. You know, Tim, sometimes I think our best scores come from when we've just been scored on. That opportunity to get service can really almost be a guarantee, depending on how you play, to get a point on the board.
Munoz, the left wall under. Justin Flores, the left wall under. I apologize. Let our viewers at home know that Jody shot me a look and think, "You want to try that one again?"
Hey, Tim, I can't say anything. I have gotten names wrong more times than I could possibly count, but I am just so excited. I know you are as well, to see such phenomenal players, some fantastic athletes out here on the table, whatever their names may be. We could call them by their shirt color, and we would all be just as invested for what we're seeing here on the table.
3-3.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I hate getting names wrong. I'm going to go and give a shout out to Jacob Munoz, who I actually have been, I've been accidentally calling him Victor Munoz, mostly because I think it was conditioned when he faced off against Vince Sauceda. So I think the V really kind of threw me off. So when I was like, hey, get my name right. And I said, sorry, let's make sure Jacob Munoz.
You know, Tim, this makes me... Let's watch the instant first.
We call a technical shot. This happens when...
There you have it. Makes me wish we were like many other sports where our names are gonna be on our jerseys, on our backs. We can see from any possible angle our camera could catch. You know, make it easy on us. Let's get real. I want to see jerseys. I want to see team names. You know, Timothy Young and I did it ourselves. We had our names on our doubles shirts.
And you might see kind of waltzing around here. Some players get doubles jerseys or matching T-shirts with their parties. Not as nearly as cool as ours, but you do see some folks with their maybe notable fashion accessories. Shout out to Paul Creely from North Carolina with his notable pineapple shirt, literally a Hawaiian shirt with pineapples and pictures of his face on it. Absolutely incredible branding to have. But enough about pineapple. Justin Flores, Jake Munoz, 4-3.
You see the table just shake every time Jacob throws a shot. On the live stream, I hope you can hear it as well. This is some of the most powerful we've seen. It's going to be 5-3.
5-4.
Make it 5-4. We're not going to go down without a fight on either side.
Flies off the table back into our commentators area.
And play.
Puck flies again. Might be the sand.
Ready? And play.
Oh, a stuff there. Thank goodness no one was sitting in the stands. We would be looking at another puck-related injury. You know what they say, guys? Practice safe pucking.
Good one.
Thank you, Tim.
I recognize you.
And play. Match point 5.
Right, game point. Or we should say potential game point there. It's still an opportunity,
Just like
but
that.
it's not going to happen right
Jacob
now.
Munoz take Justin Flores with the left wall. We'll have to come kind of get an interview with him in the winner's circle. We're trying to wave him over. Congrats to Jacob Munoz for that decisive victory over Flores. Great shot as we reset and get ready for who else is going to end up on this table.
Hey, is it just me, or was this puck really fucking slow? I don't know.
We are going to cut over to Jody Jackson.
Before you guys,
over
and I thought the puck was...
Just nice victory over Justin Flores.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Hello, everyone watching in. We've got a very familiar face here in our winner's circle. We're going to keep it short and sweet. He's got so much more to play. He put a lot on the table. Just give us a brief synopsis of how you felt this game went, what you were thinking going in. Did it meet your expectations?
I mean, I know Justin is a great player. He practices with some of the best people on the planet, so I knew, and I've had a little bit of a winning streak against him, so I know he would love to take a set off of me. So yeah, I knew immediately I had to come out guns blazing. Otherwise, you know, at the end there he started to pick it up, and I was like, oh no, we need, you know. So yeah, he did what he had to do to seal a game for me. But yeah, definitely, I just had to keep on the attack. Yeah.
Absolutely. We kind of said watching you play, it was all gas, no brakes. You were going to go for it every second. That was a workout of champions, honestly, when you think about it. But congratulations again. Thanks for taking time to be in the circle. We're going to see you again. I'll come up with some newer questions because I know what you're looking for, and I know you're always going to win. So congratulations once again, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Down the mighty Avery. And then you beat, what was your game count over Justin?
3-1. It was almost 4-1. I mean, sorry, yeah, 4-1. It was almost 4-0, but it went 6-4. And I blocked the shot. I know. That'd be the first time me and Austin play in the world.
Never played him in the world? Oh, wow. You survived the winner's bracket.
gonna drink it in a little bit.
right, folks, what you're seeing on your screen is Brian Accrocco, our tournament director, is warming up for his match against Keith Fletcher. He wants to make sure his muscles are nice and warm, make sure nothing's as tight, as he wants to make sure he is in tip-top shape. And I am joined at the commentator table by Ben Heyman. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody as we go ahead and get you set up for this game.
Yeah, my name is Ben Heyman. I'm from Houston, Texas. You know, I went to U of H. That's what we're having.
Oh, so you feel like you have a hometown advantage when you play the team?
Not at all. Not gonna lie. No. If anything, if I was out of town, I'd probably stay in the hotel versus like driving an hour to my house. You know?
Yeah. So you live an hour away from the venue right now? Oh. Do you drive back every day?
Every single day.
Well, I know that we started air hockey today at 11 in the morning, and Accrocco told us to buckle up because it's probably going to run until midnight. So you're not going to get into bed until minimum 1 in the morning.
Yeah, I think our spin-off plans to go till 1 a.m. too. So you know.
Golly. As somebody who has a hotel 10 minutes down the road, na boo-boo is what I will say to you. But we are getting ready to have a match between, again, Brian Accrocco and Keith Fletcher. What can you tell me about these players?
Yeah, I'll start with Brian. I'm definitely more familiar with Brian a little bit. In a way, I kind of got into air hockey because of Brian.
Oh, wow.
So it's definitely like fun to see him still be like a top level, you know? They call him the gatekeeper for a Masters. You know, like when you beat Brian, it's like, okay, you're a master level.
Master level player, absolutely. Yeah, Brian Accrocco also, he put his nickname in, and so there's a North Carolina saying that you don't get to choose your own nickname. And so I know when we sent out our assessment form to all the players, we asked them what their nickname is. Yeah. And that was really the chance for a lot of players to maybe sneak in what they wish that they were called. I personally have to go by Timothy Spidey Young. It's a nice one. Jody Jackson has no nickname because her name is already pretty standard. But do you have a nickname, Ben Heyman, in the air hockey world?
No, I do not.
No.
I don't think there's ever been thought of one. No.
All right, well, I'll start workshopping.
I got a shark on my mallet. Maybe do something with that. I don't know.
All right, I'll do some workshopping. Yeah. I'll come back. I'll send you a list of recommendations. Yeah, I'll text Colin and be like, hey, which one do you think you'll hate the most? And then I'll start calling him that quickly. But if you actually see right now, we got Brian Accrocco warming up on the table. What do you think is the purpose of a warm-up? I know that there's many different ways you can do it. We saw Tim Weissman doing the speed bag, drifts. He's trying to get that puck control under his belt. What do you think Accrocco is really thinking about as he's hitting his stretches, testing his shots, along with Keith Fletcher on his table?
From what I'm kind of thinking, I know with Brian being like a huge part of running the tournament, he is really just trying to get his brain to go from like tournament focus to actual game, right? So that's kind of the same thing whatever I was doing and Connor was doing, a few others. We're just trying to get in that mindset, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like so many things are probably running through his head right now. One of them being getting the table fixed. At one point, we actually had a big delay of game because one of the tables was having an issue with the score. So after spending about 20 minutes trying to rip that goal piece apart, they ended up saying, okay, we're gonna ship in. We're gonna move one of these other 15 tables over and go to the face-off. Accrocco, looks like they had a bit of a false start here. Accrocco will have possession.
One thing that's kind of cool about something with Brian is he lost, I believe, like 25 pounds or something like that.
Yeah, he told me he's been using some kind of strength training. He told me it's making a massive difference. I mean, look at that tricep on his air hockey arm as it bulges and flexes as he kind of coils his arm, cocks his elbow. I kind of tell people that you can see Accrocco in the transition.
He's so good at those. It's kind of unique watching Keith. In some games, you'll notice he has a very far back defense where he puts it up against the goal.
I have seen that a lot.
And then you see him playing against Brian, he's way further out. I kind of want to ask him what made him want to do a change-up.
Like which factors really, do you do it by player? Do you do it by how you're feeling or going? But yeah, you see he turtles a little bit there.
Yeah, I bet it's more of Brian is known for his cross. And if he's staying back, I don't think he has a chance. I think that's his best bet is staying out.
So I'm going to be a bit selfish in a great under by Accrocco there. Let's see if you can see that in slow motion. In 1 second, I'm going to try to fix him on our commentator table.
4-3.
Wow. There's been a lot of good battles between these two as well. We're at 5-3. Oh, I don't think that was on purpose. A good shot. Oh, great defense. Oh my gosh, and he got the puck. With being up, you can tell Brian's starting to slow down a little bit. Just make sure he's not jumping into Keith's game and staying in his own.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how the dynamics can change in moments, those depending on who has possession. If you're one of those kind of fast-paced players, and the person against you is a bit more of a slow-paced player, like you're going to be kind of having that point of contention on who is dictating the pace. You're going to have the patience to pull it off. Great block by Keith there. Right, well, under attempt, Accrocco gets possession back. 5-4.
Great snag. That was fantastic. That was much needed.
Be able to take that unforced error off of Accrocco. You know, they say that even if your shots feel accurate, you're supposed to be taking shots.
Beautiful.
Game point for us, sorry.
Oh my. That was almost an over. That was almost over the line.
6-4. Accrocco wants to close out this game. They're going to sand that puck.
Yeah, I saw it flaring a little bit. Ready? That's a good call.
And you know basketball players, when they switch between stadiums, they can tell if a hoop is even like a quarter of an inch off.
So crazy.
I know that a air hockey player can probably tell the moment that that puck is not moving the way it's supposed to be.
That was a fantastic cut.
Keith are going to take one step closer to trying to clinch this game.
Well, you can tell he's speeding up. See that?
Oh, an attempt at a charge.
We'll
go back to
he's
Accrocco.
definitely speeding up the pace. Yeah. I love that. Speed up the pace and then hit us.
Dribbling that puck, the release up, crossing over.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Absolutely. I love seeing our audiences, and you know we got kind of crowd is kind of building up, showing their support for these players. But that's only game one. We got a minimum 3 more games of air hockey ahead of us. Now, what do you think is going on through these players' heads as they take their 1 or 2 minutes points of break between these matches?
Brian's typically like all right, back to 0-0, you know, like has to stay calm. Even earlier today, he was down 3-0 and came back and won the match. So like, he usually can keep his mentality there. I think Keith is more of like, okay, what happened in that match? How can I adjust? The thing that's going to be more difficult for Keith is Brian transitioned a lot from like a slower pace and a faster pace. It's kind of hard to like adjust to something that's alternating.
Absolutely. Keith Fletcher going to try to find an answer to Brian Accrocco. Take a game of his own. Flies. Maybe he'll grab that for them.
Yeah.
Time out.
There we go. Just a little interruption, trying to get a puck I don't know how it flew through like 20 people, but it's there. All right. We are 1-0. See, now he's back to that like slower pace.
1-1.
Oh, beautiful. Wow. See that slow-mo? Right there. Flair.
Ben has been called to play. Thank you, Ben. Mr. Heyman, good luck on your match. Appreciate it.
Two. 3-2.
Great shot by Accrocco. Grows his lead.
Three.
3-all.
4-3.
Back and forth. Neither player wants to give. I can say for a fact this is a game that neither player wants to lose. Brian wants this win to grow his lead. Keith just needs to keep holding on. Keep up with Brian's pace. Accrocco 5, Fletcher 3.
5-4.
Correction. Accrocco 5, Fletcher 4. You see again, Keith kind of holding his mallet out.
That was off.
To his goal. Game point for Accrocco. Fletcher.
Yeah. It's back on now. Ready? In play.
Not a possession you want to lose against Brian Accrocco. Wow, the right wall under. Let's see if we can see that. Tries the right wall the first time, then the second time. What? Has to figure it out. Brian takes game number 2 as we enter game number 3. Reminder, this is best 4 out of 7. This is not the time to be messing around. We are too late in the game to be experimenting. This might be a time for Fletcher to go back to the well, figure out what worked and what didn't. You see both players goes off to their respective placements to get ready for game number 3.
30 seconds.
There's 30 seconds to get back on the table.
Working down here. 2 games to 0. Puck and play.
Fletcher tries to dive for it.
1-1. Two, 1. Two. 3-2.
He hit 3-2. Fletcher's going to try to stop the bleeding, but now Accrocco can help it.
Timeout is called.
Accrocco calls a timeout as Fletcher hits point number 5 for Accrocco's 3.
4-2, puck and play.
4-2, apologies.
4-3.
Joined by someone else on the commentary table. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to our stream?
Hi, Joe Kane, longtime player, sometime head ref, and very familiar with the game going on here in front of us, for sure.
What can you tell me about Brian Accrocco and Keith Fletcher and their relationship to each other as players?
So, as far as I can remember, these guys have been facing off against each other in national tournaments for much of the past 30 years or so. I think this is maybe however many times they've played in a tournament, it's in the double digits for sure, which is kind of unusual, but I think it happens a fair bit when you're at the higher levels of a tournament.
Yeah, and you usually only see that kind of history between two players. Maybe they're related to each other, or they have a reason to be around each other that often.
Yeah, I mean, geographically, Keith's from Colorado, Brian's from Houston, Texas, so the only time for them really to play outside of maybe a traveling challenge match is in a big tournament like this. But it's fun to watch because these guys know each other's games so well. They've played each other so many times. It's like they have to come up with unusual things to psych out their guy across the table who really knows them super well.
Yeah, let's watch that replay as first game of the match. Nice little trips.
Nice off speed.
Nice.
That was beautiful.
His mallet on the table as he walks away.
That's respect. That's a respect gesture.
Yeah,
you got me. That's you got me.
It's funny when he talked to a lot of North Carolina folks. So it's funny how when we cross state lines, we talk to players from other areas. Tapping the mallet against the goal or the wall can mean a lot of different things, like contextually, right? Some people can see it as like a BM, or maybe like it's like an I'm sorry if you score on yourself.
Sure, yeah.
That often happens, and you see as Accrocco maybe tapping it, it's like, wow, good shot, you got me.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
You see Accrocco takes a crisscross applesauce and tries to cool off. So, Joe, where are you from? Are you from here in Texas or United States?
I'm from California.
And you're here for the weekend, huh?
Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
Well, we appreciate having you here.
Absolutely.
I'm an East Coaster. I always appreciate West Coast,
right on.
West Coast.
Right on. Excellent. Where? East Coast?
I'm from Maryland originally, and then I moved down to North Carolina, and that's where I found the air hockey scene.
Yeah, East Coast, West Coast has definitely been there's not quite as much rivalry as you might think, but
nothing but love.
But all love, of course. Absolutely.
My mom's from Sacramento, so I got my dad's from Illinois, so I got that Chicago respect as well.
Excellent.
Absolutely. We're gonna enter game
2 games to 1. Ready?
4. Fletcher has 1. Brian Accrocco has 2. Keith will start with possession.
Lost a mallet.
Good catch, making sure he doesn't actually self-score.
Absolutely, yeah. That would have counted if it had gone in.
Yeah. Ooh, a puck flies over.
Brian with a very nice setup. Yep. So Brian's, historically his attack is cross right wall under, and he got that. He set that up with the off speed, and then he blasted him, and Keith got him right back.
Ooh. 3-1.
There's that cut.
Great.
There's the cut.
stuff. I usually use the term straight and cut synonymously. I know they're different things. What can you tell me to kind of maybe help me improve my lingo here?
Well, so I mean, a straight shot and a cut can be a straight shot. A straight shot does not have to be a cut.
You're wrinkling my brain over here, Joe.
Sorry. So a cut, basically, the motion of a cut is that you are, your follow through when you hit the puck continues to the side.
So it looks like
so
the
it looks
wall
like
of a
you're
bank
hitting
shot.
a bank shot, but you're actually hitting a straight shot. You're flipping the puck, cutting the edge of the puck. That's why it's called a cut.
Got it.
Straight, you can punch. You can like literally punch the puck straight forward. That would also be a straight. So cut can go straight. Cut can actually go across as well.
Understood. It's all about the follow-through motion versus being a push or a understood. I appreciate you, Joe.
You got it.
That's why I keep you around.
All right, excellent. Good cross by Keith there.
Yeah.
He's going to have to step up his defense here. Not want to go down 3-1.
See these big motions that Accrocco's taking as
Oh yeah, yep, lots
full
of
range of motion on his shoulder.
Well, and that's the thing. He does a lot of movement, and it's like, where is he going to hit the puck in that movement? That's what he's trying to keep Keith off balance. Oh, great transition! Wow, that was quick.
Game point.
He got to that fast. Keith's at that point in the match where it's a little bit less about trying to win this game and more about getting himself prepared for the next game.
Yeah, you know, when you have, when you're down by 4 points, by 3 points, Accrocco will take that.
That was good.
Under his belt, he's gearing up for potential game, match, set, and make his way continuously through the bracket. So, you know,
Keith is not buried yet, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, so let's talk about strategy here. I mean, like, if you were in Keith's shoes, you're down 2 games to your, you're down, Accrocco's 3, you got 1.
Yep.
You got a mountain to climb. That mountain's name is Brian Accrocco. Yep. What's going through your head as you take that 1 minute, that 2 minutes to yourself?
I mean, I think the first thing Keith's got to remind himself is he's been here before.
30 seconds.
You know, the last couple of times that they played, Keith was down 3 games to none and 6 points to 3 and came back and won that match. And then later in that same tournament, he was down 3 games to 1 and he came back and he won that match. So Keith is a fighter. So he's just got to remind himself where he's at. You know, hit good shots, don't make mistakes.
Remind himself he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and take advantage of Brian's. You know, any mistakes Brian makes, take advantage and just steady his mind because he can do it. He knows he's done it before. He can do it again. Keith is a fighter. He will not quit.
And here we go. Accrocco starts with possession here. You know, I'll continue to call out anybody I see that chooses to not start their game with a face-off as a Carolina player. You know, the USAA recently voted that you can actually choose if both players consent to do a face-off every single game. I've done that all today. I even in doubles yesterday, I asked every single player I came across, hey, can we do a face-off every game?
Yeah, right.
Only one person said no, and that was Nikki planning it who I had maybe a foot of height on. So I think that was a strategic reason not to. And she beat me for it, so I think she really made a good decision.
It's interesting because, you know, it's one of those things in air hockey where we're so accustomed. There's a lot of tradition, right?
Yes.
And change is slow in air hockey, but it's interesting. I haven't quite, you know, fully comprehended what that means.
The ramifications.
Ramifications of a face-off every game. But it is interesting. I'm not opposed to it per se. I just have to experience it a little bit. Oh, that was great.
Quick right wall under. Seemed just so off the cuff. So he just gets a quick possession, a little pump fake maybe. Oh, I just really.
Flick. slick.
Well,
yeah.
I just, so we're still on top of face-off, I did get verbal confirmation as the quote of Jacob Weissman did say if he did make it to the finals, he will request face-offs every game.
Oh, okay.
And I'm trying to talk to any high-level player I see and say, hey, would you consider it? Would you do face-offs every game if I said please?
It would be cool. I mean, I'm up for it. Curious to see what kind of an impact it has.
3, 2.
Nice over, yeah. Those are hard to block. You have to stay perfectly still in that high position.
You get that off speed just right.
Oh, man.
Your answers.
Beautiful.
I will say I talked to Nathan Buss, the #1 air hockey player out of Idaho today, and he said he actually would deny anyone the chance to face off against him every single game, and he cited the likelihood of injury. He said when you put two air players so close to each other for a face-off, it's a good chance you're gonna have a bust hands.
Fly-offs and
He said I don't want to risk that, for the height aspect.
Yeah, I can understand that. It's a lot of hands and mallets in very close proximity. Wow.
You see that straight right wall under, knocking that puck off the mallet. What a tag by Accrocco.
I just want to see this match continue.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Accrocco says no. He said, or give me that under 7-3, Accrocco. Oh, it's
right wall over.
I'm sorry.
It's been 2 or 3 of the last 3 shots he hit was right wall over.
Incredible. We're going to have Accrocco in our winner's circle. Jody Jackson's going to gear up for an interview. Joe, thank you so much. I really appreciate your insight. Yeah, I'll take that back from you. And everyone tomorrow, today, come back. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks. Come up.
Hello, we'll be ready in just a moment. Camera is in.
Am I looking at you or at the camera?
It's up to you. That feels right. We've got to go for the stagger even.
Okay, cool.
3, 2, 1. Hello, everyone. I am here with the man, the myth, the legend. We've got our very own Brian Accrocco. We just watched him get not annihilated. You did the annihilating. This was a great match. What were you thinking going in, and did you meet your expectation?
I did. Keith and I have played. We think we might have played more than any other 2 people have played in the history of the sport, other than maybe Mark and Phil. But it seems like just about every year for the entirety of our duration, we've managed to meet in a tournament. So we know each other's games really, really well. We're both aging at the same rate. We're both relatively the same age, in our 50s. So, I did a lot coming into this tournament. I've lost 25 pounds. I did a lot of strengthening of all my muscles and back. I knew I needed to do that because setting up for the tournament and all the stuff that you do is exhausting. So I had to have the ability to recover. So I prepared that way for the tournament in general. So for this match, I needed to feel out what was going to work in the first game and whether or not my defense was going to hold me in it. And his offense wasn't able to get through me fast enough, so I kind of sensed in the first game that I could maintain the pace and control. And I got those first 2 games, and then he responded. He came out with a really good game, just cracked some great shots. But I recovered myself, recentered my defense, stopped flinching, and was able to shut him down the last 2 games. The last game I got on an offensive roll. I just started hitting right wall overs. That I can only credit that to God, because it just came out of nowhere.
Absolutely. I know both of our commentators over here who are not me couldn't just stop being in awe of those right wall overs. They were impressive and relentless. All right, Brian, I won't keep you too long, but what are we looking forward to next? We know you're going to be in my winner's circle again, but what is the game plan going forward?
Well, my goal for this tournament was to get into the top 10 again. And so I've given myself that opportunity by winning that match. So I've now achieved my goal. And so like any person with great ambition, I now choose to exceed that goal. So my next match will be against Vince Sauceda tomorrow morning. I've been waiting for this opportunity to play Vince for a while. He's a great player. I believe that I have a game that can beat him. So I'm going to go to bed tonight, get a good night's sleep, come back tomorrow morning, and I'm going to shock the world and beat Vince Sauceda.
Absolutely, and I don't know that it'll be a shock, Brian. We all know the magnitude of your game when you're on it. We're definitely looking forward to it. I'm glad you got to where you want to be, but let's see you go all the way. We've got no doubts in you, and I can't wait to have you in my winner's circle again. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everyone watching live on the stream. We're your commentators of the day of yesterday and the entire weekend. I'm Jody Jackson here with Timothy Young. This is going to be our wrap-up for the evening. It is 12 o'clock as promised, but Tim, tell me what we're looking forward to next. What is our tomorrow?
Yeah, so right now you can still hear behind us, we have still all the spin-off brackets happening, so anybody who got dropped out of loser's bracket has a chance to find their specific world ranking. But we just saw Brian Accrocco versus Keith Fletcher to find himself in the top 10 air hockey players in not the country, not the state, the world. So tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Time here in Houston, Texas, the 10 best air hockey players in the world will be facing off on this table to find out who is truly number one in the world. So I'm Timothy Spidey Young.
And I'm Jody Jackson.
And we'll see you tomorrow. That is it for the night. Get some rest, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, folks.